Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are going to be celebrating the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VI. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. Summer Games Done Quick will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, June 30th to July 6th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information on that. Also, we are looking for a new mainline event coordinator and host co-coordinator. If you enjoy our mainline speedrunning events, check out the duties over at gamesdonequick.com/jobs. With all that said, we've got a long day prepared for you, Final Fantasy VI speedruns. I'll hand it over to our runner commentary. Let them all introduce themselves.
Oh, welcome everyone. I'm Dino Atari. I'll be running what we call Final Fantasy VI All Characters and Espers. And today with me, I got two amazing commentators, if they'd like to introduce themselves.
Hey guys, this is Lion Musashi, typical commentary provider for several of Dine's runs. Happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm Telio1. I commentate a little bit. But I've watched Dine play this game a couple times, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been around the block once or twice.
And don't let the commentary fool you. They've also been around the block once or twice. Lion and Telio. Lion has done a lot of the glitchless runs, and he's also helped route the Pixel Remaster, All Characters and Espers, which is a very, very different run on its own, but also just has a lot of very unique things that you can just end up going through in terms of strategies, especially in Kefka's Tower. And Telio is a returning runner to the any percent glitch list that's just been destroying his time.
It's I've gotten a little better, but it's a big game, man. There's a lot to it.
You've been putting in the work, my friend. Yeah, the Pixel Remaster All Characters Espers is really funny, and I hope we get to show that off someday as well. There's been a little bit more refinement on that front. That version of the game has got its own fair share of glitches, and anyone who's familiar with Final Fantasy VI knows just how well coded a game it is, and that just holds true in every version. Every version's got its own bag of tricks and weird stuff going on that you can kind of exploit and do some fun things with. So we'll have some fun today with some of those things.
So even though the timer doesn't start until new game, there is a little bit of manipulation going on. Everyone's ready for the countdown. We'll go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I hit my split button like I have splits open.
Nice.
It's hard coded, man.
It's a classic, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Dine was saying how there's like a little bit of setup before this. So he was basically setting up to a certain like seed. He's on seed, I think it's 244, which means basically throughout this entire run, he's going to know exactly what encounters he's going to get and when he's going to get them, except on like the floating continent section. And yeah, that's just to make it a little nicer so that way every run doesn't start with like having to watch the intro for like 3 minutes. I mean, you have to anyway, but I mean, there's no reason to have a timer going there, I guess, you know?
Yeah, technically once you've seen it once, you can hit new game and it'll skip it. So
right.
That's typically why. So you'll probably have seen there, Dine took a little shimmy around the center spot of that intersection. There's a predetermined fight that happens if you step on that tile, and it's just a big waste of time. So we just walk around and skip it.
Yeah, this whole early game is basically about just running with Vix and Wedge here and funneling all the XP onto Terra. Vix and Wedge don't really do much in the beginning except for talk.
No, I'm sure they're important characters who will be around for a while. We'll see a lot of them.
They have names, so that's pretty important.
Like this green-haired girl doesn't have a name, so
I know. Yeah, who is this bozo leading the party, dude?
No, she's here and she's destroying things with special Magitech lasers. So that's kind of cool.
Captain question mark at it again.
Yeah, he's gonna be on a step route. He's gonna be resetting the console a couple times to advanced step route, and you know, it probably I think because of some safety saves, it'll probably like get thrown off a little bit. But it's just it's a cool thing in a game like this long to have a whole plan for the whole game. It's great. It makes it a lot more manageable. I know you don't have that in Pixel Remaster, right? There's no step route or anything, right? Yeah.
That's right.
Pixel Remaster, the encounters are kind of like cut down a little bit. They seem to not happen as frequent, which is kind of nice. And they took away the no run flag. So basically, any encounter you can't run in SNES, you can run in the Pixel Remaster.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the biggest one is the ninjas on the floating continent for when people see it in a run.
Oh yeah.
That's probably more dangerous for some reasons that we may or may not see today as well. So we can get back on that in a minute though. So Diane has reached the first boss here. It's a whelk. It's got a shell. The shell has thousands and thousands of HP, so we're not going to really interact with it. So thankfully, nothing too bad for the first turn. It's got an ability called Slime that slows the targeted character that can make this fight a little bit messy. But as it stands, we'll need to hit the head with three Magitech missiles. So we'll hit the first one. We're shooting the second one now. And you're going to see Dine is using a Fire Beam ability on the shell. Is going to be met with a Megavolt counter, and that was actually kind of spicy. And there's the slime, but I think we've avoided the problem with it.
So,
okay.
Where's my damage roll?
Yeah,
what's the damage at?
That's a bad set of damage rolls. Sorry for the distraction there, but yeah, 3 is usually enough to kill unless you get really bad damage rolls for all 3 missiles, and we did. So you need an extra beam to kill. So basically what happens there is by shooting the shell with a beam, you're effectively doing something that we call counter-canceling with the shell's active turn. Diane, I don't know if you want to go into how that works a little bit more.
So any boss that starts with full ATB, or if you start with full ATB and you start with 0 ATB, you can pretty much fully manipulate the fight. So by doing the fire beam on the shell issues the command for the head to go inside of it. But by causing it to do a counterattack with full ATB, the game takes that counterattack as its turn. It also has the added bonus of generally freezing its ATB regeneration for about 15 to 20 seconds. You'll see it on another boss fight maybe in about 2 hours, where it can actually kind of work in a negative affect.
Yeah. Thank you, by the way. You're better at explaining that than I am.
But yeah, finding that out allows us to manipulate a couple of bosses, or manipulate to be like just 100% scripted. If you do the same thing, because there is a series of boss fights coming up where the game is extremely nice. You get full ATB and they always end up with none, which makes them very, very easy fights to get through.
That's another fun change between Pixel Remaster and the original Super Nintendo version as well. Starting ATB is a mess.
Yeah, this one of the things I guess that we haven't said yet is in the beginning of the game, Diane went into the settings and changed the battle speed to wait and to like really slow. And whenever like all these counter cancelings and strats and stuff kind of depend on something called ATB waiting. When you go into a sub menu in this game during a battle, the enemy's like ATB or its turn won't go up, and so that's like another big aspect of this game. And one of the cool pieces of speedrun tech you learn in this game is in how to abuse it and not use it too much and waste time. Because you're sitting in the menu and they're not getting their turn, and it's a cool little mechanic. I like it.
Yeah, it's pretty important for several fights in this game. And as a general gist, you typically want to ATB weight your party's own attacks and effects and not ATB weight enemy ones.
Right, yeah, because they don't get theirs when they're doing their animation, right? Yeah,
exactly. So typically that's like a general rule of thumb, and we'll see it applied, quite a bit as we progress today.
Oh, no wrench, nice.
Getting lucky, 2 for 2.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna get a wrenchless grind right here, dude.
I'm gonna get a pincer and then a wrench to the back of the head.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well,
No wrench to the back of the head, at least.
gonna be one of those days.
So this is the only fight in this little walking segment we have that can be a pincer, and this is a 1 in 60 chance.
Ooh,
I think a lot of like the really harmful pincers for counterattacks is a 1 in 60, which makes it sting even more when you get it.
Yeah.
like the 1 in 60 ninja.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That has ended several runs that we've seen. That's preemptive. That'll hopefully make up for it. That's really hilarious, though. So we did a little shimmy here. There's your wrench. We did a little shimmy here to get one more fight. This fight is going to level Terra up to 6, which is pretty important because we're about to have another party member join. And party members typically join based on the average of your party's levels, and then usually with an additional modifier on top of it. So Locke, who we're about to get here, joins at party level average +2. So by getting up to level 6, he's going to join at level 8. If we hadn't taken that last fight, he would have joined at level 7, needing a full slate of experience to get a level up. And these first few early levels are pretty important for, I would say, about the first half of the game, setting us up in a situation where we're comfortable with all the fights that we're taking, comfortable with the bosses and the damage output we've got. So
Now we get some sepia tone lore.
Yeah,
it's a nice effect.
the early game levels are pretty important, and then after that, we just kind of stopped caring about them for a good chunk of the run.
Yeah, absolutely.
He did say pincer and wrench. He called it, dude. He called it. I know. That's crazy.
It's impressive.
The game has 2 different RNG values it uses for battle. There's a global frame counter that cycles 0 through 60, and then there's a battle RNG that goes 0 to 255. And not saying encounters are completely manipulatable, and I didn't know that was going to happen. It's just a guess. But if you do pay attention to like starting ATBs, it's nicer in the early game because there's only one character to keep track of. It will kind of give you a window into what's going to happen next. The issue is just remembering those 60 random starts for every encounter. Like I know Lynn
I think B-Dude was going into trying that for like the Air Force, right?
Yeah.
LCC did some research for it too. LCC is just one of those like lab madmen. Like he shared one of his notes for me, and the bottom was like 9 pages of like, if the lever starts with under 1/3 ATB, pause for 7 frames and then try to run away. And if on the second fight, the lever starts with more than 1/4 ATB, pause for 13 frames. And it's like, oh, what the heck, man?
That's insanity. You're right, though. His knowledge base is just insane. He's uncovered a lot of the tech over the life of this game. Like we've got several old guard community members who have just done so much.
He's the only one I know that has like 5 backups for fish manip and can execute all of them perfectly.
Yeah, the craziest thing. Yeah, I think IAF is where B-Dude was trying to, because one of our old routes, that was a very, very common reset point. And we're not really seeing it anymore, which is kind of sad in a way, but it's also kind of nice to not have to worry about it. So
All the new skips, yeah.
Yep. So, all right, we've got a couple of Moogles here helping us out. Dine's going to do some pretty specific movement here. and shimmy past a couple of these guards. And as long as he does it right, we're actually not going to get any of these encounters until the boss at the end. So if you're moving past them at the same time that they're in their movement, their sprite will be like one leg forward, one leg back. You actually won't trigger an encounter with them. You getting the bad net? Okay, no.
Okay.
We got a good net. Yeah, so if you get a net on Mog for this fight, it gets rough. It takes a long time, and you can't pull, if you've already used his turn, you can't pull his...
Oh!
All right.
The crit!
The net saved us.
So the net saved you. That is actually very impressive.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So,
What?
okay, it is going to be one of those days. So as you saw, Dine took the gear off of Mog. We really want the spear and the shield, both for purposes of fighting and purposes of money. Now, typically that fight takes a few rounds because you've got to hit the marshal several times, and if you crit the marshal, he just kind of dies. But the chances of that are really, really, really low.
Dude, the clutch net, that was ridiculous.
1 in 16 for a crit.
It's 1 in 16. Yeah. So,
We've got our 1 in 60 and our 1 in 16.
We're so healthy. We're doing amazing.
this is fantastic.
It is worth, so all of those, something funny with how the game handles characters. Every character you can recruit in the game, outside of Umaro and Setzer, I think it is. Lion's better with this kind of information. Starts off as a level 0 Terra with the Edgar Sellis palette. So blonde hair, green jacket actually is pretty nice. And then once you start that Moogle sequence, all the characters turn into one of those Moogles. So like Sellis is Kutan, Shadow is Kamog. And then once you name the character is when like the character actually comes to life. And the only reason we can unequip Mog is Mog just happens to end up in his own character slot. Because all the other Moogles in the party we can't equip because they're considered guest characters. Which if we could steal their equipment they would. It's pretty overpowered for being 10 minutes into the run.
Yeah. I believe you're right, by the way. I think it's Setzer and Umaro, because I know Gogo actually does have a Moogle associated, which I always thought was funny.
Yeah. I always thought Setzer...
I know Strago and Realm do.
Setzer being like a hard-coded, like, actual character always made me thought you got him at the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how it works, but... the joys of 1993 and 1994 coding.
You know what is... I know they got definitely over ambitious with the production of or the development of the game, and then like Q&A suffered because they went from having a very lax time schedule to a very crunched time schedule. But one thing I will give the game for all of its brokenness, it does its hardest to just keep going as you should.
Yeah,
because especially in the glitched runs, there's a bunch of times where the game should just crash, and it scrambles for a couple of seconds, and it tries to find a way just to keep trucking on.
Yeah, making this game like hard crash is actually extremely difficult, which is a kind of a marvel of coding. There are so many things you could do to it to try to break it, and like Dine said, it'll just kind of keep pushing on. It's very impressive. Some of the things we do in some of the glitched runs are just very bizarre and feel like they should absolutely cause the game to just stop functioning, and they don't.
I mean, very bizarre is one way of putting it. Completely like bonkers is like another way, I guess. Like someone who doesn't like, I've only learned like the glitchless route, but like for me, like seeing the glitch route is like insane. Like I don't even know what's going on. Like, yeah. And I feel like I kind of know a little bit about this game. Like seeing the glitch route is so cool. Like I don't know. One day I'll learn about some of the new route and stuff, but it's cool. I do like it.
Yeah, the new no sketch is actually kind of interesting because it's far less dangerous than the old routes used to be. there's it kind of lowers the excitement, but it's really nice to be able to have a pretty stable route. And this is including like tech that's been found within the last like 6 months.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, for a game that's 30 years old, the fact that people like our Japanese tech finder developer Eddie, basically he has broken this game in so many different ways, and he's always finding new things to do with it. Some of the tech he found changed how we do the glitched run, and it's wild. So the fact that we're finding new tech for the game 30 years in is just astounding.
It's also kind of nice because he doesn't find tech for one version of the game. He's like, it doesn't work on SNES. What about PlayStation? Well, all right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, funny, it works on the GBA version.
Yep, absolutely. The GBA version's got some cool content. Perfectly honest, Dragon's Den I actually think is really neat.
I love the Dragon's Den.
Yeah. It's nice to be able to take some of these like super powered characters that you don't really ever have a use for all their damage, and put them towards something in that version.
Yeah, so if you're keeping score casually, we made it over here to Figaro. We met Edgar, and now we're meeting our main villain here, Kefka, and had a little talk with him. And now we're gonna run away on some chocobos. And yeah, really the only thing we had to do in the speedrun for this section is kind of meet Sabin and get ready to beat up some goons of Kefka's.
Yeah, just a couple forced cutscenes.
There's a few cool things that really top level players will do, like during when you're walking and talking on the way to the matron. If you were really paying attention, you saw Dine do like a little stutter step. That's to manipulate the NPC value, so that way the marshal's not in his way, so that way he doesn't have a bad encounter in the next area. Like there's a whole lot of little things that you kind of start to pick up on, or at least I did once I kind of started learning the run and didn't really truly understand what, sometimes you watch just speedruns and you watch like a world record and you're like, oh, that's cool, but you don't really know why they do them. And it's fun to kind of understand why, why did he do a little stutter step here? Did his finger slip? No, it's for an actual reason, Yeah,
it's always fun to figure out why those things happen.
Yeah, and I'm still like, I feel like I'm still learning so much about the game. Like I haven't ran it too much, but I feel like I just learn so much every time I like get to a spot and rewatch some parts of the run, and I was gonna do this.
I think all of us still we're learning new things about this all the time. Like it's great. I think that's one of the reasons that we keep coming back to it. We have a small but dedicated fan base for this game's community. So it's pretty cool. That NPC value, so as Taleo mentioned, it's designed to get the Chancellor out of your way when you're going back to the throne room. It's also going to have an impact when we get to South Figaro, to determine where some of the NPCs are going to be, so that we have an easier time moving through there as well.
Yeah, if you have a bad NPC value in the next area, you can get an NPC that just blocks you for like 10-15 seconds. It's the most annoying
road
thing
brigade happens.
Yeah. It's so mean, dude. Like
it's fantastic.
You just sit there and you can't do anything.
It's like later on when you're trying to go talk to Gerard and the one pirate's just like camping the door. You're like, man, you have this whole bar to walk around in. Please stop being in this one area.
Like the kid that's just running around, the kid just running around super speed, just blocking you constantly. Oh man.
Yeah, we're gonna have some NPC woes, I'm sure, just because they always pop up and they're fun to laugh about. They're not fun when you're trying to make a PB time. So, all right. So this is technically a boss. Kefka sent his Majestic Armors after us to chase us down and return the girl. So we're going to shoot them with an auto crossbow. think Dine was debating using the fire spell to get a little cutscene, but we're not going to do it because it takes a lot of time. That's not really what we're here for.
Yeah, it's also probably for some Mount Colts prep, so that way when he gets to Mount Colts and wants to fight for the next, like the only time you use that's another thing that I learned. Put it on fire so you're ready for the next place.
Exactly.
And so that way when you go into the menu, you're already there. And it's it's just what do you call it? RPG speedrunning and menuing is just it's a different thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a cool thing.
This version of this game is very. I shouldn't say it's heavily dependent on it, but you'll see a lot of menu management tech from the higher level runners just to save little bits of time here and there. Like again, setting the cursor to fire, because one of the changes that Dine made in the beginning of the game was setting his cursor to memory in the menu. So by doing that, wherever he is at in a battle, the cursor will stay there. So now next time he's in Magic, it'll be on fire and he can just hit it and use it and go. You're going to see him doing some menu management in the item menu in battle, just to save time, to reorganize things so he knows where they are, to make shops easier. A whole bunch of little optimizations that are kind of neat once you really understand why we do them.
Yeah, like going into in these battles, going into the item menu during the battle and putting them in certain spots so you can sell them quickly during the Gao section. Also going to be swapping Edgar's weapon to the weapon we took off Mog and giving Edgar's other weapon to Locke so they do more damage.
We're going to be hoping for some good Edgar ATB in here because we will be taking all of the fights that we get in the cave just for experience and money. So auto crossbow will kill everything it hits.
Yeah, I'm calling a 118 roll, man.
I was going to say, unless you get the worst possible damage roll, which there is only one value for it, is 118. The enemy has 119 HP, so you'll miss the kill by 1. Seeing how things have gone, I mean, it could happen.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
One more chance.
Okay. Yep.
Edgar's auto crossbow ends up being pretty broken early on. It does have a attribute of not suffering from split damage.
Mm-hmm.
So if a ability is targeting more than one enemy, whether it's 2 or 6, you'll be dealing 50% damage. Oh baby. Where with
an 8.
where with the auto crossbow, every enemy is going to get full damage.
Yeah.
Which makes it very powerful early on, and there's other tools that will also abuse this property with. Just because for just AoE mob clearing, it makes it very efficient.
So you saw, real quick, just to touch on the NPC thing, you saw Shadow scoot right by those 2 NPCs. If the NPC value is in the wrong place, he can sometimes get stuck on one of them, and you have to wait for him to move before you can move. So that's always fun. And that's an easy one to get stuck with. So
Yeah, there's also if you're watching the overworld, the movement, you might have just thought that it looked a little weird, but in the World of Balance, all the way in this game up until the World of Ruin, basically, the overworld has like specific tiles that won't increase your encounters, so you kind of want to hit those specific tiles on the overworld to kind of help with the step route and to keep it just to minimize encounters, basically.
yeah, it helps keep things a little faster, reduces unnecessary encounters, unnecessary time loss. The tiles are basically, they're kind of transitioning between the light and the dark grass, and there's just certain spots on the map where that's the case.
Oh yeah, and we're schmooving too now because the reason we went there to that town was to buy the sprinters, which makes us go really fast.
It's real nice. So I'm going to take a little detour here, grab this Atlas Armlet, throw that on Edgar as well. It's going to make the auto crossbow hacks do a decent amount more damage. And from here, I don't believe we're going to kill these guys, but once we get outside, we're going to start taking fights to start getting levels.
Yeah, this will kind of be the last part of the level grinding for probably about the next hour and a half of the run.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking for Edgar to get to level 10. Locke to get to 9 and Tara to get to 8. That will put Sabin joining us at level 11. And since bosses don't give experience, this is pretty much what we're going to be rocking for quite a while. We're going to be quite under-leveled for a good chunk of the run.
Yeah. So you may notice that Dine had Locke run away before that fight finished up, which, by the way, I feel like personally it's kind of tricky to do on the first fight sometimes, so very nice to see he cooperated. Basically, because of where Locke's experience is, he needs one fewer fight to get to his required level than the other two, so we want to funnel that experience into Edgar and Tara alone instead. And also, you can have people run independently of one another in this game. That's a funny thing about Final Fantasy VI. So by doing so, yeah, we're getting the experience where it needs to be. Some small item menu management there, while we have some downtime with an animation. So again, small optimizations. We'll keep going on.
The Mithril Pike doesn't really do anything for Edgar's auto crossbow damage. That's a totally separate calculation. We will be needing the pike for the next segment coming up.
Already got a poison, I see.
You
Very
got
nice.
the Bane touch.
Yep.
One.
That's pretty much one of the main time losses in this section is if these little trilliums here decide to give you a Bane touch, because you're basically forced to go into the menu and cure it. Otherwise, you're just gonna bleed so much health that it would just be terrible.
Yeah, you lose a pretty nutty amount of HP per step.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of battle poison is really nasty in this game. To say nothing of the screen effect that happens when you've got it.
And the heart thump though, the poof, poof, poof.
You know, it's so bad. So yeah, we thankfully we have a little bit of MP to play with Tara. It's starting to go down though.
Yep.
When we get to the bottom of the little like spiral here, we need Tara to have 12 MP to do the optimal boss fight. Just 3 casts of fire, basically. So if you get really unlucky, you can just get Bane touched every single fight. And hopefully we won't have that happen. Some runners, like when they're still adjusting to the strats in the run, we suggest grabbing a star pendant in South Figaro when you're buying your sprint shoes. So instead you just buy, I think you buy what, 2 sprint shoes and star pendant, or do you
2 sprint
you
and
just buy
a
all
star?
3? Yeah. So you can use the star pendant. You can equip it on someone. It'll remove their poison, and then you can unequip it. Which is kind of nice to be able to do. It's our final fight. I don't think we. Oh yeah, we do need to take this one. Okay.
Edgar had decent ATB. And it doesn't feel like he's gonna run away. Sometimes it's weird in this area where it's more beneficial to, even though you don't need the experience, the time it takes for Edgar to run away, because even though he does build run pretty quick, he still feels like a super slow boy.
Yes. He is. Yeah, he is slow. His run speed is not good. So. All right. So we have those
Pooh Bears.
The Pooh Bears. Using those fire casts that we held on to.
Yeah, he's gonna really be trying to. Basically, in the next phase, there's a ability that Varus can use called Doomfist that we're trying to avoid. If we do really good ATB waiting and we get good luck with the ATB, we can avoid it just to save a little time.
Yeah, ultimately, this fight's just kind of throwing damage into the bears and then throwing damage into Vargas. At this level, it's not too bad. Having the fire casts and the auto crossbows are just the biggest thing. Being consistent damage. And that's the end of phase 1.
With you now.
Give it up, Vargas. So Vargas has 11,000 HP, but he has a threshold at, I believe it's like 768 HP done, where it'll cue Sabin to come in.
Yeah, so he's still got a massive health pool. But fortunately, we have this move called Pummel.
Nice. No Doomfist either.
I thought with how much ATB we had leaked, I thought for sure we were going to see it.
It would not have surprised me. So, yeah, we'll take that, though. It was a pretty good fight.
The Vargas fight is one of those kind of really stupid things where after you've just run it a bunch, you'll kind of get the feeling on how long it takes for the enemy's ATB to fill up. So with the Vargas fight at a top tier level, you're really debating if it's worth ATB waiting or not, because sometimes you're going to get Doomfist no matter what, just how the ATBs and the fights lined up. So it's better to force it at the start of the Sabin part and then try to ATB wait it when you have like a pretty good kind of like quote unquote feeling that you're going to miss it. Because then you're almost losing double the amount of time. You're losing the extra time for Vargas to do Doomfist and then the Doomfist text box. TLDR, no one really knows what's going on. We just hope and pray.
Look at this nice lake in the background, dude. It'd be nice to fish out there.
I was about to say, where's Mark
looks
Davis
like
on this?
Yeah.
Get a lie in the water out there on a nice Easter weekend, you know. Bet there's some good fish out there. A couple lunkers. Back in Figaro Castle when we were goofing around, this is one of the spots that we were talking about that the NPC can kind of goof around with you. This guy that's walking around right there on the bottom, he can be the final boss of the run sometimes. So.
Yeah, if your NPC value is really off, which it won't typically be there unless you've used a lot of movement in South Figaro or something else happened. He can actually get in the way of the auto movement that happens there, and he can get himself wedged between the guard that's walking you to Bannon's room and Edgar himself. If that happens, you get to reset because he will never move and it will never unfreeze itself.
I'm pretty sure that's why Dine saved right there, right?
I knew we were okay, but I'll always it's a couple of seconds to save.
Yeah.
It's no big deal.
Yep. For a run like this, it's just do it. You just do it because even knowing it's one of those things. It's like, well, what if it goes wrong? And several of us during actual runs have had it happen. It typically doesn't happen as you get very familiar with the game, but I know at least for me early on in my running of this game, it definitely happened. And it's just kind of like, well, that's unlucky. I guess. I'm going back to Narsh.
Yeah.
Arvis, I'm coming home.
He's always happy to see us, to be fair.
Yeah, so in this section, I think most people casually will say yes to Bannon here, and he'll kind of give you a cool little cutscene and give you some more lore and explain like his plans and all that. But it's actually faster to say no to him because you get a shorter cutscene, and Dine's doing the 3-frame faster
it's like
trick
7 or
here.
9 or
Yeah.
It's single digits. It's it still
so
counts.
So Dine's saving some frames here in a 6.5-hour run. It's pretty hard to see, to be honest.
It's pretty good. So if you go talk to that guard after telling Bannon no once, he'll give you the Genji glove. If you do not talk to him and you tell Bannon no 3 times, he'll eventually come walk over to you during the cutscene and give it to you. But talking to him and having him give it to you manually like that is a tiny, tiny time save.
You can save 7 frames, or you can lose 190 as he blocks your exit.
Correct. if, again, NPC value. If he's in the
That's
wrong
worth
place.
it.
There's also a fun little cutscene that we can trigger here that we're not doing this time, but we've done it before. Where if you tell Bannon yes, there's actually a little like interactable space on his like big meeting table that you can trigger, and it's like a little piece of paper basically, and I think the prompt asks you if you want to throw it away or not. If you do not throw it away, he'll actually make note of it when the meeting starts, and it's just like a tiny little Easter egg that's fun. It has no bearing on anything.
Yeah, I never knew that. That's kind of neat.
Yeah, it's a quirky little thing. I know we've shown it off, I think, like once or twice. So anyway, Locke has gone his separate way, getting back to South Figaro. Bannon has joined us instead. Bannon is pretty terrible, but we got to keep him alive. And we're going to be doing some manipulation here.
This is gonna be the first reset. He's gonna reset the game twice, and as he reloads the game, he's gonna get a potion out of the chest just because it's right there, and then wait like maybe about a second to watch this NPC, and exit the screen when the NPC is like touching this little rug there, and that's gonna manipulate like the next series of encounters here.
So yeah, we're advancing the seed by doing the save and reset, and we're getting the NPC value where we need it to be based on that NPC's movement. And now because of those things, we're going to, as long as it was done right, we're going to get these first 2 encounters and then no more the entire rest of the river.
Yeah, this river kind of sucks because you can get up to like 12 encounters.
Yeah.
Which
you never did the trick where you pressed A and just left it overnight and had to go to, like have it grind out enemies for like 8 hours.
I think everyone's done that before.
Yeah.
So
oh look, my Terra knows Ultima.
Ow. So this fight we do need to take. This is going to get a bunch of experience, like 900 experience, I think, on Edgar. Which is massive. Thankfully, Bannon cooperated. I was a little worried he wasn't going to run. He's a very, very slow runner. And if he gets hung up, it can kind of be a mess. So thankfully, Edgar is healthy enough. It should be good. And now we're getting 0 more fights the rest of the way. So we'll just jump back on the raft. We will make sure we choose the right branch when we get the second prompt here, and then we'll do some healing when we get to the second save point, just to make sure everyone's full health for the upcoming battle.
Yeah, mostly because it's a marathon. He'll heal here, but this next fight is like scripted. A lot of there's a handful of fights in this game that are like basically purely scripted, mostly because it's mostly in battles where the boss like talks in the beginning. Because I think what happens is it sets his ATB to like a known spot every time.
Correct.
So it's easy to like kind of get a feel for the flow of the battle.
So that counter cancel mechanic that we discussed briefly on the first boss, we'll actually be utilizing here. And like Taleo mentioned, so everyone's ATB fills up. Ultros talks a bit, takes his first attack, and now he's back at 0. So you know all the starting values in this fight, and we can set up the fight routing immediately. So we'll do Edgar attack, save and blitz, Bannon attack, Edgar attack again, and then Terra will use fire, which triggers the counter cancel on Ultros, which will cause him to use ink on Terra instead of doing something nastier and set his ATB back to 0.
If you don't get the ink attack, you get a very powerful tentacle attack, which might not kill Bannon from 100 to 0, but if you end up getting smacked at the beginning of the fight, even though it is very unlucky, it will happen more often than not.
I'm just sad we got 2 sunglasses on our team right now. Oh, they went away there.
That is basically a perfect fight. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, no extra turn at the end. I struggled with that for a long time. If you have good ATB weighting there, you won't get that last kind of attack. It's also kind of nice too. Terra is kind of your character you use to wait there, and you have a little bit of time to do a little bit of item arranging. once again, I think we've said it a few times, but most of this early game item arranging is to set up for when you go to the shop after you get Gal here coming up kind of soon in saving scenario.
See, someone,
it's all for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I see someone in chat mention they had trouble with this fight the first time. I feel like all the Ultras fights are tricky until you understand how they function. So this one we specifically set out like the script the whole way from beginning to end. Pixel Remaster doesn't quite allow us to do that because of, again, ATB changes. And so that fight can actually get kind of messy because we can't script it the same way. Because the longer the fight goes, the higher the chances of Bannon getting hit with some errant tentacle and just dying. And if you get crit or if you get the solo tentacle and it's unlucky, you just lose. And yeah, it can be rough. And so we'll see a couple other fun Ultras fights as we go that have their own gimmicks.
The Ultras fight also kind of like, depending on where you save, you kind of like hard set yourself because you're just like, all right, the best I can hope for is like 2 fights to maybe give me a level. And if you don't get that level, you're like, all right, let's just see if we can not die again.
Yep. Advice for anyone picking up this run, make sure you do that save in the second cave room before Ultros, because if you happen to die on the Ultros fight and you have not saved since saving in the Returner's hideout, you will completely lose your seed manipulation and your step route. So
yeah,
it's just bad.
The game handles deaths really strange. You lose all your Esper bonuses, but you keep your level. And then on top of it, it's a ROM RAM versus console RAM conflict. Because when you die, it'll pull the seed from your save file, not the console RAM. So the console will think you're on seed 4, but your save file says you're on 244. But if you reset, you'll go from seed 4 to seed 18. So it's in this like really weird limbotic state where you can't really recover anything from it. Generally, from after a reset for like newer runners, we always suggest just to make a save right away.
Yeah.
Just in case if you die, your let river might be a little funky, but at least you have some means to recover from it.
Yes.
On-ramp speed.
Car ramrod. Car ramrod.
Yeah, so here we got Cyan coming out of the castle. We're going to give him a little bit of sprint shoes to make him go fast, and we're going to also change the battle speed for just a couple battles, just to make it. I think you make it faster, right? So these guys get their turn quicker.
Yes.
Yes.
And you want to use his second Swede tech there, and to retort. And we're hoping to see a black belt here, just to sell it. And
nice.
Oh, okay, nice.
It's the common drop, but it's less common than you'd think.
The common 87.5%, where you'll see the 12.5 Phoenix down quite a bit more.
That one in particular, it just always feels like, it feels like it's the numbers aren't quite correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a bunch of lore here. Casually you'd be kind of checking out what's going on in this Imperial camp. We meet our buddy Leo here, who's one of the he'd be my friend if he wasn't my enemy. He's a cool guy, cool character.
He's a good dude.
He's the Final Fantasy VI version of Guile.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of see it, to be honest. He's kind of got that haircut. Yeah,
It's the color scheme in the hair.
yeah. But does he have 2 American flag tattoos on his shoulders? I don't know.
We'll never know. He never takes his jacket off. So. To touch real quickly on the battle speed change that happened. So battle speed in this version of the game is interesting in that it only really affects enemy ATBs. So it's kind of like a difficulty slider. When you're playing on battle speed 1, it's just going to be objectively harder than playing on battle speed 6. Your characters never move any faster or slower. So by changing the battle speed there, we're just making it so the captain gets his turns quicker, so you can counter him quicker. That's all.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And being on battle speed 1 doesn't affect these next 2 fights coming up.
Yep.
Anytime Kefka Tiny Boy, he's actually considered a party member, so he's unaffected by ATB speed. When Kefka's 9 feet tall, that's when he's actually considered an enemy. FF6, like FF4 and FF6 have this. Enemies, giant towering Godzilla. Party member, little tiny Lego men.
Yeah. So there's actually no enemy coded in this fight. I don't believe. It's just party versus party.
It is kind of
party on party.
It is kind of funny because if you glitch yourself here with 4 party members, Kefka doesn't show up and you just insta win the fight. It shows up, the victory fanfare cues, and you just move on to the next one because there's no room for him to spawn.
Right. That's funny.
Do the Japanese runners still mandate? There was a talk they had about 18 months ago, I'd say now, Shapoopy, where they've gotten away from the Battle Speed 1 active and also created a board for Battle Speed 6 wait. So now the Japanese runners have 2 different options, which running the game on the fastest speed with no pausing compared to the slowest speed with pausing does change up the route quite a bit. I'm a big fan of the Battle Speed 1 active route, especially with Final Kefka, because you end up leveling up Edgar and then berserking him and just letting him go to town.
I gotta see one of those. That does seem pretty neat because it seems like you can kind of really build your characters however you want in the end game.
Yeah,
or at least it definitely seems like there's a few ways to like make an effective party to kill Kefka, basically. Yeah. It's kind of cool seeing the different ideas, the different ways you can do it.
A lot of the things about tiers is they're considered humanoids. So giving Edgar double man-eaters, because the man-eaters get 2 times damage from humans. So you give him that and then the 50% damage boost from Berserk on top of it, and you just watch him do like 17,000 damage to it. Like him on tier 3 is kind of free AF. Like he attacks twice, Silas casts a spell, you Phantom or you Berserk Edgar, then you Phantom and he hits rest for 17,000 and he dies. And then Final Kefka's just him attacking Kefka 3 times and he's over.
Yep.
Like you put the controller down and just let the man do what he wants.
It's really
sounds
funny.
Great.
Yeah.
It is a really, really interesting run. And that run they do save in scenario last, which has always been quite puzzling to me. Mm-hmm. But another funny thing about the Japanese version is there's no splash screen when you push the reset button. The splash screen costs about 8 to 10 seconds.
Oh, does it now?
Yeah.
Yes.
As we found out very recently.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Where in the time it takes us to reset once, the Japanese can reset 8-9 times. Which definitely makes it a lot more flexible for the step route. In the North American version, a reset generally needs to save more than 2 encounters for it to be worth it. Where when you can reset 10, 14 times, the world is pretty much your oyster for what encounters you want. Which does make it for a very, very interesting watch.
That's one of the things that I've really enjoyed about watching other glitchless quote-unquote runs. Both they like US version, the JP version, the Pixel remaster, all sorts of, every version basically, is they all handle like the late game in different ways. And it like Talia said, it's kind of really cool to just see who you're using, how you're getting to the end, how you're going to handle all the different things you run into. And it's something I've even encountered with Pixel Remaster with the all characters Espers that Dine had mentioned earlier, that we're handling some things there differently too. And I know one of the Japanese runners is also making a route for that and handling it in a completely different way. They're actually leveling up Realm and having her do all the damage. So like the way, just watching the way that the runners of this game explore it and try to break it is just fascinating. So during this segment of fights, Cyan is just kind of sitting here angry and doing his thing attacking. We're hoping for him to not waste a bunch of time, but that's actually okay. Like the dispatch being later is not bad because at least it killed and you didn't have to orbital. But there's a little bit that's out of your control in this segment that can cause some time loss. If he just dispatches all the random grunts, it's just a big waste of time. And you're typically taking actions based on what he does. So we also had to throw the air lancet earlier with Shadow because we got unlucky targeting on the 4-pack after the 2 Kefka fights. So we won't have that later on.
Goodbye, air lancet. I knew ye well.
Yeah. It's sad. It's not a huge deal, but you know, it kind of would have been nice to have.
Yeah, it makes Locke's scenario be able to one-shot the encounter, right? And not having it means you either steal or risk a two-rounder, basically.
You can get damage rolled. I think it's the lowest 3 or 4 damage rolls. He'll live with like 2 to 3 HP, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, here because there's 3 guys, you're just a little bit more, menu managing. It's good stuff. It took me a while to even consider like doing this. Like it really helps. It really gets things to be more consistent. But it's like I said, when you're new to this game, it's a lot. There's a lot to it. It's like these 2 guys have been saying. It's just been around for so long, and there's still people constantly just making optimizations to it still. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. There's a handful of reasons that I don't think the speedruns for this game are the most popular. But I feel like the community dedication and the amount of tech that has been found over the years is just really, really impressive, and it's very much deserving of people giving it a shot, at least. I know the game is loved. There are things about the run that are not loved, which we'll probably see a bit later. Because I think we've all suffered through a few of the bad luck RNG situations that it can deal you.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So ultimately, we're out of the camp. We're making our way through the Phantom Forest. There'll be a couple encounters that we have to get here, and we're going to be hoping to not get a pincer attack on the next one.
There's always a pincer in this part, dude. I'm telling you.
I mean, yeah. It's either
between here and the end of the train, if Dine doesn't get at least 1 pincer, I'm going to be very upset.
Yeah. Yeah, it's.
I thought that was a pincer there for a second. I seen everyone pause and feel the screen.
It always scares you because they start in the middle and then jump to either side. Yep. It's always like, is this the one?
This is just bad ATB instead. Okay, so
it can be kind of rough if you get like bad, like Lion said, if you get bad ATB and just get like fired from every it can be kind of sketchy here.
Yeah.
You can get bad luck if you get like a back attack against a Blaze. Oof, it's
a back attack.
It can be mean.
Yeah. There's definitely bad things like back attack ghosts, especially if they go fast because their turn 2 can stop. So there's been a couple of times you're like, all right, I should be able to run because you've been full ATB running for a couple of seconds, and they're like, hey, stop. And you're like, I guess I just sit here for the next 45 seconds doing nothing.
Just hang out for a minute, yeah. Just chill, bud.
But it's always when you're stopped, they'll start punching you for like 6 damage.
Yes.
It's like, no, it's like, fire me, please. Like, just do something good.
It's here, and then during the Serpent Trench segment in a little bit, there's an enemy that can stop you too, and it's just like, why? First off, why do these things? Yeah, why do these things exist this early in the game? Secondly, just put me out of my misery, please.
The one funny thing is the Aranids in the Figaro Desert can also cast Stop, but they're level locked until Terra's level 7. So it's like, all right, at least we kind of dodged that bullet.
Yep. In Pixel Remaster,
no,
they don't have that requirement. So if you run into them in the desert, you can just get stopped immediately, 15 minutes into your run, and lose a minute outside of the castle just because you had bad luck. Great. So that one wasn't a pincer either. I feel like that's the one that usually is.
Yeah.
That one is a lot.
Yeah, those triple ghosts definitely have a chance to give you a pincer attack. If it comes up, you end up typically just using a potion on the single one on the right, and then you can run away. Sometimes we just choose to kill all three of them because you can use like a potion, an orbital, and I think a dispatch. It just kind of depends on how you're feeling.
So we forced an encounter in that second train cart before leaving it. That's to manipulate the encounters we were going to get. If we didn't burn those 6 steps there, our next encounter outside would have been a 4X Whisperer, which is a extremely slow fight because they like to cast Demi, which has a very lengthy animation. It would also end up ruining our Velt encounter packs, where by forcing the 3 still goings, it gives us a much kinder Velt pack. And if you're looking to pick up the game, it is worth, even if you're not doing Step Route, or if you're not planning to learn Step Route right away, just doing the resets where you're supposed to can make the game pretty easy. Like, thankfully, up to this point, there's no tricky overworld movement. It's all pretty much straight line A to B. And any chance to make Velt a little easier, in my opinion, is always well worth it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Velt is a segment where if everything goes right, it's short and fairly painless. And if things get off track, they can get really bad.
Hello, butterfly! The one saving grace is the bombs are very, very slow enemies.
Yes.
That is the only saving grace.
Yeah, because like you saw, that was a back attack, and it didn't even get to go before we all ran.
Thank God for that.
So yeah, because that can be a mess, because bombs do like to cast Blaze, and Blaze hurts a lot.
It is also worth mentioning that Step Route only matters in places where you can get encounters. So me taking a couple of extra steps to go to that save point didn't cost me anything, just because you can't get encounters in that little save area. So it makes like town movement, chocobo movement pretty free. If anything, you're just gonna end up losing like little bits of frames.
Dine, how you feeling about giving the people what they want?
Well, we might.
We're gonna say.
All right, we're good.
Okay, we're good.
All right, so we're getting the suplex. Who did you queue up the Phoenix down with?
Cyan.
Fantastic. All right.
We're so healthy. Saban's
We're
drunk. Cyan's looking towards the old age home.
Shadow doesn't know where he is anymore.
Shadow doesn't know what's going on right now.
So you get some pretty bad outcomes with that ability. It's not guaranteed that the train will start with it, but every time it does, it's kind of spooky.
I hate seeing.
I feel.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I feel like you can get worse combinations in PR, but you can definitely get some bad things here.
I've seen triple berserk on SNES.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty good.
I've seen triple berserk and double imp, triple muddle were the 2 worst I've seen.
Oh God, that sounds unwinnable. That's terrible.
So I don't remember if it was Elo. It was a newer runner. They're like, hey, I'm going to suplex for the memes. They queued up the suplex. All 3 characters got berserked, and they're like, what do I do now? And I'm like, time to go back to Arvis.
I turn the game off.
To be fair, I have seen, I can't remember who it was either. It's escaping me right now. Someone was running this, and they were fairly new to it, and they had a situation where they got, I want to say, 2 berserks and a muddle, and they ended up only having Shadow alive, and they were like, well, I guess I'm dead. And then Shadow used his desperation attack and killed the boss. So yeah, that can happen too. That's the upside of being berserk, is that you can still get a scenario where if you're in critical HP and you get really lucky, they'll do their magic and you escape with your life. One of the crazier things I've seen in this game.
So bye, Cyan's family. They take a little train ride, and he's a little sad.
R.I.P..
And, yeah.
Poor
so we have a little. The game gives you a little bit of time to reflect on Cyan's loss here. So this is why Diane's going to go into the menu now, and kind of one last time for the road. Just arrange everything how he sees fit for this next shop segment coming up.
After this menu, do you want to take the first break?
Sure.
We'll actually probably do it once we walk to the
Let's
waterfall.
walk because I don't want to.
Sure.
This is a very silly area we'll get to after the break.
This game. Yeah, you can probably leave it here, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
Cool. So during these longer hotfix runs, we like to take breaks every hour, so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything you need to do during these long runs. So we'll take the break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VI. We're in the middle of a run. I'll hand it right back over whenever you're ready.
Oh, sweet. Let's get going. So this is the lovely.
I forgot we're poisoned.
Yeah. I took a couple of seconds and it took a little while for the brain to kick in. This is the lovely poison Tilio was talking about half an hour ago.
Ooh.
Thankfully, we don't need to. We have no way to get rid of it anyways. But jumping into the river here gives you a full HP MP refill, and it also removes all status effects. So a lot of people will like kind of heal before this, and it's kind of like you don't really notice it unless you're just the one day get lazy. You're like, you know what, I'm close enough.
Yeah. This game is nice. It gives you a couple like full health refills at like kind of convenient times, to be honest. This is them falling down a waterfall. And the actual like little boss of this area doesn't come out until after like about a minute and like 10 seconds or something. So we're just gonna sit here, listen to the music, and get like scratched by this little piranha for a couple minutes.
We're having a stare down. The piranha's living its best life. Sabin's trying to convince Cyan to go punch it in the nose, and
yeah, this is like one of the cooler, like in a glitched run, you would do some weird things with Cyan to make this fight like get over much quicker, but we're not using any glitches here today, so.
That's a discussion for another time. The infamous retort glitch, which evolved into the Psycho Cyan glitch. Some fun stuff with that, but so we've waited for the amount of time that we need to. Rizopaz has shown up, and we're going to off this nasty piranha with a couple of aura bolts and a dispatch, and get on with our lives.
we gave.
I learned pretty recently that this guy's really mean if you don't kill him right away.
Yes.
He'll cast a couple spells, you just die.
El Nino turn 2 hurts a lot.
Yeah. I like was
honestly,
messing around on emulator and like just was chilling in this fight, and I just got owned, and I was like, what happened?
Yeah, it's really scary actually. If you don't kill it quick enough, in El Nino comes out, you just die. Like
yeah.
It does like 250 plus damage. I don't remember the exact amount, but it's way more than enough to end your game.
What's your max HP? 230? Yeah.
It's been fun. Back to the title screen. So
We ended up giving Sabin the earring. Aura Bolt is a Pearl Elemental or Holy Elemental, because Holy was a taboo thing to put in video games, apparently.
yeah.
Is a Holy Elemental magic attack. So by giving Sabin the earring, Aura Bolt's doing 25% more damage. In this game, magic is heavily favored over physical. Even though your attacks like Pummel and Suplex, they're physical abilities that ignore defense. Aura Bolt doesn't ignore doesn't ignore defense, but will still hit harder. So Aura Bolt will be the big carry for pretty much the rest of the time we use Sabin.
Yeah, here's our guaranteed pincer here. A lot of the early game step route kind of makes this area a lot more manageable because he didn't mess up his step route and he has the encounters that he wanted. He's going to get those 2 brawlers, these guys, and then the next encounter is going to be a singular, what a beaker.
Yeah.
If you go off step route, somehow this can turn into like a stray cat encounter, which can be really mean, and the next few encounters won't be single encounters. So a lot of the early game, when you're first starting this run, you really want to do your best to try to keep your step route to at least here. If you can keep it to at least here, you have a nice and healthy, good early game and a good chance to get gal. If you get off before here, it can kind of be a little bit scarier.
Yeah, for sure. This is easily the most important spot to still have it active. Because there's a few nasty fights you'll get instead. The 4 whispers that Dine mentioned. There's a triple bomb on the train that if you mess up your route there, you'll get. There's a triple grasshopper fight between the end of the train and the waterfall, which is especially gross because they like to berserk you.
That one is. If I get that one, I'm just like, okay, we're gonna try again.
It's so bad. And if you get any of those, they will always show up on the belt just because of how our routing is. So it's a mess. We're gonna hope Dash and he is there. Excellent.
First strike
and
out,
we fed the dried meat to the right person.
Yeah, Science not going to steal the meat.
He gets hungry sometimes.
Yeah, man.
I understand. I'd be hungry after that ordeal too.
It is worth noting that FF6 does allow turbo for SNES, GBA, old Steam, Pixel Remaster. But if you're running on console and you don't have a turbo controller, any cutscenes that happen during the battle, you can actually just hold A. And holding A might be more beneficial than turbo because an ASCII pad mashes at 30 hertz, where if you hold an A during these cutscenes, it mashes at 60 hertz. Now, if you're on emulator, it doesn't matter because you're mashing at 60 anyways, but I remember Couch23 putting his console over top of the A button for this cutscene and walking away because this is a great 3-minute, 2.5 minute break.
Just put your keyboard over it.
Yeah, legitimately.
That was one of the main reasons I enjoy this run a lot. But having a turbo controller for the cutscenes, it makes it a lot more accessible. I think, especially later in the game, there's a bunch of cutscenes where you have to press A during the dialogue and. It's a long time, but having the turbo controller at least lets you put it on auto turbo and stand up and stretch and get a drink and not have to sit there for 11 minutes of dialogue and press A.
Yeah, especially in Famasa.
Exactly.
12 minutes,
that's the big
12
one.
minutes just sitting there where you're like, man, I could have made a sandwich. I could have.
Yeah, I tagged in my wife on that one. I'm like, hey, can you just press the A for 2 minutes while I stretch? I used to do that back in my old place when I didn't have a turbo controller.
Is that technically a co-op run?
Yeah, I was going to say, technically that's probably, my old PV was submitted incorrectly. It's a co-op run. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
The WAS, the wife-assisted speedrun, dude. But I got a turbo controller, so I don't got to tag her in anymore.
Bless. Let her keep her sanity.
But yeah, that's really nice. We either want Gal on this first encounter here or the second one. If you get him on the third encounter, you can do some funky things to kind of recover your step route, I think.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a headache, and realistically, it's not great. So getting it on first or second try is awesome. It's good stuff.
You're fighting a lot of muscle memory to try to get it back, which is potentially one of the bigger issues because for walking segments, especially if you've ran the game for a while, you're usually conversating with chat and not even thinking, and then you get to the cave and you're like, I shouldn't have done that walk. And you're like, well, this is my life. Let's go. Come on.
Yeah.
Who needs step route anyway?
You just walk 4 extra steps and it's the worst thing ever. It's just,
Yeah.
The one nice thing about the step route is even if you fall off a couple of steps, it doesn't completely destroy your run. If you fall off 2 steps, you're more likely just going to get the encounter 2 steps sooner. So in that way, the step route is very, very unforgiving. I know the word step route kind of has this this negativity towards it. But thankfully, it's nothing like FF5 step route, where it only really matters from the train to getting Gao and then Kefka's Tower. And even Kefka's Tower does have a lot of leniency where you can make up extra steps where instead of burning them, you would have lost them from going right instead of down or something like that.
Yeah, this step route does always sound intimidating, but it's not even the whole game either. Like there's in the towns, it's fine, and in the second, third of the game, or in the last third of the game in World of Ruin, you don't have to worry about it on the overworld. It's mostly just walking, optimally point A to B. You don't really have to think about anything special, and you reset like I think 5 times in the run, so you get it back at those points as well. So, all right, this is the scary encounter. All right, nice. That's someone you don't want to see. If you get the single angry form there, he can do Aqua Rake, which I think Dine healed up for.
Yes.
But I don't know if you can still maybe die from that. I don't really know.
So if the Aqua Rake is a sketchy situation because you might make it through the first encounter, but you might not make it through the second encounter because you can't heal until you get into the cave.
Really.
So
makes sense.
So if you go from like Aqua Rake into back attack, unless you have like oddmog levels of luck, like you're going back to Arvis, or you're having a short stream.
That's true. That's true. Yeah,
ooh, hello.
That's a spicy one. That single anger form is the very specific one encounter that is a bit scary. It can only happen on the first fight, and it can be dangerous normally, but it's really only dangerous if you get back attacked.
Goodbye, Gal.
Oh boy. Well then.
So
Gal's just sleeping at the bottom
that
of the
Gigavolt is a counterattack and on death move.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, oh, maybe I'll just fight this for experience. And it's always funny watching your character with 200 HP get overkilled by about 600.
I feel like those little enemies are kind of notorious in this area for like casual players, because it's just like you're just trying to live your life and just blows you up with that. Like, where did that come from? Why did I take 900 damage? Sorry.
It's an amazing enemy ability, kind of crappy for Gao, just because his levels are in the tank and his magic stat is just not that good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here we are in Thamasa. This is the main reason that we do Sabin. What did I say? Thamasa? Oh gosh, Nakia.
Okay, a little later. That's a little later.
Yeah, my bad. Nakia. This is the main reason you do save and snare first to get those smoke bombs.
Yeah.
That just is such a huge part of the run. And you get a couple Magus hats. I think Diane got 3, and I think the route currently you get 2, but I think 3 makes it easier in like Kefka's Tower, so you don't have to do some like arranging in the equip menu, basically.
Yeah, that's all it is you can get away, like the route Puexel used, bought 1 Magus Hat, 1 Mystery Veil. Magus Hat increases the magic by 5. Mystery Veil increases your magic by 4, but it also gives you magic defense and speed. But Magus Hats are just stupidly cheap.
Yes.
So my whole rationale behind it is I can spend 1,800, save 2,700, and skip about 6 menus where we're changing the helmets around. Because the Magus Hats are something we'll be using on magic users for the entire run. Like +5 to magic is something we'll never pass up.
Nice first try steal there. Yeah, so this whole section, lock scenario is pretty cool. It kind of confused the heck out of me when I was younger and playing this game. You have to kind of do a whole bunch of talking, and like you I don't even know like how you get through this section casually. You just have to figure out like who to talk to, and you kind of steal different clothes and get into different sections of the town. It's a pretty neat little scenario, but The speed run, it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty quick. You steal from the merchant, you go down here, get this cider, and bring it to the old man.
That dev bridge was something I never knew about casually, and that's kind of nice because it's something that they've left in for all the versions.
Yes. Yeah, if you don't know about that, you end up having to take a pretty long route where you steal the green soldier's armor to get over to the cafe, and then you come down here and you steal back the merchant's clothes and the cider.
I was watching a buddy of mine play through this casually at this part. He's like, dude, I just want to give the old man his cider. I don't know. I was like, I literally don't know what to tell you other than the speedrun route, so I don't want to ruin it for you.
Yeah.
He's like, this is miserable. I'm like, well, sorry, bud.
I hate to break it to you. I'm not telling
It's
you.
been so long I forget the normal route.
Yeah.
Or I remember watching some casual person. They're like, I'll take anyone's help, and I just start typing out, and I'm like, I don't know how to do this casually anymore. I end up going to YouTube, watching like a walkthrough or like playthrough, and just like writing down what I see. I'm just like, all right, I guess this will work.
So you get a little extra. This game is pretty cool. They hide some items in certain barrels. So it's just a free Phoenix down to get in that barrel. It doesn't cost much time. Was that fast stairs? Am I?
Yeah.
There's so you can, one of the really small, very small time saves is if you're on a screen transition and you like buffer up, and then when the screen transition happens, you go downstairs faster than you normally would. It's kind of a really weird tech. I don't really know how to do it exactly, but it's like it saves frames, but it's cool.
If you screen transition on a staircase, it doesn't apply the sprint shoe speed, but running into the wall and then going down the stairs applies the sprint shoe speed. It's definitely something that can save you time, but depending on what button you hold it and what staircase, you can just go back up the staircase.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
All right, so Celis is getting beat up here, and this other guard's getting hungry. He's gonna leave, and he tells this guy to, keep an eye on her and definitely don't fall asleep. So we'll see how long that lasts.
He can go for days without sleep.
Days, dude.
Days.
I wonder if he was
This man is
saying that it's been days since he slept.
Yeah.
Maybe
That man's
Maybe.
me about an hour and a half ago.
that was dying there, just nodding off.
Don't worry, I'll be awake for it. Nope.
Days without sleep. And he's already asleep. Well, an attempt was made.
Yeah, he also, when I was gushing about this speed stair tech, Diane also went down into like a little secret room to get a couple items. One, I think he's gonna sell one. I think Atlas armlet, or I think it's like the hyper wrist, and I think the running shoes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think he sells the hyper wrist because it's worth a lot of gold, and the running shoes are nice. It's a little relic that gives you basically haste for free in every battle, and we're gonna be giving those running shoes to. We're getting another pair, and we're gonna be giving them to our party members like quite a bit in the run, just because free haste is like insane. It's a really good.
Yeah, it's super useful throughout basically the entirety of the run. In battles, we'll just put it on typically our fastest person. So Locke is often going to have it just so he can get his turns quicker to get us out of fights because he'll be smoke bombing. And then for certain boss fights, we'll put him on certain people who need to get turns quicker. Often Sabin or Celis, depending on the time and the place. So yeah, we'll have a few of them that we pick up during the run. We'll sell a couple of them later on because they actually also sell for a decent amount. But we will always have at least one pair on us.
Yeah, and this section again, from here, Dine's doing some more menu arranging in the item arranging in during battles when he can. This is all for the selling after Kefka. So this is all menu arranging for something that's going to be happening in like 10, 15 minutes, which is another just a cool another little bit of time save that these runners and smart people we'll figure out and do, like, because he's putting items basically in a certain spot that way, because Kefka drops the piece ring, so he's gonna want the piece ring to drop right next to the hyper wrist, so he can sell that immediately in the sell menu. It's cool. It's good stuff.
Exactly.
Good stuff.
It also, inventory management's one of the, it's definitely ranked worse than practicing menus. It sucks, but it also does make your relic menus a little more consistent as well, because the relics will appear in the equip menu as they appear in your inventory outside of defensive items like the white cape and the Genji glove. So by kind of getting more consistent with your item management, you'll get more consistent with your equip, because you'll know, hey, like earring's going to be 3 down, hero ring's going to be 4 down.
Are you one step ahead of Step Route?
Yeah,
I was like, wait, that didn't look right.
I hit an extra one right above Figaro Town.
An extra no encounter? Okay.
Yeah, it was the walk between the town and the
which
I guess you'll be behind one now, right?
I'm gonna force this, and then I'll just
yeah. So you want to
burst
force
Runeterra,
this? I thought, yeah.
And that'll
force this
kind of
burn
make it up.
to be safer.
because you need to have the encounter here.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Here's a classic manip here. Whenever the screen shakes, the NPC value is actually like cycling. It's on like maybe like a 7.5 second cycle, and he's just waiting for a specific part in the pattern to clear the dialogue, to press A basically. You have a couple frame window. It's not too crazy to hit. He kind of is watching for a certain spot, and doing that is going to make Terra scenario, the next scenario we do, it's going to make hopefully only give us one encounter on the river, which speeds things up and makes it nice for later in the game. As long as he keeps his encounter strings where he wants them, it means later in the game, in about an hour, he'll be, well, not an hour, maybe about 30 minutes ish. He'll be at the opera, and it's just, this game has everything in this game has far-reaching like consequences. It's just great. Like, I don't know. It's interesting to me because I'm a runner of this game. But like, you know, certain things, when you, like I was saying earlier, when you see what they do, you see what people like Dying do and people that make the route do, and you don't understand why until when you understand why, it's cool. It's interesting. But all this is for encounters that happen, much later in the game. It's neat, I think. I think he did it right. I think that was one encounter.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, good to go.
That was a nice speed tech from our Lord and Savior LCC, which has been a long time runner of the game. He's really been one of the big people in the Western community that has took the time to break down a lot of the glitches. He's the person that ended up finding out the step route, how like things like the retort glitch work. He did big advancements for the no sketch and sketch runs going back like 2013, 2014. Very, very long standing member of the community. Helped with a couple of the glitchless strats, like runic, the Rune Edge Celis and Phantomless Cranes.
Yeah, and in that last lock scenario in that cave, you can actually get the Thunder Rod chest like in a couple different points in the game. But getting it at that specific part gives you the Thunder Rod. Depending on when you open that chest, gets you a different item. So that's kind of a nice little just way to make that boss super easy.
It's like when you go through with the first time, it's a tincture, and then with Lock and Celis, it's a Thunder Rod, and then when you go through again with Solo Celis, it's a Hero Ring, I believe it is.
Yes.
That's way at the end of the game, though, right?
Yeah.
Like in World of Ruin?
World of
Okay.
Ruin. It's actually something nice, but that Thunder Rod is really useful for the speedruns because there's two different places we can use it. We can use it where we did on Tunnel Armor, and you can also use it later on when you're leaving the Magitech factory, and you can use it on the cranes. And so certain runs will use it there instead. It's real nice to be able to use it on Tunnel Armor, though, because it turns what can be a long and tedious fight into a one-rounder. which is it's very good.
Yeah, rods, when you break them, will always deal the highest possible damage roll. They ignore the enemy magic defense, and they ignore things like wall and reflect. I guess wall and reflect are the same thing. Wall, reflect, and shell.
Shell, yeah.
It is worth noting that half of that damage did come from an elemental weakness. So it's not like you can use a Thunder Rod on any enemy for 1400 damage.
Did something get funky in the room before?
I think my step route normalized from me burning that one step, so I should have burned 4.
I think you only burned 2. You were back to normal before going into the cave, and then you only burned 2. I think
that's a weird situation because on the next encounter it'll normalize, but then it has a chance to desync on the encounter after.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those, unless you encounter it a lot, it's a 50-50 shot. Am I going to mess it up or am I not?
it's just more weirdness about this game and how its NPC values and different RNG values work.
So
you got the encounter right before entering Narish, which is where we're supposed to get it. So
So I'm +1 on encounter and 2 steps ahead, which isn't the biggest deal.
Yeah, the biggest consequence of that is, like I was saying earlier, now that he has one extra encounter, it means his third rat in the opera battle is going to be a 5-pack no matter what.
Right. Yeah.
Which is a little annoying. I mean, he might have had to. That's also assuming he can dodge a couple rats and only take 3. Sometimes the game's just mean and the rats are just in your way and you have to take the fights anyway.
There's no way.
So you will get a 5-pack.
There's no way someone would lose 50 seconons in the opera. What are you talking?
There's no way someone would sit there dodging rats for 50 seconds, dude.
And then get the fight anyway.
No. Unheard of. I recently rewatched that too. That was because I heard. Yeah. Oh man.
That would never happen in a world record.
No.
Or anything.
No.
That was like, I remember that became a meme because we just kept inflating the number where it was like, I can save 3,000 seconds. And people are like, I just watched the VOD. It's just like, oh.
You just watch the VOD and I see you can save like 4 minutes there, man. That's insane, dude.
Wow.
But yeah, here we are. If we're keeping track casually, we've finished all of our scenarios. We're all meeting back up here at Narsh, meeting back up with Bannon. And talking about our lives in the game so far, and getting ready to fight Kefka. This is kind of the first big point in the game where there's actually a category for this. If you're looking to dip your toes into Final Fantasy VI speedrunning and you're not really wanting to do fully commit and you want to see if it's for you, this is the first category is Kefka at Narsh, which is coming up right here where we kill Kefka at Narsh. It's about an hour and a half, a little over an hour and a half to get there, and it's a good introduction to the run. I feel like there you kind of learn a whole bunch of the mechanics behind it, and it's a cool little thing. That's what I started with, basically. And so I was like, I learned this, and it seems fun. Let's just keep going. And then I learned a little more, and you learn a little more, and it's good.
It was especially to see someone like Talio learn a long RPG. Because you generally run like pretty short games, like action platformers like Super Ghouls and Ghost, Wild Arms, Demolition Man that you've showed off on like GDQ.
Yeah, I mean, I generally like my runs to be 30-45 minutes. That's like a nice little comfort zone for me. But this game was definitely a challenge. It was like, hey, can I run a 6-hour game? And like. Lion and Dinah have been saying, there's just so many people that have been around for so long that are like super cool and super helpful and very willing to just like, if you DM them and pick their brain about this game, they will happily just talk to you for hours about this game. And that's part of the reason why I kept learning it and kept getting into it. Was like, man, like everyone that plays this game is cool. Like it's just, it's a rare thing. Well, maybe not, but like in a lot of it's a cool thing. I think, when a game community is super friendly and has just not a lot of people, I guess, but like Lion was saying earlier, just a very dedicated group of people. It's awesome.
Yeah, we're sadly kind of getting to the era where the SNES Final Fantasies aren't really being considered by people for speedruns, which that happens. Like, it had its glory date. Like, FF6 was really popular 6-7 years ago. Same thing with like you see the same thing with like FF4 and 5, and then like as just like people get older and like more streamers get in, like 7, 8, 9, 10 only are starting to become like the big new hits, because that's what like the games people played when they were kids.
Who they grew up with. Yeah, sure.
Which it's just so it's the cycle of speedrunning.
Got another segment of the game where it's a cool little kind of a recurring thing in this game where they'll have you split up your party into groups, and we split up into our party of 4 and gave our other 2 parties just 1 each because we don't really care. They're not going to do anything. We want to get our party of 4 and hopefully avoid all these enemies, and then get up to Kefka here. I was checking out the scenery over there. That was pretty good.
The cliffs are fun. They're nice.
I was like, is Diane about to do something super insane right now?
Yeah, I'm about to screw up the NPC cycle.
New Game Plus?
Yeah, so Kefka's this is kind of a scary fight. That's why he did a little safety save. But if you have good ATB weighting and decent damage rolls, it's not too scary. He did bring Celis, which if he chooses to, he can play it pretty safe and have Celis do Runic, which will block Kefka's fight, or block Kefka's spells, but otherwise she has the Rune Edge right now, which is, she's taking a little nap now. I think it'll be fine.
Can I get on Blitz, please?
It's a little scary because Sabin's the one who got hit on the first turn, but the amount of tusks that Gao is giving us is going to save us here. I think he got a special all 3 turns, so he actually bailed us out of a potentially scary situation. Thank you, Gao.
Thank you, sir. You are being
We're not going to see you again.
Successfully more useful than Locke. Actually, Locke's been pretty useful. I can't even crap on him for that.
Yeah, he's done well so far.
He's been doing good. Yeah. So with the Kefka and Archfight, as Talia was mentioning, there's 3 ways to approach it with 2 different characters. Celis is the safer route because you can Runic, so people don't die to poison or the Ice 2 cast on turn 3. Cyan is overall your safer bet. He actually has equipment on, and Dispatch does deal quite a bit of damage, but it is a rather slow animation. And then another option is giving Celis the Rune Edge to leverage the auto crits. So the Rune Edge has an option, or has a property where it'll take 12 to 19 MP out of her pool and guarantee a crit. Now, her crits are a little less than Cyan's Dispatch, but it's a much faster animation. So you can kind of have her crit and then Runic if you want to be safe. So she's very multi-purpose in that scenario, but the only thing she has right now is a hairband, so her defense is non-existent. But also if you're going the Celis route, especially if you're planning to carry her over to Dataluma, you're on a... you can't really attack more than 4 times with her because she just runs out of magic. You can get unlucky, and if you get like a 17, 18, 18 roll, you want to get 3 crits out of her.
And then she's just not doing anything else on Dottle.
Yeah. She goes from dealing about 180 damage to like 70.
It's rough.
So that's the tiny upside of her having fallen in this battle, is that we know she's going to have nothing to do.
Yeah. Also, something I haven't had in a while, Sabin and Gao both got their attacks before Kefka did.
Yeah.
Normally, like, if you get 2 Orbolts with Sabin before Kefka's second turn, like, you're in a pretty good spot. Gao also eking in there is very, very rare, but any additional damage you can get in before an enemy's attack is always nice.
Yeah. I have had it happen a couple of times where I've had this weird scenario where, like, Sabin's ATB will fill first while Kefka's talking. Then Gao's will fill, and the turn will start, like, turn order will start with Gao. And, like, while I'm switching to Sabin, because you typically always want to do Orbolts first just because they're most damaging. Kefka will go, and it's just like, well, that's not great. And Kefka's third turn is very, very scary. It can be a full party level 2 spell, which typically only Sabin will survive, and he'll only survive if he hasn't been hit yet. So him being hit early makes it a little bit scary. But again, between the early turns and Gao using Tusk every turn, that was honestly a really good outcome for that fight.
Yeah, so we saw our little cutscene after defeating Kefka there that Terra kind of freaked out, flew somewhere, and so now we're going to get our friends together and try to go find her. We raided that little storehouse there, and Dine made sure to grab the wall ring first. That is another thing that I didn't realize. That is for menu management. That's going to put the wall ring in a spot that he wants, so he can just basically click R and sell it really quickly during the sell menu that's coming up. Another little cool thing, and getting some stuff. And we're going to go down here to Figaro Tower and sell some of that stuff we got and buy some new tools for Ed.
And you're getting a nice little upgrade.
Oh, yeah.
And he's going to be able to carry us through most of the rest of the World of Balance at this point.
Yeah, Ed's insane, dude.
Yeah.
He's a good character.
The
Turns
Figaro
out he's pretty good.
Yeah, just a bit. Figaro brothers honestly carry a lot of content just because of their special abilities. Like, magic ends up being the biggest thing by the end, but like until you get to that point, tools and blitz are just king. They're so good.
So he had that wall ring that he sold, that hyper wrist that he got earlier, and the peace ring Kefka dropped, and he bought a bunch of safety items in Phoenix Downs, and then he bought a bunch of revivifies, which are going to come into play a little bit later in the game. To insta-kill some zombies.
The main purpose of the Revivify is to heal the zombie status off your party members. It also has this nice little side effect of instantly dispatching undead enemies. So, just like a Phoenix Down.
That's a cool like mechanic in a lot of the Final Fantasy games that like I didn't know about for a really long time.
Yeah, the whole healing versus undead thing, and how that interacts.
And the Phoenix Down against the train or like any other undead bosses. Yeah.
And then you go to other RPGs and you're like, why did I heal it for 4,000?
Yeah. I tried that on Mystic Quest, I think, and I healed the boss, and I was like, oh, cool, okay. And then someone in chat's like, yeah, it's not a Final Fantasy game, bro. Like, okay.
Says you. It says in the title.
It's like Mystic Legend, man. All right, okay, my bad.
You say so.
So the flash is just basically a magic version of the auto crossbow. Won't suffer from split damage, so all enemies are going to be taking loads of damage. And the drill is a physical tool that bypasses physical defense, so it's just good, consistent damage. Get myself back on step route now.
I'll say, there's your step.
It's like, oh yeah.
No, that was intentional. I was questioning it
I
first.
saw him go up, and I was like, wait. And then he went back down. I was like, okay, this guy. It turns out this guy knows how to play the game. I guess
he might know a thing or two.
So it is worth noting we did put Edgar as the leader, because if he's your leader in Figaro Castle or South Figaro Town, you get a 50% discount, which is one of the only reasons we're able to afford that shop and still leave with so much money.
Yeah.
If you have him in your party and he's not the leader, you'll get the dialogue, but you won't get the discount. So it's kind of a little bit misleading there. And then later versions like Pixel Remaster, because you can really cycle your party leader using L and R like Final Fantasy IV. Just in the party is good enough. Zozo is also known as the place of broken dreams. Not really a lot happens here, but due to certain encounter luck, you can just lose 30 or 40 seconds or the run.
Yeah, sorry, I was just jamming to the Chocobo song there. I think all of us were disquiet for that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this This section is also like, I know casually it can like frustrate people because from this point in the game on, pretty much in any town you're safe, and then you come here and you're not safe anymore, and you're in a town but you're getting encounters. So it's like, dang, like what is this nonsense? You know,
The encounters
it's kind of mean.
are also pretty rude. Like the
Yes.
height, the hit Gigas can do magnitude 8 as a counterattack on hit and death move. You got the slam dancers that will do, if they're by themselves, have a 100% chance to do a tier 2 elemental spell. This is a
place is
very
rough.
big difficulty
mean, dude.
increase.
Here's our first slam dancer.
Oh, we got the preempt though. Let's go. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, excellent. Peace.
Yeah, the single slam dancers are definitely one of the scarier encounters.
Yeah.
Like in the run, like overall, even like it's mean. They can just ice to you, and if you're being greedy, obviously this is a marathon run, so Vadine's kind of playing it safe. But if you're being greedy and like Saban took a random hit earlier and you didn't heal him, then you'll get party wiped because generally he's the only one that will survive with a couple health.
And
Yeah, he will. I believe he will always survive if he's full here.
nah, the highest 4 rolls will kill.
Oh, okay. Oof, that's rough.
In typical LCC fashion, because we steal Mog's Mithril Shield, and Mithril Shield is quite
Yes.
a bit better than the Buckler, but we sell it because it's worth 600 GP. And I got the highest possible roll from the Slam Dancer after I lost a run to it, so I mathed it out. And I look
Okay.
over and LCC in chat is just like, he would have lived if he kept the Mithril Shield. I'm like, you know what? You're not
always.
wrong.
That's funny. Here's our second one. And we avoided
okay.
it here too. That one felt a little worse.
That one felt like a little delayed. Oh man.
Edgar being the one to throw the smoke bomb is always
Anytime
a little
Ed has good
worrisome, I feel
starting ATB, your heart sinks
Yeah.
because he's the
Yeah.
slowest character.
Yeah, it's not great. So those are the only 2 solo slam dancers we'll encounter though. So thankfully that threat is gone now. Stop in here and grab a pretty important little weapon.
Yeah,
Won't be used for this fight, but it will be used in a future one. And then yeah, these Gigases are really nasty, but we just leave them.
Yeah, they just dunk you, dude. It's insane.
Yeah.
Like in
really
the speed run,
gross.
because you're so low in the speed run right now. You like no health, and they just one shot you, man. It's so
Yeah.
mean.
Any enemy with that spray is just nasty typically.
Yeah.
So all right, so here's our next boss. As was mentioned, this is the other one we're going to be using Celis crits. Dataluma is a boss with a fun little script, which will cause him to do a couple of different actions based on his health, based on how his turns come up. And actually, so far, it looks like we've actually got a pretty good fight on our hands. There's a couple different things that we look to deal with here. One of them is that Dataluma will take a turn. Good night, Locke. Dataluma will take a turn to heal himself in a certain HP range, where he'll heal himself 3 times with either a tonic or a potion, and then he'll cast Safe on himself.
Oh,
And that's unlucky. It's because Locke died. Yeah. If
3
Locke
potions too.
yeah, that's really bad. If Locke lives there, I think Dataluma just dies.
yeah, he had to
So,
have under 130 HP.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. The other thing that he'll do, and I don't think we're going to see it because I think he's going to, that was so close. That's really unfortunate. If you get him to a certain window and he gets a turn, he'll actually summon a couple of his little goons, which are more of an annoyance than anything else. That's typically what we want to have happen, is we want the goons to come out because you can still choose to target Dataluma with a drill and just kill him off without him healing. And it's just faster. The animation is much, much quicker.
Dataluma is sadly one of the first bosses where you can't manipulate it, but once you get a good fight where you skip healing saves 25-30 seconds.
Yeah.
Because of Safe and Shell also reducing your magic and physical damage by 33%. So healing for 3 potions is also super unlucky. If he throws 3 tonics,
Yeah.
it's just kind of a time waste.
Yeah, if he throws 3 tonics, you can just drill and then
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big difference for sure.
Yeah. So that's a pretty unlucky route. We avoided the ads coming in, which is good.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that literally comes down to if someone else gets hit with either of those attacks on lock, the fight is actually optimal. Like, it was pretty close to being perfect, and then it was.
You're in a weird spot because you need Locke and Celis in the front row to deal full physical damage, but them also taking full physical damage is never good.
Yeah, they get clocked in this fight. Like, it's not great.
So the reason we've reduced all the names to one character is the game draws 2 characters per frame. So by reducing Tara, Locke, Saban, and Edgar's name down to 1 letter, we're saving 2 frames every time their name is printed on the screen. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but in a long run like this, it comes close to almost like 3 minutes. It's like 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Just because this is a very text-heavy game, saving those frames here and frame there do add up at the very end of the run.
Yeah, and for all you lore heads out there, we're learning about Espers from when humans and Espers met years ago, and how Terra kind of had her origins, and Rama's gonna talk a little bit more, and he's gonna make a very big sacrifice to himself and kind of give us his power in the form of magicite. But we're getting a nice little lore here. Someone told me before that they thought Rama was wearing like this seat that he's on. They thought it was like a big hat, like a big old Pope hat or something,
Oh,
I always think he looks like Tenzin.
I was like, I can kind of see it.
I kind of like that actually.
It's better than what he looks like normally.
It's true.
I wish he looks like Tenzin from Legend of Korra, because it kind of looks like he's got the Airbender arrow on his head.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I can see that too.
Yeah, kind of.
This is like one of those weird spots where the game did get rearranged around a lot. Obviously there's no spoilers for a 30-year-old game, but the World of Ruin was not planned in original development. The game was supposed to end on the floating continent, so things like Fanatic's Tower and Phoenix Cave and Daryl's Tomb were all supposed to be World of Balance material. But they ended up being ahead of schedule, so they're like, hey, we'll create the World of Ruin, which ended up putting them behind schedule, which is why a lot of the glitches and like little stuff like Vanish Doom and Physical Evasion not working kind of like leaked through. But Dataluma has a specific AI script for being muted. There's a couple of bosses that have really weird things, like Welk can't be Joker doomed, which makes me kind of think you were supposed to start with Setzer and Terra. Because, like, was it Vargas, Welk? A lot of the early bosses are non-Joker doomable. And there's some that have, like, specific magic scripts, but you just normally don't have access to magic.
I feel like Setzer would be pretty good in the early game, just with slots. Like, having access to slots early game would be pretty good.
Yeah. It'd be kind of handy.
All right. Hardest menu in the game.
Oh,
Jeez.
dude.
There we go.
Okay.
Well done.
We did it.
You scared me there, dude. Yeah, if you like press B early there, or if you put the wrong people in your party right there, you lose like 20 minutes.
Yeah. You have to walk all the way back to Narsh to reform your party, which it's almost maybe better depending on who didn't make it in to just eat the bullet and try to figure out a way to make it work.
Deal with it.
Yeah.
It's so bad. There's been a couple infamous instances of that happening during races.
Yeah.
Relay. I don't know if it's happened during a marathon run that I'm aware of, but
that is one menu I'll lose like 7 seconds just to play it safe.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The first time I lost a run there, I was like, "Oh, cool." I guess like I didn't understand. I didn't know. I was like, "Oh, cool. Can't I just like remake my party?" Nope. No.
Yeah, you sure can back at Arvis's house.
Like you can, yeah, if you want to, but
I think it might almost be beneficial if you've made a save outside Zozo to just death warp and do Zozo again.
Yes, absolutely.
Because that's only like 6 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, it would be way quicker.
All right, guys, here's Dadaluma for the second time.
and then you get slam dance on the second way around. Ooh.
All right, here's Zozo for the third time.
We'll take a little side trip into a shop to pick up the white dress, a really good piece of armor for the girls. It raises magic power and I think a couple other stats. So Celis will be rocking that for a bit.
Hold on. Do you not need the white dress for the opera? Like, I thought you needed to. Do you not need to have that for Celis to be Maria?
No.
Not at all.
No.
Okay, my whole life just changed.
Everything
I'm so
shattered.
sorry.
I was like, I thought we had to go to get white dress so we could do Celis at the opera. And if you don't get white dress right there, like you're screwed. Okay,
No.
it's just a good item, right?
I actually think that'd be a little
All right.
like a little cute thing though, where it's like, well, what are you gonna wear? You don't have
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Like, I thought it was like, oh, I'm sure there's like something where she can't, because she's wearing like kind of like a white thing when she's Maria.
right. Yeah,
Dude,
no, I mean it's
My whole life, dude. Okay,
I'm so sorry.
I'm glad that we're learning today. This is great. I thought it was like a quest item, man.
It would be
You've
kind
been
of neat
playing
if the
this for a long
game
time,
did
too.
stuff like that.
Yeah, it would be kind of cool.
I know it's like, it's the old argument of like, well, it just makes the speed run longer. I'm like, but you know what? I don't know. The casual in me would be like, that's amazing. The speedrunner in me would probably be like, that's cool. And then 3 runs later, it'd be like, this is the dumbest thing ever.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty
Spend
much.
a minute and a half run around getting items.
Right. I want to spend that minute and a half in cutscenes instead. Thank you.
Well, it's
Jeez.
my biggest gripe with the game is I think they could have done better with like multi-party scenarios. Because with having such a big cast, there's Kefka and Narsh, which you really don't have many people to pick from. And then it's Phoenix Cave and Kefka's Tower.
Yep.
Like with having such like a large cast, there's not really too much to do with all of them. It's I think one of the reasons I like the GBA version, because the Dragon Den gives you that little bit extra.
Yeah, it's another not even excuse, but I guess it's kind of an extra excuse to really put most of your cast to work. Which again, you have 14 playable characters in this game. Like, it's a huge amount, and for most of the content, you only need to have like 4. So it is kind of a fun wake-up call for people though when they get to Kefka's Tower, if they don't realize and they haven't been using anybody but their one party, that they're like, oh, well, do I gimp one of my parties completely? And that's typically not the right decision, because every group has at least one nasty boss to fight. But yeah, like, I agree with you though. It's one of the cooler things about the game and about the size of the cast. Put it to work.
The conductor pops off right now.
Oh
Dude.
yeah.
He's earning his money, man. I'm telling you.
I like in the Pixel Remaster how they gave him 3 frames of animation instead of 2. Which, I don't know if it, like, I've spent a lot of time with the SNES, but the added frame, nice touch, but it makes it just look so awkward.
Oh man, I gotta watch that part now. I want to see what it looks like. Kefka, final battle Kefka background there. Nice. Now we're gonna go hit South with the ay ay ay.
Mamma mia!
If we don't get a oh my Pojo, dude, I don't have Diane's audio, so I can't do it. Sorry, man. I've been watching this for 2 hours just for this moment, man.
Actually, I might be able to remedy that. Maybe?
I wouldn't worry about it.
Oh, shiny.
I mean, look, she has a white dress on right now, dude. Can you blame me?
We totally got the quest item.
Dude, if you didn't have the white dress, how would you complete this part?
It would just soft lock.
Yeah, it would be like, oh, sorry, I guess you can't fool him without the white dress. That's what I thought would happen. Man, that's insane. Are you gonna prank the opera goers?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well done. Well done, C. Nice.
Oh no, Ultros.
Oh. Oh,
Wanna get
he
jammed
owes
up?
you one.
You want to get jammed up?
Wanna get jammed up?
Jammed up.
Imagine having to watch it 3 times because you missed out the quick time event. That was my piss. Dude, the first time everyone played the Pixel Remaster for this, everyone missed that, dude.
That's true.
I remember when that game came out, I was watching so many people stream it, and everyone missed it, dude.
We did a day one race, and all of us ended up failing it. I failed it like 3 times because it gave me Xbox commands on a PlayStation controller. So like you have that brief moment where your brain's trying to like figure out which one the A button is.
Yeah. Yeah, that was great. I just remember you guys doing that race and a bunch of people playing a day one, just everyone missing it and be like, what am I doing wrong?
It was a mess. It's hilarious.
Oh, because we're like, hey, we're done. We can go for a break. And then like you come back and you're just sitting over on the opera. You're like, what happened?
That scaffolding has to be just so strong to support that weight. By the way,
the 5 ton plus the giant octopus.
Like,
yeah.
wow. Yeah, the octopus weight is what pushes it over. The weight is one thing, but having the octopus there too.
The slime, dude.
Exactly. Oh, that's terrible.
It's the middle one. Okay, there.
No, the left one does a dog bark.
It's the dog.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, what does that one do?
Oh, see,
That's
look,
the
we
wrong
could just
one.
save her right here. Just push her out of the way. No? Okay. Sorry. Sorry
We
for
were never
interrupting.
here.
What? How have I not done this one?
Excuse us,
Oh my
conductor.
gosh.
Just pass it on through.
You know what also would have been
Dude.
smart if I would have hit
Hit the other one.
the
The right
switch
one?
before I did
Yeah.
that.
So now you have to go all the way back.
Dude, this game, I'll say, this game rules. That was insane. I don't know how I haven't seen that yet.
That's the switch I need to hit.
That's the one you got.
There we go. Yep.
I thought you were going to just turn the lights out. Turns out you barked on him and jumped on him.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I didn't learn about the crowd surfing until like a year ago, and I was like, oh, this is too perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Ooh, almost snuck by. Yeah, so these rats, you want to, if you kill the yellow one, then it will stop calling reinforcements. So you want to try to focus down the yellow one. Luckily, if you get good damage rolls with Ed and Sabin, you can kind of get them in a round. You don't have to worry about it until you get to the 5-pack.
Oh,
Nar!
that is tragic.
This is one of the benefits of getting Edgar that level on the Pterodons way back on Let River. Even at level 11, he has a pretty decent chance to kill, but it's not guaranteed. Coming in here with a level 10 Edgar is a really rough time.
Oh, 5 pincer, the classic.
Did we have Siren?
Did you give Stray?
I did.
Yeah.
Or Stray?
Nice.
Yeah, not Siren. Okay, see. Yep. So this is actually the reason we equip Stray. It is
Yep.
very specifically for this encounter being a pincer. There's like no other reason to do it.
At least you got the 2 yellows on the left, I think. I don't know if that's always how it works.
Yeah, it is typically.
Okay.
So it means that we just need to off the left side pretty quick,
Yeah.
which is not too bad. Because you can do that and then we just drill the other typically, I think. Maybe you just have saving attack and flash.
To be honest, I don't know what the best thing to do here is.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, honestly, you don't want to encounter the 5-pack at all, ideally. So, but of course, because of how today's been so far.
Yeah.
Those
if you're-
gray
if
rats. Oh god.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say if you're on step route and you're not an encounter ahead, you get only 3 rats, you will never have to deal with that.
Yeah. Let's see if this. He's not gonna operate.
This is looking familiar.
Oh!
Nice.
Oh, you tricked him. All right, very nice.
I've encountered
There's-
the 5-pack. It's The pincer is one of those like 3 in 60 or 1 in 60 things. In a serious attempt, when you're trying to shave like every second you can off, you'd skip picking up Kate Sith. It saves about 4 seconds because Sabin really doesn't need the spells off of it. The extra little bit of magic is nice. The one magic can deal extra damage, but it's not really consequential in the long term.
Yeah. Yeah, but typically you'll just ignore it. You won't pick it up. You won't equip him with it because the 3-pack pincer is significantly less scary. The 5-pack one is pretty gross.
5's mean, dude.
Yeah, it's
I lost runs there before.
Yeah.
I think it was maybe even Dine told me like give Sabin Stray, so you don't have to deal with it.
It's rough because when you get hit in the back, you take double damage, which actually works out really well for this fight. So we positioned our party members in a very specific way where Sabin with the Fire Knuckle will deal 2 times damage because Ultros is weak to fire. But then it will also deal another 2 times damage because you're hitting him in the back. And then on top of that, you're also getting the 25% damage boost from the Atlas armlet. So even though we've been saying like magic is supreme, in that one instance, just because the Fire Knuckle is such a damage spike for physicals, it ends up making very, very short work of Ultros, which that one is probably one of the scarier of the Ultros fights, because after about 3 turns, he'll move to a different location on the stage, and when he does that, he'll get a complete HP refill, and he can get up to 4 HP refills. And he has some really nasty moves. He has level 3 Muddle, he has Imp Song, Flash Rain, Tentacle. This is a very, very rough fight after going through the Raptor segment.
So thankfully, the scripting that we have on it in the party order means that we're always going to be able to kill him off in just those few turns there. So that's, again, casually, that fight is really bad because he'll just keep moving around. As Dine mentioned, there's a lot of nastiness. So it's also built in to counter blitzes and sword techs with Imp Song.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Mentioned. Yeah. That's a fun script.
So we finished our opera. We've successfully bamboozled Setzer into thinking that Celis is Maria, but he just found out that she's not, and we're going to try to convince him to help us anyway. And we're going to pull a little trick on him with a trick coin here to get him to join us. And I think it's always kind of cool that he sees the trick coin and he's kind of like, yeah. All right, you got me. Like, yeah, I'll join, sure.
I got bamboozled again.
Yeah.
After he joins, would that be a good time for a second break?
Yeah,
this would be after the little cutscene here, probably.
Yeah, because Setzer doesn't join for another 25 minutes.
Oh, well, then. After this cutscene, I meant. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, after the little flying cutscene would be a pretty good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Figaro brothers from a routing and even a casual playthrough, as Lion was mentioning earlier, they're some of the most powerful characters you can get with just no work. They just... Alright, Edgar, you kind of got to buy tools for them, but that's kind of whatever. But they just become naturally broken. And this flight into Vector with the Mode 7 still kind of gives me the little chills after watching it thousands of times at this point.
It's so good. It really is.
It's a super cool effect, especially for its time.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the things this game did were really, really something else for being, again, 94.
I always wonder, because Super Mario RPG came out at near the end of the life cycle. And if the Super Nintendo had a couple more years, I'd really like to see how far they could like really push the console.
Yeah.
Because Mario RPG runs pretty steady at 60 and just has so much going on with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's honestly really impressive. Like Square Enix started pushing, or Squaresoft, I guess at the time, started pushing the console to some pretty fun limits as they kept making games for it. So.
Oh yeah, if we want to do our break here, it's probably the time.
Perfect
Awesome.
spot.
Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take breaks just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do. So we'll be back in just a few minutes with more of the run. See you then. Ray goes the countdown without waiting. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are in the middle of a Final Fantasy VI run, celebrating the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VI. I'll hand it right back over whenever you're already done.
All right, we're good to go. Welcome on back, everyone.
That's right. We just we finished up the opera and we made our way to the Empire's island here. Diane made a little shop break there to get some more smoke bombs and a couple warp stones that we're going to be using to warp out of certain dungeons. And we're going to make our way up to the Magitech factory here. But first we meet the dog named Ralph. I like that guy.
He looks so angry.
He's a good boy, dude.
Oh, yeah.
What's
He
wrong
just
with
wants
him?
his tummy rubbed.
He just looks tired to me. He just looks like he's had a really long day. He can't be bothered with this.
He's just like, these two birds strike me into this. I just want to go lay down.
I don't know why I'm here, man. So we talked to this guy here to have a funny little cutscene where he distracts the guards at the front and pretends he's gonna throw up while we climb on the like scaffolding above. It's kind of neat.
This part casually tripped me up for like 4 hours because there's no point where you during the game where you had to jump on anything, so I didn't think it was a thing. So I was like, oh, maybe I gotta fight this giant invincible guardian. So I just ended up leveling for like 3 hours, still getting myself handed to me. And then a friend was like, yeah, just jump on the box. I was like, what? It's that easy?
What are you talking about, man? Oh, man. That reminds me of, I recently played through Mystic Quest, and Mystic Quest has like a mechanic where you can like break barrels or push barrels that like that only comes up once in the early game, and then you have to do it again at the very end. And I'm like, how am I supposed to remember that? Like, how am I supposed to know this? Like, if I didn't happen to push a barrel randomly, like...
So depending on your encounter string, you'll take 3 or 4 rats in the opera. Because we're on step and we haven't had an exorbitant amount of encounters, meaning more than 4, our next encounter in this room is going to be 5 pipsqueaks, which die to a single flash, and that will get us the appropriate MP we need, or AP, for the spells coming up for this next boss. We do want Edgar to learn Slow, and we do want Locke to learn Bolt.
Yeah, and you need this as well for this next part here. Kefka like pushes Ifrit and Shiva down into this little pit, and we're gonna try to go save them. And casually you fight them, but there's like a point in the run where after you cast 3 magic spells, or it's either 3 magic spells or like 5 physical attacks, I think.
Yeah.
It will make Ifrit like disappear and reappear, and during the time when he's gone, you can actually just run away. So that's what Dan's gonna try to do. It's a little tricky. Like you can kind of get like some bad luck and maybe not run sometimes. It happens to me sometimes, but I think as long as you do it correctly, it's fine.
It's a weird mechanic on how like run works, because the game checks for run every 2 seconds. So if you're kind of a little bit lackadaisical with your run buffering, you can put it like before and after the transition, but not during. So this is a little bit, you can pretty much do everything right and still sometimes just not get the results you want. It very much just takes a lot of practice. As Talia was saying, you can do 3 magic or 5 physicals. I prefer the magic route because it gives you two chances at escaping. If you do the physical route after you hit Ifrit 5 times, it transitions to Shiva, which then you got to try to scramble and then hit Shiva 5 times to do the transition again. And Shiva's second turn sometimes is Blizzard, which is a full party AoE ice ability that can't be runicked. And it does about 200 damage. It's pretty punishing.
We did that. We got the run. That was good stuff.
Yeah. Went infinitely smoother than my last marathon attempt of it, where I missed both run checks and then got it during the transition to Shiva.
Still out of there though.
You could be thinking, well, maybe you should revive Celis and make her, not be sleeping. Well, you have to go into the menu to do that, and we already have to kind of go into the menu before this boss. So because Locke's alive and he has running shoes, we're just going to be throwing smoke bombs and running away from all these battles and letting Celis kind of sleep it off until we get before the boss in this next room. Before we do all the menu and all the prep and stuff before that.
Yeah, it's fine. Nothing bad's gonna happen on the way here.
Just a couple of Goobers and some Rhinoxes.
Exactly. It's debatable whether or not you should bother with it if Locke ends up dying in the Ifrit and Shiva fight, because he definitely is significantly quicker at getting the smoke bombs out. So.
Yeah, if Locke dies on the Shiva fight, I usually will revive him and then skip and do all the menuing there and just not give Edgar a break blade, basically. That was something I learned kind of recently as well, of how to deal with that. But so now we'll bring Celis back to life. She's had her rest here, and heal everyone up and give everyone the equipment that we want for this fight.
Quick menu, because we got a boss here coming up.
Definitely want to give Locke that sneak ring, because we really want to see a rune edge steal. He can steal from this guy here, and you can either get a rune edge or a drainer, and we much prefer the rune edge. Because it sells for a lot more. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine, Locke.
Yeah, that's actually that's one of the preferred targets, I would say, for
anyone but Edgar.
Yeah.
Edgar. Saban's kind of unfortunate too.
I mean, it's kind of hype if Saban gets it, because he could suplex himself. That's a possibility.
You can suplex your party.
All right. Thank you, Locke.
Try
this again.
Yeah,
thanks, Locke. What the heck?
That's not great.
I
thought you were good.
I thought I would have beat.
Okay.
We're so healthy.
This is fine.
I don't think I've ever seen that one happen.
I didn't think you could die here.
Oh.
All right, well, we got the rune edge steal, so bonus.
Right. Sweet.
But yeah, the theory here is to put the boss to sleep and then just hit him with magical attacks, because magical attacks will not knock him out of sleep. But
yeah,
as you saw at the very beginning of that fight, we put him to sleep, and then Locke, who was muddled, decided to hit him and wake him up, so we had to put him to sleep again.
Yeah. And here what we're kind of talking about is just Saban's still level 11, but with double earrings, he can output some very, very good damage for no work. There is kind of a funsy fight strat where you don't put 24 to sleep, because after 24 seconds of battle, he'll change his elemental weaknesses, and you have a 1 in 8 shot for it to be holy, which increases Saban's horrible damage to like 1700, which is about 1/3 of the boss's HP. It does save like 9 to 10 seconds, but it's also a good way to lose like 30 if Orbolt ends up just doing 0 damage.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those scenarios where it would technically be optimal if you're really willing to roll the dice.
Yeah.
But more often than not, it's not going to be worth it.
A little bit of a rough fight. We did get the Rune Edge Steel, as Talia was mentioning. The reason it's important, not like we're really going to use it for attacking, but it sells for almost 3,800 GP, where the rare steel, the Drainer, sells for 1.
Uno.
Because it's considered a rare item. The game really, anything you can't buy in a shop will sell for 1 GP. And it's kind of the game's way of being like, oh, this item's rare. We might want to hold on to it. We're kind of in this situation where we're progressing the story, but we want to amass as much money as we can. Now, missing like 1 steel isn't bad. You start missing 2 or 3 needed seals. It's not the end of the world. It is going to potentially slow down what happens in the later half of the game, because you're going to have less rods, or you might have to sell more items to get to the money you need. And all the items we've amassed, like the Thunder Saber increases magic by 2, but it also sells for 3,500. And selling 1 item for 3,500 is better than selling 60 items for that. Because like leather hats sell for 75 each, bucklers are like 25 or 100. So you can lose a lot of time in shop menus just from trying to like nickel and dime items.
Yeah, I know I feel like at this point we've all had a run or two where we've had absolutely 0 steel luck and
Oh yeah.
have been really poor by the time the major shops come around.
The worst I seen was Takaze had to make another stop to Nikia before going to Kefka's Tower to buy the Bard's hat. Because he didn't get any steals and he had to go back for the Bard's hat and the white cape because he couldn't afford that with the double enhancers. It was
rough.
a super rough situation.
That's really rough. Yeah, you can get a whole bunch of unfortunate scenarios based on when and where it happens. But that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
So we do some more menuing here and put Sabin as the party leader because that manipulates which encounters we get. And then we throw on some Espers so that our characters can learn some magic along the way. Mainly, we want Edgar to learn like bio here, I think, is the big one we want to hit.
Yeah, we need him to start learning all the spells off of Shote. And then Sabin gets Bismarck to actually use in a couple of these fights coming up here.
Water
we can't get
elemental
lucky. We want to see. Go ahead. Sorry.
Water elemental actually being useful. What a dream!
it's something.
It's for these 2 fights. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know when else. I don't really know much about. Look, when we get to World of Ruin, I'm basically in the chat. Okay, I'm just a spectator. 'Cause I don't really know much about that. I don't know if you ever use it in World of Ruin or not, but you really only use it for what this fight, 128 and Cranes, I guess.
128's for the fast animation. Cranes are naturally weak to water, so you kind of get rid of the 50% split damage cut by replacing with an elemental damage. So both Cranes end up taking like quote unquote full damage.
Right. This mode 7 part rules.
Giant pixels flying at your head.
Just 20, just it's insane.
Yeah. This,
You can kind of see what it is, but also you can't. That's just great.
I like this minecart over Pixel Remaster. Pixel Remaster looks way too open for like a minecart situation.
It does.
Where like this part, you can't really tell what's going on, but it feels enclosed.
Yeah, it's very claustrophobic
Yes.
for sure.
Yeah, it feels like it should be.
Yeah, like, I'm like ducking right now in my chair, so I'm hitting the head, dude.
Toledo's like, did this
like
chair
a-
get any lower?
Yeah, I'm just lowering you down to the bottom right now, dude.
It's like we're on like Space Mountain or something.
Yeah, don't put your hands out the ride, man.
Nope.
Yeah, if we get lucky, we'll see some skeins here. These guys can drop some skeins that I think are used by like Shadow to throw, I think.
Yeah.
But
We'll sell them.
But yeah, we'll just sell them anyway.
But yes, you are correct. And we actually,
I think that I just didn't know if you use them. You don't use them at all, right? Like Shadow
the
later.
Old, like the old 2016 route, used to do some like real funny stuff where they would keep these skeins, buy a bunch of like water and thunder skeins, and level Shadow under Bismarck for like 12 levels.
That's awesome.
Just to like boost his throw damage. It was really neat. Like, it sadly ended up being slower, but it was still neat to see like him kind of getting abused a little more like that.
Throw is actually super strong, and it's very cool. And this is like one of the only routes in which we use it at all, anyway. So this is 128. The arms will eventually respawn if we don't kill the boss fast enough. But so far so good. Red Feast in this version thankfully does not do a whole bunch of damage. It will heal 128 every time it uses it.
No
close.
Phantom, dude. Okay.
Yeah, so we're winging it.
We're hitting
the arm.
We're hitting all the wrong targets.
Yeah, so he hit the two arms both times.
That's unlucky.
Bad luck.
He should be dead. This horrible.
On this horrible, yeah.
If not, you got to send it with Lock, see if he crits.
Oh yeah. No.
Okay.
In Pixel Remaster, this fight is terrifying.
Yes.
Because Red Feast hits like it pierces defense and hits like full damage. So it does, instead of like 50, it does like 150.
And it can crit.
And it can crit. And so yeah, you can just instantly drop dead from it. On top of ATB being weird and 128 using abilities that he shouldn't until later. He'll just kind of do what he wants. So there's some grossness.
A lot of these boss fights look pretty tame, but they're routed to a point where we're expecting to kill before they get into the really dangerous stuff. If, like Lion was saying, if 128 lived another turn, after he hastes himself, he gets some very, very scary abilities. If the arms live for too long, they can do stuff like cast ice or atomic ray. They can net, which causes stop. They just have a very, very wide range of like very damaging skills, because at this point we're very, very underleveled. You can
Atomic Ray is especially nasty. It's full party and does like 100 damage to everybody.
Pixel Remaster isn't necessarily harder. Pixel Remaster, due to the auto battle giving you a 50% speed increase in battle, Pixel Remaster is, I'm going to queue up my attacks, hit auto battle, put down the controller, and see who wins. So it's not really harder in the fact that you could make interesting technical fights, but they're going to lose you time due to the lack of speed from auto battle. But Pixel Remaster has its own challenges, just much like every other version does. I personally wouldn't call it a harder version.
Yeah, there are some things that are far less in the player's control. And there are some fights that are far less scary, actually. Cranes is pretty notorious in this run for being pretty dangerous, and in Pixel Remaster, it's really not hard at all. You have to mess it up pretty badly to have it be dangerous. So on this Cranes, we're going no. That's unlucky. That is an exact damage death.
We're doing
good job,
amazing.
Yep. So we're actually going Phantomless here because Dine likes to live on the edge.
He saved. It's fine.
He did save. That is correct. So yeah,
it's looking good. It's looking good.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be okay. This fight can be scary though, because these Cranes can use level 2 spells after they've been hit enough times. And so can easily wipe you out. I think 7 Flush is gonna do it here.
Ooh, yep.
Ooh.
The revenge hit, yeah.
7 Flush does split damage, but when there's only one Crane left, it actually does more than Chocobop. So it's that order is ideal. We'll want Chocobop when both of them are alive, and then Seven Flush to finish off the second one.
Yeah, and he wasn't doing like any weird glitches or anything weird there. When the slots were happening, Dan was like pressing start to kind of look at the slots and buffer his A press to get the exact slots that he wants. This game is like friendly that it will if you hold A, it will help you with those next two slots. So as long as you can catch that first one and then hold A, it'll like complete your Chocobos or complete your Seven Flush like basically for free, which is really nice.
The big thing you don't want to do is pause after the first one. As Leo was mentioning, there's a homing feature where the game will help you get the second and third. But if you do a pause buffer for the second one, you completely break that homing feature. So then you're back to just using up a couple more seconds trying to like match up the reels.
Yeah, we made it out of the factory. We found Terra, and now we're gonna get some Terra lore here of her father and her mother, and we're gonna learn. We'll learn some things here in a sec. You know,
Learn about the birds and the bees in the Esper world.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this might be too hot for Twitch. I was getting a little concerned here.
This is one cutscene I always figured could be summed up in like 6 text boxes.
Yep.
But they let you play it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why, but this has always been one of my least favorite parts of the game. It shouldn't be. It's not a big deal at all, but I just don't like it.
It's not that satisfying to play through it after, like, at least in a speedrun, like casually it's cool. But when you're running this game over and over again, there's not really much to this part in the speedrun. You're walking from point A to point B and just talking.
Yeah.
Like it definitely feels like you could sum it up with a couple dialogue boxes for sure. But
this is where the run kind of gets rough, because all the next segments coming here, we're going to get to like one good like grind along the way, but then you're just entering very cutscene heavy areas one after another.
Yeah.
It always feels like between either any percent or all characters and
Avert your
Espers, 2 to 3 hours is like a very, very bogged down point.
Yeah, you got to get your second wind and get ready to push through.
Yeah.
But we like the lore. It's good. Humans.
Lore is good. Humans aren't good.
I like because of the warring triad, the Espers just have no way to defend themselves. They just never learn to fight. So they're like, all right, we'll get kidnapped.
They're actually mega powerful, but they don't know how to use their powers quite properly.
Man, if only I could use my magic, the thing I'm created from. Emperor Gashal in this run is, a lot of runners will call him Emperor Puppy Dog.
Yeah, the dog emperor.
Yeah.
Definitely. All right, Diane, don't forget to hold up.
I got this.
Has big
This
ears.
is the point in the run where I put the controller down and get up and get a drink and forget to hold up and lose 30 seconds.
Oh,
And have Dine just scream at me in chat. Press up, streamer.
no.
Press up!
Press up, please.
We've all
It's like 1 second. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah.
We've all this and Thamasa. Like, if
yeah.
Thamasa threw you into the General Leo fight, that would be like a perfect 16-minute break. But it's a nice 12-minute break broken up by like holding up in a right press.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Oh, smacks her.
There is indeed a minion in Final Fantasy XIV that's called Gestal, and it's a little dog. It's a little puppy dog, and it's adorable.
No way.
Yeah, there is. It's great.
That's
It's
awesome.
really, really good. So yeah, clearly they've heard the the fan theories and have run with it, which is just fantastic. Well, not theories so much as just interpretation. Way cuter as a dog than an emperor.
I will say, for the amount of text in this game, like, Ted Woolsey only had 1 month to translate the entire game. And, like, that's all items, spells. And he didn't even have game footage. It was, like, printed off text lines. So he never really had the, like, I guess the meaning behind the text a lot of the times, because it was just words on a sheet.
That's crazy. I didn't realize that.
It was...
That's insane.
All-time translating was rough. Like, Breath of Fire 2, Ted Woolsey had to translate the game from a VHS playthrough from someone. So, like, he just watched, like, a VHS and then went through and, like, tried his best to be like, all right, I think I know those characters.
He gets a lot of crap that's totally undeserved. That man did so much with
so little.
So little help. Yeah.
All-time translating jobs were rough and, like, very rushed.
Oh yeah.
So here we're gonna go get a very important Esper, Zone Seek, and you get out of the auction house, which is usually random, but by going in and out of this door and watching that lady on the left, we can manipulate what we're gonna get. So he's kind of just looking for a specific four direction pattern here, and got it pretty quickly, not too bad. And now we know it's gonna be Zone Seek. And Zone Seek's huge. It lets you learn spells, and it also, whenever you have it equipped, when you level up, you get +2 magic, which is pretty good. So we'll basically be using that in the next segment to power up Terra and make her our carry for the next about the next couple hours.
Yeah, having this manipulation is just so nice.
Yes.
Trying to do this segment in other versions of the game is it's miserable. It's miserable.
I remember B-Dude, very, very high tier runner of the game, he was a little bit behind, so he was like, all right, like, auction house is going to either make or break this. So he just skeed it in, no manip or anything, got Zone Seek right away. And he's like, off to Sealed Cave we go. But, like, at that point,
that would be insane.
The run was kind of, like, dead anyways. And, like, even if you end up getting Zone Seek quickly, it's still a good, like, 15, 20 seconds.
That's the worst goal that you'll ever have to run against, dude. The no manip Zone Seek.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get more lore here. There's a lot of lore in this game, turns out. We're learning about, Terra kind of learned about her history. Now we have to realize we have to work together with the Espers, and she's kind of the link behind it all, being half Esper herself. And we're going to try to make contact with the Empire and become friends, make a little treaty.
Yeah, so right now, this is one of the reasons we didn't want to gain too many levels on people, because Terra rejoins at the average party level, which at the moment is 11. So if we were to get extra levels on characters, we would just have to grind more, which unfortunately in this next area makes it harder and harder, because the experience curve per level goes up quite a bit.
Yeah, we're gonna take that stack of Revivifies we bought earlier. We're gonna put them to use.
Those poison rods are for a meme about 3 hours from now. They're not
excited.
I was wondering about that.
They're not a part of the run, but it's a fun meme to kind of show off.
Yeah, I had forgotten that that they were there. I believe that's the only place you can buy them.
Yeah.
You cannot buy them in World of Ruin. And I don't think you can buy them anywhere else. You actually can't buy any breakable rods in World of Ruin except for the Pearl Holy Rods. Like, they just don't appear at all, so it's why we have to stock up on them while we're still here.
Poison rods, when you use them as an item, break for the spell Poison, which is kind of poop because Poison is a tier 1 spell with very little attack power.
Yeah, it's not good.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, all the other breakable rods are for spells that do significantly more damage. Good save.
I heard that.
Never concerned. No, never worried about that. Fine.
I forgot what part of the bridge I was on.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, this version of the game we can clip through bridge segments as long as we're holding toward the direction that the bridge is going to appear in. Even if the spot we're on disappears when that transition happens, we'll just move in accordance with the new spot showing up. You can't do that in PR. So I think all of us, when we originally started running this, tried to do some of the patterns that we do in this version, and it was like, oh, you just fall in the lava, and it doesn't work. So you actually have to do the like real route.
Don't make me do the game as intended, please.
If there's one thing any speedrunner hates, playing the game as intended is pretty close to the top of the list.
Yeah, like we got our zone seek. We put it on Terra. She was like Dan said, she's level 11. We're gonna level her all the way up to level 19 while she has zone seek on. So she'll get quite a bit of extra magic power and be using that to carry us to the end of the world of balance, pretty much.
Yeah, she'll be our main damage dealer for the next hour or so.
Yeah.
Maybe a little longer than that, but it's pretty significant. This boost in conjunction with the rods and the level 2 spells, and then her trance ability when we need to use that just multiplies the damage even more.
It is worth kind of mentioning that you do hit bell curves with stats where like the magic stat isn't the end-all be-all to damage because the game does use your level in the damage formula. Because there's the Japanese routes where they'll level Terra to 21 under Modwin. So even though you're down 6 magic, because of that level multiplier, you end up out-damaging a level 19 Terra that's gone through with Zone Seek. So you definitely kind of hit like bell curves where like stats might be the perfect spot, or the magic stat or like physical stat might be the perfect spot. Like obviously leveling both is the best choice, but there comes that point of also just diminishing returns.
Yeah.
And it's not just the magic, like the 16 from Zone Seek's impressive. We're also getting 2 from an Elemental Saber. We're getting 5 from the Magus Hat, and then 5 from the White Dress, which is
From the quest item.
the quest item.
That's
Quest
right.
item White Dress.
It's crazy stats on that.
Oh
dude.
yeah, no, you can't beat it. The White Dress is used for the next 3-4 hours. It's a not best defensive, but since it is a quest item, it gives a boatload of magic that we don't want to give up.
I think we only finally stopped using it like right before Kefka's Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sell it in the shop before the end. Yeah, the very last shop.
Yeah. So that thing is just gonna get
That goes the whole way. Yeah.
a ton of good use.
And so there's Terra learns life like naturally at level 18, so it's a nice little check mark there to know that we only need one more encounter. So he's just gonna burn steps until he gets it and get her to 19.
There is 2 ways to approach the cave. You can do, I like the 3-man. Most routes will just bring Terra and Locke. It's nicer because you only need 1 person to run away. When you get 2 people trying to run away, sometimes ATB gets a little wonky. It does save time per encounter because you're not really going to sit through anyone's attacks. Everyone's going to throw an item and then you go away. So you save a little bit of time here for it, but you do lose a little bit of time in the banquet due to extra text boxes. One of the also double-edged things about bringing a third-party member is you increase your preempt chance by 10%, but you also increase your pincer chance by 10%. So it's a very big double-edged sword depending on how you want to roll the dice with it.
Yeah, the pincers are mean on this part.
Yeah, worse.
You can still like generally run away, but it just loses you quite a bit of time.
Especially if you want to keep step route intact, like running away from an encounter isn't the worst, but it's going to cost you another probably minute before your next reset, just due from like extra encounters and having to farm that 1 extra because you ran away from it. When you get to the higher tier levels, it gets very dicey. But that really happens, in my opinion, with like most speedruns when you're trying to go for a good time. You have to introduce more stupidity and hopefully it works out for you.
Yep. Throw safety out the window. You can phantom early on in this segment if you want as well, to help protect from physical attacks.
In case you get unlucky and they hit you a couple times.
Yeah, it's not fast, but it is much safer.
Yeah, if you get hit a few times, then you have to go into the menu and heal anyway.
Healing 1 time is like a 4-second time waste. Healing 5 times is a 20-second. And it's not just necessarily like in the cave. Like some runners will look at the whole run, which you can't really get mad at the game if you play risky and it punishes you for it. Like if you're running around with a near-death Terra and she happens to get smacked, like it's a little bit on the game, but it's mostly on you to prevent it. It's really knowing like when to push it and when to be safe.
Yeah, it's limits that you get comfortable with the more you run the game.
Yeah, where you're willing to take the risks.
Yeah.
Because it is a long run, and if with a run like this, unless you're really wanting to grind, it's really kind of a 1 shot per day kind of thing. When you get a run, this long, you're not really going to be playing the game for 3 hours and reset and try again. And
exactly.
Unless you're crazy and trying to stream and play 14 hours a day, it's a lot,
Also, I find like, to me, the run doesn't really start until past Kefka at Narsh. And
I'd agree with that.
So
it has a lot of stuff in the beginning of the game, but it feels like a lot, but then you play more of it and it's really, you're right, it's like really not that much. Like it's a weird relationship that you get with this game. The deeper you go. I feel like that's kind of how it is with a lot of RPG runs, where it starts out pretty overwhelming and then you kind of understand it, and then
it's funny because I do think that the Kefka and Narsh category is a really good way to dip your feet into running this game.
Oh, 100%.
But at the same time, it feels like once you've done it enough times, it becomes your least favorite part of the game.
Yeah.
So it's I don't know. It's kind of funny. It's a little tough to have people who are like super experienced with it want to actively do that segment, just because there are little things that cause lots of time loss that are totally out of the player's control that just end up getting really irritating. Because like, you've learned a segment how it acts 50 times through, and then you get a bad pincer attack and suddenly you've lost a minute just because the game didn't feel like playing well.
Yeah.
And so it's frustrating.
The early game just has so much of that fluctuation because you don't have smoke bombs. Like,
exactly.
Before you get smoke bombs, it's just all depending on how quickly you run away, if you get a pincer or not. It's really a lot more RNG in the early game, the first like hour of the run.
It's why we do the save and scenario first, as the guys mentioned. You know, getting there and getting the smoke bombs ASAP is just massive. So, speaking of, we'll grab a few more here. Yeah. Replenish the stock a bit. We're back up to 30 now. This should take us most of the rest of the way.
That's a good amount.
Yeah, pretty healthy.
No chocobo ride.
Yeah, hidden chocobo stable here.
There's so many of these hidden around the world. I didn't know until I started watching speedruns. I was like, I walked that whole way like an idiot. Used my legs like a sucker.
Yeah. So funny. Like, the big one is the one, the like first one you can get in World of Ruin, I think.
Yeah.
Where you could just completely bypass having to do the huge walk on the like
that aggravated me so much.
The trench. Yeah. It's terrible. Yeah, I honestly think that both the original and Pixel Remaster are good and worth playing. I would not have said as much about Pixel Remaster when it first came out. It's been fixed up quite a bit since release. There's a lot more things now that work properly. There's still bugs, but it's way fewer than there were. And honestly, I think you'll get a good experience out of both of them. The soundtrack updates, some of them are really nice, actually. Chocobo song, new Chocobo song is terrible.
Yes.
But almost everything else sounds great. And from a speedrun perspective, they both feel very different. There are things that some of us old-time runners do not like at all about Pixel Remaster, just because they're not what we're used to. But it doesn't necessarily mean they're bad. They're just not the same.
I don't know if it's that we're not used to it, or we've spent so much time with the game that we have this idea in our head how it should work. Like, I do agree that the ATB queuing system does not work.
No, it does not.
As it should, to be a friendly, balanced overall game.
Yeah. Pixel Remaster's ATB system is a mess, and there are things that just don't work properly with it.
I like the 45-second time loss to Goddess, where she just keeps... She just looks to the left, looks to the right, looks to the left, looks to the right, looks to the left, does both three. Looks to the right, looks to the left.
The Goddess fight is tremendously broken, and is the biggest example of there being issues with the ATB system. Anyway, we can talk about that more later.
Yeah, we made it to this vector here, and we have a little timer on the right side of the screen here, which it's not a huge issue. We're gonna have plenty of times left, but we basically have to go and talk to the game tells us to talk to as many people as we can. We want to talk to 23 people and stop along the way, grab a couple items out of chests that we're going to be using. We got the Gale hairpin there, which is a pretty nice item in terms of safety. We're also going to be getting like a back guard here that I think we're going to sell. Yeah, the goal here is to talk to 23 people, and we're going to have to fight a couple of them as well. Because I think like you basically have to get a certain score during this segment of the game. It's kind of a big mini game. And this is like the first part of it, where we're going to try to talk to as many people as possible, and then during the actual dinner sequence, we're going to answer the right questions. And it's all to get a specific item that we want.
I spaced out and I did this out of order.
You did. I was going to ask you if you were doing something I was not familiar with.
I assumed I gave him the benefit of the doubt here. You know?
Yeah. So again, I don't want to go back to Pixel Remaster for everything, but you do. I think you handle this in a slightly different order in PR, just because of how the timer works and how you can manually end the timer before it's up. So, but there are like 3 guards that we need to talk to in front of the palace that we have not yet. So,
funny enough, with Pixel Remaster, Uchiha, very, very well-known Japanese sir. So apparently, who you have as the on-screen party leader going into the sealed cave Kefka fight also dictates the point system in the banquet.
Really?
So that's how they were managing to talk to 21 people, was if Tara is not the party leader, you can talk to 21 soldiers. If Tara is the party leader, you need to talk to 22 soldiers. And it was one of the weird things, like their the Japanese routing community had found out about it.
That's so bizarre.
It's so weird.
That's so random, dude.
I know Muchihad had shared the whole Vargas HP thing and explained why we were having discrepancies there. I had not known that about the soldiers, though. That is so strange.
Yeah,
So we're
plenty of time to spare here, even though we took a little detour.
So we're specifically not wanting Tara in the front of the party then. Wow. Okay. Very weird.
His mind is broken right now. He's like, is that why?
we
I remember you were in the Discord. Things. A bunch of people were like, why? How are they doing 21 only? Yeah. I remember this. Yeah.
Okay. Great game. So,
it's a good game. It's well made.
It is a great game. But yeah, that's it. We talked to everyone we need to. So Dine has some time now to do some menuing. Because you have to have the timer hit 0 to move on to the next section. So with that time, we can just clean this up real nice.
You said you can cancel this early in PR?
Yeah.
You can.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep. It is good too because the timer runs way slower in PR.
Really?
It doesn't run when you're in the menu, first off. Yeah, and
that's a weird change.
Just in general, it runs slower. Knowing PR, it probably runs faster in combat if you have auto battle on, because that happens with timers. That happens with timers everywhere else. But yeah, so when we were first starting this, we just sat around and waited. But then we realized if you go down to the throne room, you can talk to one of the guards there, and they'll just end it.
Nice.
So, yep.
But that was the talking section, or the talk to guard section. Now we're into the talk to just stall section, where we have to answer the questions correctly. Which I have lost an embarrassing amount of runs to this section.
We all have. I'm gonna take this real slow.
Yeah. This section is one of the downsides of having turbo, is that it's very easy to mistakenly hold it for just a second too long and make a boo-boo.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's no saving it in this version if you make a mistake. You can ask an extra question when he gets to this section, because I believe we only ask 2 in this version. And so asking the third question will get you an additional 2 points. 2 points.
2 points.
Yeah, 2 points. But he gets very mad if you ask the same question more than once.
Yeah, you lose like 10 points. It's very harmful.
It's really bad. So you just got to be careful about it if you do it. And so we're pretty good to go now. Have to take the break here because you do need to fight the guards. So if you don't do that, you actually can't get it either.
Some auto in action, just Tara calling her dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Calling dad to come help her out.
Father, daughter moment.
Mother, dadder, daughter, dadder.
Just quick. We'll have 2 more questions.
Is your war truly over? Can I finally stop clenching my butt?
Yeah, right. And now, when he asks to have us accompany Leo, you must say yes here as well. And then that is it.
Now we get to mash. Or put turbo on.
Yeah, you can do it here because it'll default to yes. And then That text box is extra because you have Sabin with you.
Yeah.
So that's a tiny loss related to taking him with us for this segment.
You can do a party swap to remove Sabin, but you're going to lose more time from the party swap than you are from the text box.
It's not worth it. You either commit to it or you just don't bring it all. And that's fine. Either way is fine.
There's also been a little bit of speed tech. After you win a battle, like a battle is successfully won, you don't want to have any menu boxes open. So like at the end of the SP Forces fight, I defended with Locke and Sabin. That saves 13 frames every battle, which it's one of those things that doesn't sound a lot on its own, but considering we're going to be fighting 100 fights, those 13 frames add up very, very quickly. Now, you don't want to do that during smoke bombs because you'll lose time because you're inducing lag.
Yeah, I learned that recently too. I was just closing every menu every time, no matter what.
I did that for the.
Oh,
go ahead.
I think B-Dude came in and was like, "Yeah, you shouldn't do that." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
I didn't know.
LCC came in. He's like, "Don't make me make a video about lag generation." I'm like, "I'm doing it right." And he's like, "No." He's like, "That's on 1 battles." I'm like, "No." I looked at the list and I'm like, "Oh, it does say 1 battles."
Yeah, because we did so well at the banquet, one of the rewards is that the Imperial base that we went to earlier is now going to be open and has a whole bunch of items that we're going to be grabbing to sell, basically.
Yeah, this place is just an absolute gold mine. It's got probably close to 40,000 GP just in raw money, not including a lot of really high selling relics.
Yeah, this is one of those little side trips that takes a little bit of time, but it's basically impossible to route this out of any category where you're doing things by the book. Way too much good stuff here. Flame saber, some running shoes.
Yeah,
just a.
I mean, the flame sabers are like, aren't they like 3,700 each, 2,500 maybe?
35.
Is it 35?
Yeah, they're beefy.
Yep.
Good old Ralph again with the 2 birds bullying him along.
Like, do I gotta? I don't want to be here. Let me go back to sleep.
You said we were going to the park.
Exactly.
Another little free warp stone here on the crate. Just gotta hold A as we do in this game and press right and you're good.
Yeah, that one's actually kind of it's necessary ultimately. We have an option to get an extra one to use at some point in the World of Ruin. That is nice to have to save steps potentially. But there's definitely a few that we have to have. And so if you don't get that one there, you'll just have to buy an extra one.
Yeah, the safety warp stone in the World of Ruin is so nice because the step route keeping intact for the grind is quite tight.
Yeah.
And any little extra steps are nice to play with.
Yeah, it's like 2 steps, I think, right?
Yeah.
If you're off by more than 2, then you get the encounter before the end of Daryl's tomb.
Correct.
So it's pretty mean. I didn't realize that was why we got an extra smoke bomb or an extra warp stone earlier. Just to have in Daryl's tomb after the first like switch or whatever. I was like, oh man, that's actually so nice.
I think it was Lion that came up with that backup back in his running days.
That's about the time that we started utilizing it. I think it was maybe split between me and B-Dude, but yeah, we definitely started implementing it then. I have a really bad habit of there's one room in Daryl's tomb, the room with the room on the bottom left with the chest that you have to get the crystal mail, and the stairwell, and I overshoot that chest so often that I was just like, I really would love to have something that I can do about this to not make this a problem, because
it
what happens
messes it up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's terrible. If you have the warp stone and you use it, even if you don't need it, it saves you 6 steps. So you're put 6 steps ahead, and if you're 6 steps ahead, you'll just burn them right in the beginning of the grind. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that chest is
If you're
wonky 'cause
behind-
it's like 2 tiles from the door. So
Yeah.
all your muscle memory tells you to buffer, and then you realize you're in
Yep.
that room, and you're like, no.
And you buffered too much. Yeah. I did that at least like 3 times, and it's like, I hate this. Because losing the first fight of the grind where it's supposed to be, you end up losing like a significant amount of time.
Yeah,
Just
and
because of
then
where it sets everything.
the one nice thing, I guess, is do you get more money technically because you fight an extra reach frog encounter?
You don't
I don't
fight
know.
the extra. You're moving the first reach frog to the 12th.
Oh, you're just moving it to the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, so it doesn't actually.
So you
do
don't
anything
technically.
for you at all.
Yeah, it's not actually good at all. Well,
No, it's just
It's just terrible.
It's just bad. Yeah,
Okay.
it's just.
You
bad.
just happen to hit that sweet spot in the encounter string where everything works out so nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it won't ruin a run. And for people who are, getting used to it and constantly PBing and getting their times down, you deal with it. Just deal with it and move on. But when you're getting your time down and you need to make sure every second counts, one wrong step 4 hours into the run and realizing, well, that's the end of my PB is just it's a bad feeling.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the
We're
warp
at,
stone is like a 3-second time loss. So
Right about that time. Is there a good place to break coming up?
I'll walk to Thamasa, and then we can cut there. It's just maybe like 2 minutes from now, minute and a half.
Perfect.
There's something about doing that walk after a break that just sketches me out.
Just get it over with. Yeah.
I can mold in 5 minutes in peace.
That is one of the last kind of tough overworld walks. You really gotta hit specific tiles in order to catch all those no encounter tiles as much of them as possible.
The Thamasa walk and the Zozo walk to Jador are probably the 2 roughest overworld walks.
yeah. The Zozo to Jador one is one that I have in my notes. I still have like a full step-by-step of like down 5, right 1, down 5.
I did that with
left
the
2,
Thamasa
down
one.
3. Yeah.
I actually was watching, like, when I kind of came back to this game like a month and a half ago, like I was watching Elo's run, and he like he very loudly taps it out. He's like click 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 click, and I was like, okay, that's actually so smart. Like I'm just gonna click. I never did it like that before, but I heard him just smashing the D-pad on that part. I'm like, all right, I see it.
Elo hated that walk.
Yeah.
He'd be like, I don't
to be
care,
fair,
I'm losing
it's
time.
pretty irritating.
I'm going to be safe.
Yeah. Like doing it right is just it's worth it. So, and the Zozo to Jador one is especially like shaky. A lot of space and not a lot of
it's
like
big,
things
and you're not gonna know
align
whether
with.
or not you got it right until
Yes.
quite a bit later, which is until you walk to Magitech, basically, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's like you're just
exactly.
like, well, I hope I did it right. You know?
Yeah, it's not good. It's not fun. And then this one's a little weird. Once you get here, it's fine, but like the beginning of it just feels a little awkward. And you'll know because you will not get an encounter before going into the town. You'll get one like right after leaving. So perfect.
Cool. Breakdown.
Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour, so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything you need to do to stay healthy. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break, we are going to be presenting our first Asian American and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month celebration on the 18th and 19th of May for a full 2 days of showcases, speedruns, and celebrating AAPI heritage. The submissions are open until the 21st of April, and the schedule will come out on the 29th of April. You can use !AAPI in Twitch chat to get more information on how to submit a run. And with that, we'll see you in a few minutes for more of the run. So, Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hot Fix. We are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VI. We are in the middle of a run. I'll hand it right back over to you, Dine, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Church. We'll get back into her. Now that I'm here, I'm going to save in case I sell something. This is the biggest shopping menu in the game.
Yeah, all of the extra items and all the extra steals that we were wanting basically all came down to this shop here. We're going to be selling all of our high value items and buying a whole bunch of rods, which are very broken in this game, and will carry us through the majority of the boss fights, basically.
It's going to be a heavy amount of our damage output for the next few hours, a couple hours maybe. But yeah, you can have a bit of an incident here if you sell certain things that we don't want to.
Yeah, in my notes I have
earrings.
a big thing that says "Don't sell the back guard."
Don't sell the back guard.
I sold the back guard and didn't have a back guard for like Dottaluma or something. I don't remember why, but it's like all exclamation marks. Like,
yeah, it's not great. You want to ideally keep it as a safety. But also the trade-off for selling it just almost isn't worth it.
or maybe not back guard. I think it was wall ring. That's what it was. I sold a wall ring because that messes up Dottaluma's.
Yes, you need to have the wall
That's
ring.
what it was. I was like, wait, it's not the back guard, it's the wall ring.
For Dullahan, yeah.
Oh yeah, what I said? Yeah, Dullahan.
Yeah, you have to have it, or else you're gonna have a really bad time.
Yep, that killed one of my runs very early in my life. And
Yeah.
that got all caps from me in the notes.
The worst is when you sell it and you don't realize it until you get to the Dullahan fight.
Until you got there,
And you're like, no.
Where is it? Oh. I've accidentally sold my stack of elixirs here before.
I remember that.
That was fun. Yeah, that was not great.
All that whole 5 GP did you good?
Yeah, right. Great, thanks, game. So yeah. There's a couple.
They sell for one, right? Because they're rare. Is that?
Yep. It's like, oh boy, that was totally worth it.
It'd be great if they actually sold for something, but no.
Yeah. Yeah, no. So you need to be fast but careful with that menu.
Sure.
So because we do need the money for the rods. Dine's got a good stock of them now, and we'll be picking up one more here pretty shortly. Two more? Are you getting both of them?
Yeah, the poison rods kind of ate into the
Oh yeah,
the meme rods bought into the the story needed
It
rods.
It happens. It's fine. So there's an ice rod coming up in the next mini dungeon that we need to get. There's also a fire rod in there that is a optional pickup, but it certainly can be nice to have. And if you came into here with less money than you hoped, it's there as just a backup because we do buy quite a few fire rods.
My money management was not great for a long time, and I relied on getting this rod for the majority of my runs, and just said whatever. I'm only going to buy 10 rods and just get that one.
I pick it up a lot too.
It's actually kind of nice too. It's not usually if you have a good burning house manip, you can generally still get it and not get an encounter, or only get one at the very end is kind of what I've gotten with my very non-experience of it. But
yeah,
it's still not bad to go for it. If you have to.
No, agreed. You can typically avoid the encounter if your movement is good in the final room.
Right.
But it's definitely a little bit dependent on being comfortable with the same idea as doing the movement to skip the encounters in the multi-party scenarios with Mog and at Kefka and Arsh, where you need to be moving while they're moving.
Right.
Which is a little bit trickier with these, I feel like.
Yeah, they really don't have a moving sprite. It's kind of just a fireball that decides something.
Yeah. But we are going to see that tech used a bit here for one of the more interesting, in my opinion, manipulations in the game.
Yeah, lore-wise here, we make it to this town, and magic isn't allowed, but his little girl Realm is in the house, and he's scared, so he's risking it all and using magic to put out this fire. But they keep a whole bunch of fire rods in there, and so the fire just gets bigger and bigger. We gotta go save her.
Yeah, unfortunately, Flames Be Gone is kind of having the reverse effect.
Yeah.
So clearly the rust is there with these guys, and that their skills are not up to par like they used to be.
Yeah, we're gonna throw some relics on our characters here and maybe move Star to the front. I think at some point you do that. Or not to the front, to the top as party leader. I think you can do that later though, or whenever. But this is kind of going to be similar to when we were doing the auction house manipulation. He's just gonna be looking at that fire sprite and wanting it to go up and right, then up and right. And if that happens and his movement is really clean, then he's not going to get a single encounter in this. That was a really quick manip.
It was
crazy.
really fast. That is excellent.
Nice.
All right, really good. Yeah, so that movement is all very.
What?
Wow. Okay.
So
I'm legit surprised.
Just
that's
reaching out, giving you a hug on that one. That was insane, dude.
Oof. Okay. Yeah, that's a shame. It was perfect through the first two rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
The manip value came up really fast. Oh no.
I panicked on that. I thought I was one time over more. I was like, all right, I can just go to the door. Hello, wall.
So you have to do the whole like back and forth through the door to get the NPC value where it needs to be. And if you get really unlucky, it can take a while and it can actually be slower than just trying to YOLO through the house. But that wasn't bad overall.
Yeah, if the manip takes generally less than like 30 seconds, it's worth it. If it takes more than that, then it's going to be eaten into your time. But even if it takes a long time, it's still nice to do because it saves you smoke bombs. If you have to walk through this and take all these encounters, we got the flame saber steel, nice.
Yep.
If you go through this and have to take like 4 or 5 encounters, it just eats into your smoke bombs, which really sucks. And kind of can eat into your gold route as well.
Looking long term too, this also helps quasi manip the floating continent encounters. More so because you know which encounters can be the scary ones.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be like, all right, I can play stupid for the next 3 encounters, but the next 4 after this, I really have to be careful for. Because on like quote unquote perfect step route where you've had no additional encounters, the encounter before Gigantos is a 1 in 16 chance to be a ninja. And then you got Gigantos, the next 3 are ninja free, and then the 3 after that are a 25% chance.
So you're telling me that time I got like 7 ninjas was not was just bad luck?
You got a bunch of 25% and probably a couple 1 in 16s.
Yeah, it's pretty unlucky.
Dude, I had so much experience in Magic Points though, dude.
Era was set for Atma. I didn't even need to ATB
you learned Doom before Atma? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, when you get Doom before Atma, you know you've had a rough time.
Yeah, you can get a weird situation where Celis actually hits like level 20 before you leave the floating continent if you're really unlucky. And then it just like, it's not terrible, but you have to be very aware of it.
Yeah, you have to know, otherwise because your Dolahan Gill will be different, right?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, it's way more dangerous at 20. So like half the values are bad. So but yeah, the fight itself, the Flame Eater fight went really well. We got so you may have noticed that we used an Ice Rod on Flame Eater and it did 8,000 plus damage. Based on, the rod ignoring magic defense, doing its maximum roll, and based on the grinding that we did with Terra earlier. So just that little bit of time it has a massive impact. So between the Ice Rod breaking, we got the successful Flame Saber steal, and then Strago attacking with the Ice Rod as well. It does enough to kill. And we only had the 1 counterattack. I don't think the bomblets got any attacks off.
No, thankfully.
Yep, that was good.
The rods are going to be our big carry for the next probably about hour and a bit. The damage they output, especially with some of these enemies having surprisingly high magic defense. Also, Terra just not knowing any tier 2 spells.
Yeah. Yeah, because we don't have time to sit around and do grinding with Modwin. The trade-off was using Zone Seek for the higher magic power. So in this route, Terra will get to level 2 spells, and we will be using them. So that's a little bit different from this route and any percent glitchless. Terra gets a bit more screen time in this one for sure.
And now we're off to Cutscene Cave. Where we got one more little mini boss fight, and we got a nice time. Oh, there's the lake. That's the Lunker Lake out there. You get some big ones.
I think Mark Davis is out there somewhere.
Yeah, Mark Davis is on a boat out there right now.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's a little inside joke, by the way, for a fantastic little SNES game that Talia runs, Mark Davis Fishing Master. Awesome speedrun.
Oh,
Definitely
yeah,
check
dude.
it out.
Best SNES fishing game ever been made.
So good.
Maybe the best fishing game that's ever been made, period.
It's up there. It's definitely up there. So, little fun fact. You may have seen, coming from the top left of the screen, a little silhouette moving. So Realm will be moving around on some of these screens while we're here. Anytime she's on the screen, you actually cannot get into a random encounter. So we use that to our advantage to do as much movement as possible while she's visible. Which makes it so when we go through here, I think we end up getting 2 encounters before her and before Ultros, and then we get one more during the last bit of this walk. That first cave room has a very interesting item called the Heal Rod, by the way, with a massive battle power, but it only heals things when you attack them. So it's designed to be like used on your own party. There are certain applications of it that we've been trying to see if we can work into runs, mostly in PR, just because of how silly things are. But I don't know if we've got any current applications for it.
Buffalax tried the Heal Rod Goddess strat.
Oh yeah,
it was magical. He'd deal max damage and then heal for 4,500. Deal max damage, then heal for 4,500. And you'd be like, man, at least you're getting somewhere.
That's hilarious. All right, so this is the last steal that we really want. Ultros 3 has a white cape that we can steal. That would be really ideal because we actually need it at some point.
In this run, it just sold for money.
End of the game, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For tier 3, basically. And for the magic resistance, right? Or magic defense. Or
actually, characters and Espers, we don't need it because
we don't need it.
We get so much force equipment from doing all the additional content that we get the extra magic evasion from that, and we have access to Fenrir, which is a much better Phantom because we can still get hit and it's there.
Yep. That's right.
I definitely know what this run is.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean,
I'm here to learn, man.
Yeah, we got the last steal we needed already.
This is
Did you get the white cap already? Okay, nice. Oh, okay, there it is.
Yeah.
Yep. Beautiful.
This is a fun run for like a one-off or like doing it a couple of times to see some of the extra content.
Yeah.
For me, at any percent.
Yeah, that's like the main reason that I wanted to learn this, or that I was like hyped that you asked me to do it today, because I was planning on watching it, but I don't think I actually sat down and watched like a full run of this. But it doesn't. Yeah. It's,
one of the nice things is it's like if you've learned the glitch list, it's primarily the same for like most of the run, which I know a lot of people that have grinded glitch list hardcore. Kind of like it's nice to do once or twice. FF6 definitely suffers from low boss HP syndrome, where it's very easy for you to deal lots of damage, but with the bosses not having a lot of HP, you end up just cruising by pretty quick.
Nice. Well, we made it through the cave. Now we got A whole bunch of lore.
Yeah, this is where the Espers that escaped the sealed cave kind of hit out. And they're like, oh my god, attack. And the one person's like, hey, you have the same energy as us. You're like us. She's like, hey, let's go back to town. They're like, okay, we're sorry for nuking that one village.
Probably deserved it anyway. Yeah, so for most runners, this is a very common breakpoint because we have a lot of cutscenes here that you can just kind of hold turbo through and have progress on their own.
Also a very good raid spot. If you're going to get raided, this is the area generally where it happens.
It's always here. It is. Welcome, new viewers, to Cutscene City, where we'll be sitting and watching for the next 7 minutes.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah. I'm going to go step away from the computer for the next 5 minutes.
Yep.
I've had a couple of...
You come back and you're like, oh, why is there so many people here?
I just like when chat's flooded, we're like, is the streamer's mic muted? And it's like, I just went to the bathroom.
Yeah, this is where the turbo controller, honestly, where it benefits the most from.
Yes.
Just because here you have to press A for all these boxes unless you have a turbo controller or like an ASCII pad or something that has an auto. And it's a whole debate on whether or not turbo controllers are a thing or not. But I think in long runs like this, especially for sections like this, it's just good for like accessibility. I mean, it would be much more annoying to have to sit here and press it than if you could just turbo down and stand up for like a minute or two,
Also, ASCII pad. Thankfully, ASCII pads are pretty easy to find in the wild. I understand like the PS2 talks with the Kawamis, because those things are like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
Yeah, SNES ASCII pads are like very common for sure. I have like 3. Yeah. I bought one and like it worked, and I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna make sure I have a couple extra. So I had a couple extra, and like they both work.
Yeah, I know what.
I used it for a different run, and then I used it for this as well.
Tina Hacks uses a Hori Fighting Commando controller, which has a slightly slower mash, but it still works for like all the important skips in the glitched runs, which I was kind of surprised with. Because I think it mashes at 24 hertz instead of 30, which is really whatever.
Hori Fighting Commander? Dude, this thing looks sick. Okay, that's a thick boy, dude. Dang.
So there's also like a nice selection of options as well. So here Kefka has learned the ability to turn Espers into Meiji sites. We don't know where he learned it, but he's apparently got an upgrade in the last half an hour.
He's been busy.
So now the Meiji Tech armor is going to try to nuke the city that got burned down by the house full of fire rods. And then coming up is one of like the fights I wish we could use the character more with. I love the Leo character. And using him for this one fight's nice, and like his special ability is also pretty sweet.
Their behavior is dishonorable.
Yeah, I think the saddest part is that shock only gets to be able to be used here. Like, and I think that's something, randomizers have definitely implemented shock as a more regularly useful ability, just so cool.
I believe
which I kind of appreciate.
Key Edition did as well. I think there was a relic that turned, I don't know if it was Terra's Morph or, oh, hello, baby, Celis's Runic into it.
I think it's Runic, right? I think it's Runic gets turned into shock. Yeah, and it's very cool. So this fight can look scary at times, but ultimately, I think we've more or less confirmed that unless you have Leo in the back row, or miss turns for whatever reason, you just skip turns or aren't paying attention.
Yeah.
You can't actually die in it unless like something really, really, really weird.
I don't think that
because like
I don't even think if that's the case either, because
no,
his AI
okay.
script is like the big spells are like every other turn.
Yeah. So you typically have enough damage to deal with it before you die. A certain set of spells will take you down into like double digits. Which is kind of scary.
I've definitely left this with like 28 HP and been like, all right, when's the poison tick gonna happen?
Right. That's exactly it. Because you get poisoned on the first one, and then you get hit by fire 3, and then you're like, oh, okay, I guess we're gonna have a nail biter here.
Thanks, Aegis Shield.
A lot of good you did. Yeah.
But yeah, there's been there's been a couple of deaths to Kefka, but as Lion was saying, it's usually from Leo being in the back row and people using physicals, which Leo has the offering equipped, which already reduces your damage by 50%. And then putting you in the back row for another 50% damage cut doesn't help too much. That's where just using shock is the much faster option because it doesn't care about row. So when you're turning up like a 5-round fight into like a 9 and 10 round fight, that's when things get very, very sketchy.
Yeah. You might be wondering, well, how did Leo end up in the back row? So, Leo's character slot is actually shared by Bannon. And if the last time you have Bannon in your party, he is in the back row, Leo will also be in the back row during this segment. So you actually can kind of mess yourself up if you move Bannon, and then you don't realize when you get here. So, as Dine mentioned, Shock is typically the solution to that because Shock doesn't care about what row you're in, and even though it's a tiny bit slower, it won't have the reduced damage. So you can just kind of spam Shock instead.
Yeah, it's like 75 frames slower than attack, which is in a vacuum nothing. It's going to take you longer to put him in the front row.
Yep, absolutely will. So, not a huge deal.
So now if everyone wants to get their guesses in between 0 and 3, Ifrit's brother Ifrit is going to cast some fire spells at Kefka. And the amount of times those spells hit are dictated by battle RNG. So if people want to guess between 0 to 3 on how many times Kefka is going to get hit, you don't really win anything. It's just a fun game. A lot of us do for like predictions during streams.
Win pride and channel points.
Yep. 1, 0, 2.
Nice.
Okay. So Kefka is equipped with a paladin shield here, a paladin shield and a ribbon. I think Magus hat. They really wanted to make sure Kefka just doesn't die here. Also has the best equipment ever.
His gear is like unfairly stacked.
Yeah.
How'd you get all this stuff? Esper magic.
Sketch glitch.
Exactly.
I happened to put a tonic in the 248th slot, and I don't know what happened past that. I went to draw an enemy, and next thing you know, I had 255 of these things.
Got one in my right hand, one in my left hand, one on my head.
Edgar's got shuriken stapled all over its place.
Sketch glitch is a magical thing.
I always liked the Japanese glitched runs, because in the Japanese game you have 2 columns, and instead of 255 item slots, you have 256. So the old way of doing Kefka at Narsh was buying 4 Magus hats and then stapling them all onto Sabin. And that plus 20 to magic just sent Orebolt's damage to such crazy heights.
That sounds ridiculous.
That's really silly.
It was like you go to Capricorn Nurse and he's dealing like 1,600 damage.
So dumb.
Oh, yeah.
That's great.
The newer routes just staple 4 shurikens to Edgar. The equip anything glitch does have some interesting properties, like auto crossbows and tents. If you manage to equip them, will give you maximum physical and magical defense. So you'll hit cap. The only thing that will deal more than 0 or 1 to you are attacks that ignore defense, which makes a lot of the glitched runs, like you can play infinitely more riskier on the Japanese versions than you can on the English, just because of that glitch, because you can go into Air Force at level 10 and nothing's going to deal more than 1 damage to you. We're here, absolute 0 hurts.
Yeah.
It was always so funny and kind of sad to watch the difference between the 2 runs.
Yeah.
So he's going to do a little bit of menuing here because the game doesn't let you menu again until after the first Air Force fight.
Yeah.
So he's kind of getting Terra ready for that and getting everything else in an organized and ready. I always thought that was kind of mean that they don't let you menu on this before this first fight.
That was one nice thing Pixel Remaster changed, was you can menu right away.
That is nice. That does seem nice.
Yeah, you can just hop in there and then immediately menu, which is pretty cool. But yeah, Terra gets to keep all her stuff and get some stuff changed around because she's still gonna be carrying us through a lot of this.
Oh yeah.
But everybody else in the party is gonna take a pretty extended break before we see them again.
Take a bite of those 2 people. Oh no!
Oh, goodness.
Into the void.
Yeah. I think Final Fantasy V.
Well, I think if you go back into Thamasa, isn't it all dark because of the floating continent looming overhead? Or is that like Albrook and Tizen?
Albrook is for sure. I want to say it's like Albrook and Jador. It's a couple of different cities. I don't remember exactly which ones. I know Albrook is one of them, though.
I just learned that recently, and I thought that was a really nice touch.
Yeah, it's super cool. And most people don't. You don't have any reason to see it, because for the most part, you just go right up here. Like, there's not actually that much to be done before you leave the World of Balance.
Yeah.
Like, if you've been keeping up with everything. I think one of the bigger things, if you didn't do it already, is if you're going to get all of Mog's dances, you have to get Water Rondo before you leave. And then you can fight like Intanger, which Sketch will do, but otherwise we don't really do too much. You can like go back to Doma Castle and go in there and get like 2 chests.
Oh yeah, the prayer beads.
The beads, yeah, which are useless in this version, but actually quite good in other versions. So here is the Imperial Air Force, IAF.
Oh, good night, Ed.
we placed Celis and Terra in slot 2 and 4. Or all 6 of these fights are going to be pincers. So we want those 2 to face the Spitfire, so in case we do end up getting propellered, we don't get that double damage. Edgar, whether he lives through this area, isn't the biggest of deals.
Yeah, having Ed dead for a couple of these encounters makes it a little bit nicer for Celis to level in the floating continent, but it also makes it a little bit riskier for her to... If you have bad ATB and you get unlucky, then it's... Since there's only 2 targets, then she gets targeted more often and she can die, and that'll end up costing you as well. It's kind of a risk-reward kind of payoff. Depends on how things go.
It's a little weird, too, because if you have Edgar dead for, like, every one of these fights, I think Celis will actually get 1 level that she wouldn't otherwise get, which you actually don't want.
I think she's insanely... I think it also depends on where you are in the encounter string.
It probably
Because if you get a couple of the 2 encounters, it doesn't matter. But if you get like all 3s, then that's what think you level up.
I think you're right. Yeah, it's so rare.
Yeah,
it hardly ever matters. I know I've seen it once though, and been like, why am I missing magic power? Because you're a level ahead and you leveled with the wrong Esper. So
Yeah.
fun times. Absolute Zero, boy.
Ed,
Edgar.
Thank you.
Oh, Ed.
Oh, Ed, you're so sleepy. Just
Good night, Ed.
just take a nap, King. You deserve it.
You rest up for later in the game.
You rest up for the next fight where it might happen again.
I actually think it's optimal to have him dead for like the last one, because you don't have any reason to need him alive for the Ultros fight.
Oh, yeah.
And it's one fewer sneeze animation that you get. So it's actually good for him to be taking a nap then. Even comes with his own blanket. He's prepared.
Okay, now that rules. I didn't realize that. It does kind of look like a blanket when it lays down. Oh, Bedgar.
That one I haven't heard. That's really funny.
Good old Bedgar. Oh yeah, that's a classic.
Bedgar. I've heard Deadgar, but
I think the first time I heard Bedgar was when I was fighting 028 and he got immediately muddled and he put my entire team to sleep.
Oh no!
Like, what are you doing, Ed?
Yeah.
I like when he gets muddled and he uses flash on the team and just
well,
everyone's sitting there in like 20 HP and you're like, I hate life.
Let's all take a picture.
Jeez. I'm just trying to move this ether up, man.
Oh, he's sleeping again. My dude, having a rough go.
He looks comfortable, man.
It's better than having Celis go down during a bunch of these, because that's pretty annoying.
Yeah,
having Celis go down is mean because then she won't get the MP or the magic you need, so you have to take an extra encounter.
It's just annoying. But yeah, at this point, you just leave him. Also, Absolute Zero splits damage, does it not?
it does.
Okay, so yeah, if you basically, as long as you have at least 2 people alive and Terra's at full health, you can never die in these fights. But if you come in here with like only Terra and you get Absolute Zero, you take instantly 500 damage, and like don't do that.
We're kind of at we're at that sweet spot where it looks like we're doing massive damage, but we're barely on the cusp of like reliably killing, and reliably living.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance. So, thankfully, this fight is not particularly difficult. We'll just hit Ultros with a rod, and then we'll hit Mr. Chupon with a couple, and then that'll be that.
One thing I just clicked into recently, I kind of feel like an idiot for it taking this long. This whole sequence of 2 fights, we use every rod.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, that's kind of neat.
Yeah, it's fun because you have to hit Ultros with a fire rod, and then we use thunder rods here.
Yep. And then Chupon with the cold rod. Yeah,
exactly. Use one thunder rod here.
Nice thing about this game, randomly, they'll just bring our party back to life. So Edgar's fine now. He got pushed off the airship, and now he woke up falling from the sky.
Yeah, everyone's
full health.
Yeah, that health restore they took out of Pixel Remaster.
No way.
They put it after the fight instead.
They put it here. Yep.
Oh.
So you get tentacled by
weird.
Ultros, and then you go into Air Force, and you're like, please don't atomic ray. And the worst thing is the autosave puts you before IF starts. So you have to do a quick save. You have to do a quick save before the Ultros fight, just in case.
Yeah, like required. So we'll need to get Phantom up during one of these fights before we fight Gigantos. Which, as long as this thing, I'm not going to put it out there. Okay.
We shouldn't see ninjas, thankfully, before
well,
Gigantos
no.
now.
Well, the shaver or whatever.
Well, no, the Apocryphos can use a silence.
Oh, I forgot
that
about
dude.
that.
Yeah, it always does it to Edgar, like without fail. So, like every time. So yeah, we'll do some menuing here real quick to get Celis set up for her mini like level grind we're gonna do on the floating continent for her. And then we're going to make Edgar and Terra visible so they are not protected from Gigantos' wrath. Because Gigantos gives us a huge amount of XP, and we need all of it to get funneled into Celis.
Yeah, we want her to hit level 19 before leaving the continent.
Ooh. Hope she doesn't block this. Okay.
I've had the 3% Edgar block on the
Yeah.
throat jab where I'm like, I
Yeah.
just full sent it. You see the shield animation, and you're like,
Yeah.
no.
I say, because he's very close to being dead already because of that bolt proc.
Yeah.
Like, the biotics on him get very strong very quickly. And yeah, like Dine said, you can get a very unlucky situation where one of them will block the throw jab, and then not die. Where the boss will tick out, like the poison ticks will defeat him. And it's just like, well, I didn't mean for that to happen, but I guess we're splitting that XP and fighting everything on the floating continent now. Oh.
Okay, I got a preemptive
okay.
though.
Hello, big boys.
We'll take those.
Equipped the Gale hairpin, paying off already. Nice.
Yep. So ninjas are scary. You can't run from them. They're very fast, and they use multi-target skiing abilities that do a very hefty amount of damage. If Terra's at full health going into these fights, typically she'll live.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, usually.
usually, yeah. But
If not, if she's not full health, then it's you're back at you're visiting Arvis, as
exactly.
they say.
Arvis percent again.
This is
Yeah.
also that really weird spot too is even though we did a safety save, if we die, Celis loses that 6 magic she got from the 3 levels on Gigantos. And if you reset, it puts you on a different seed, which will mess up your World of Ruin. So if you're really going to play the risky route here, you really want to be well informed of what can lead up to it.
Yeah.
Because Celis losing 6 magic is pretty significant for the start of World of Ruin.
Oh, there's 2 ninjas so far. Nice.
It's a whole lot.
Can we get the 3 ninjas strike back classic?
Ooh.
The movie rules, by the way.
I think I still need one more encounter to get her to 19.
Yeah, I think that's about right. This one's not a great one to get. Behemoths are susceptible to being petrified, which is kind of nice.
Oh, can you break them? Okay.
Yeah.
You can, yeah.
Breaker shout.
Yeah, so we actually, Pixel Remaster, you'll basically use Shout on pretty much every fight. And if you get really unlucky and just keep getting them, you can do this instead. And sometimes that happens.
Oh. Oh.
Wow.
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 Okay.
All right. See, this is the beauty of this
Ed
game.
took enough naps earlier.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
He's well
set.
rested. He's good
Yeah.
to go.
That's incredible.
He's like, you know what? I had my time.
Yeah, I'm good. So that's it for Celis's levels. We're good now. Good to go on that front. 619 is the HP she should be at when we hit level 19. So from there, hopefully, knock on wood, hopefully we don't encounter any more ninjas because we have to take those.
Should only be one more encounter.
There will be,
here.
there will be one more. I feel like it's often a behemoth or a dragon, but right, we didn't even
nice.
I'm probably gonna get it.
You get it
You're
right
gonna get
after.
the
Yeah.
step after Atma.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually probably likely. So, all right.
Yeah, Atma's scripted fight. Another nice one with the whenever the bosses talk in the beginning, it's kind of a nice little script here.
Awesome.
Things can get a little weird, but
Boss
typically it's not
jams.
too bad.
Yeah, this fight can be really terrible if it gets out of hand.
Yeah, luckily you can slow Atma. It's pretty nice.
It's so big. We're gonna want to wait for Atma to take a turn. That's actually one of the best things it can do. It's quick and it doesn't kill anybody.
Yeah. The flare animation is very long.
It's very slow. Yeah.
The Atma doesn't have a elemental weakness we can exploit, so we kind of just make our own elemental weakness with Terra's Trance ability. Trance will double any physical and magical damage. It also reduces the magic damage we take by 50%, which is a nice caveat in some situations, but...
It's actually kind of nice for this fight if it goes off the rails.
Yeah.
That's a perfect fight, honestly.
Yeah,
Like,
that was good. No flare.
Cannot ask for better than that.
Encounter?
Let's say usually if you don't get an encounter before Atma, you get one in like the 4 steps before.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of times where I've been like,
weird.
oh, I'll be fine. You go in and it's a ninja attack. Terra's at like 300 HP
yeah.
and you're like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, no.
I think we've all seen the post-Atma pre-Kefka encounter before, and it's always
Post-Atma,
bad.
pre-Kefka ninja, dude. Ooh.
It's so bad. This is actually ideal because we need to take fights leaving anyway. So
Yeah.
pushing that fight to here is pretty much fine.
So in any percent, also in this run too, but this run has a lot more leniency with it. In the any percent run, you really want Edgar to have Doom when you jump off the floating continent, which is usually about 4 encounters. So if Edgar's been dead for a couple of encounters, especially if you get a lot of ninjas and they've been really mean, ninjas are worth 5 AP, which is a very significant chunk. Thankfully in this run, because we have to wait for Shadow, so we'll be using the time to teach people spells. Terra will learn all the tier 2 spells with Bio and Break. Celis will learn Fire 2, Ice 2, and Bolt 2. Edgar's going to learn Doom, and we just really stop caring about him. Doom is only for, realistically, 1 fight, but that 1 fight pays for itself in scores.
Yeah.
Another thing this grind does is it really helps charge Terra's morph gauge. So morph duration is dependent on how much AP you've gotten cumulative from battles that she's in. So since we're going to be grinding 50, 60 AP here, it's going to give her a nice chunk going into the World of Ruin. And the World of Ruin also has a nice little fun thing where her morph decay is cut in half, which means morph lasts twice as long. So with proper ATB weighting, we'll be able to morph for pretty much every fight and really not lose any of our duration. In some cases, we actually gain morph back. So here we see Gashol trying to use some fancy high tier spells and a little bit of a performance anxiety, it looks like.
Hit him with the flare. Didn't work. Hit him with the Meteor Max, maybe? I can't remember what he cast here.
Merton.
Oh, Merton, maybe? Yeah.
I still like to know the lore reason why the statues listened to Kefka. Was it because he was the first person to touch them?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're not even listening. Maybe they're just trying to hit both of them. and it just seems like they're listening, you know? That's what they need, the Kefka floating continent and like the early ending FF6 mod. Kefka just gets hit by a lightning bolt here and just ends. Oh, rip Puppy Emperor.
It was a good
Right,
run.
doggo.
You had a good run, buddy.
Yeah.
Eee!
No. Oh, it just tosses him off. That's so great.
So now Kefka gets some ultimate power and messes up the ultimate power. The statues were placed in a spot to nullify each other's powers. So we're gonna throw that out the window. We don't read the manual. Kefka just likes the sparkles.
I mean,
Your shadow. Oh, let's go.
Shadow has also assisted in destroying the world.
Thanks,
Thank you,
buddy.
Shadow.
Don't worry, I got you some weapons to use.
Appreciate you, bud.
Stay with that. This. So these naughties die pretty easy to a bolt too. Funny enough, if you also imp them, they will unimp themselves and then run away. And because AP is tied to the enemy pack, you'll still get the AP for free. Waste a lot of time, but it's kind of a neat little party trick.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Yeah.
One of the old no sketch routes before the Gao glitch was found, we used to do that because we needed MP for the tentacle fight. So it was just a bunch of imping, and then as the naughties are imped, they get auto crits. So it'd be like imp, get auto crit to the face, heal, just rinse and repeat for 5 minutes.
Yeah. It's funny to me how many enemies have a script where when you imp them, all of their physicals become crits. Like, it's quite a few, and I don't know if it was just something they thought would be fun, or I don't know what the reasoning behind it is. But it makes some enemies like that you think you just imp them and not care, makes them a little bit scary. So I don't know. The rare interaction.
Yeah.
Most people never use the spell. So.
Even though Edgar learned Doom, we're going to keep it on him for a little bit longer. It's not really going to influence the overall learning route. Narapa has auto wall on and is weak to ice. Thankfully, Shiva just doesn't care about auto wall. And neither does Drill.
Drill doesn't care about anything.
Yeah.
Why we love it.
So sometimes Shiva can kill. You do need a drill buffer more often than not.
And now we're grinding. Now we're gonna grind some spells. Wait for our boy.
Yeah. It's all about what you can really do in this area. You can go without learning the spells. Learning the spells is technically a little bit slower than just waiting for Shadow, because there's a 1/3 second where the timer pauses during screen transitions. So every encounter is technically costing about half a second if you wanted to get the nitty gritty. But learning all these spells infinitely makes that back up in the World of Ruin.
Sure, yeah.
So we're specifically trying to get the all level 2 spells on Celis. Para needs Bio, I don't recall if she gets break or not in this route. And then I think Edgar right now is getting like Vanish.
In an any percent run, getting hit by Condemn or these mutes is kind of annoying because they're just little time losses peppered around.
Yeah.
Yeah, the revenge mute shots are always annoying.
Yeah, because in any percent, our goal is to just get off here as fast as possible. So anything that
Yeah, Shadow's in any percent. Shadow's having a beer with Leo at the bar. He's not. We're not waiting around for him.
Yeah. Sorry, friend.
We should be getting pretty close to the end here. Terra just learned Bio. Celis is probably 1 or 2 fights away from the tier 2 spells. I know it kind of feels tempting to have Celis or learn tier 2 spells from like Modwin, or not Modwin, sorry, Ifrit and Shiva, because they cast those spells faster, or they teach those spells faster. But in the grand scheme, it's overall slower. Modwin teaching all 3 at ×3 is really good, just because Ramu teaches Bolt 2 at ×2. So it is a pretty slow teach.
Definitely not worth it.
I know a couple of runners that were looking into it had the issue with that. I'm gonna need to.
Also, you do have to trigger the text box there twice. There's Vanish. You have to specifically say gotta wait for Shadow.
Do I have any? Are you sure? All right, whatever.
I don't think so. I think you're done on it.
Yeah.
So, one important thing to note here, you must be out of this menu by the time the timer ticks down to like 6 seconds.
Yeah, I'm good with
if
this.
If you are not, if you are not, if you stay in the menu as the timer ticks down to 0, even if you are standing in the right spot, you will get a game over.
Yeah, you die.
You just, yep. So at 5, it will go away and Shadow will show up. That trigger, or that cutscene will not trigger if you're in the menu. And you cannot save it. So, fun times.
That's good to know. See, this is why I wanted to be here today.
It's a learning experience.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen to people before, where they don't.
GDQ Hotfix Anniversary Edition, but it's really Dine and Lion Teach Telio on this run for 6 hours.
It's a fun one. It's good.
I love this, dude. I'm enjoying it. This is great. This looks very similar to any percent so far. Like
it is. It's kind of cool to see some of the destinations we don't see in the.
Yeah, I'm excited for World of Ruin because I haven't seen a lot of it. It's been so long since I've actually played through the game casually that I'm excited to see.
We get
some other stuff.
I was having this talk with chat, and I like this run, but it's always like with the marathon prep, you're always doing like marathon safe runs. So like finishing runs for the sake of finishing runs is kind of nice to me for like the first 3 or 4 runs. And then after that, like just the goal of just being able to finish it is no longer enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can feel that.
This run is not fun to do that for. Because it just feels like the end, if you know you're not really pushing for anything in particular, it just kind of feels like a slog. There's not that much technical execution in a lot of it. So there's not really all that much to learn, just because, you have Moogle Charm for most of it. Bosses are just, spam spells until it dies, etc., etc.
The Tears is amazing. Tears is like the fun part, but
Tears are cool.
It's kind of funny that like with all the overpowered gear, it's still not that much faster than any percent.
No.
Like I said, like in a good like any percent run through, like it's maybe a minute and a half faster. And I think a lot of that is just tier 3 with bum rush.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that. Tier 1 is actually scary. In all characters in Espers.
Tier 1 is super scary in this version.
It's weird.
Everything else is like pretty scripted, but like tier 1, if he wants to start getting slap happy.
Oh yeah, it's kind of nasty. But yeah, you'll get a good chance to see the things that we don't usually get to see.
Should we do? This is probably a good spot for our hour break too. After this little cutscene, if we're gonna do another one of those, unless you want to do Fish Minute first.
I do fish. I'm not 100% sure how Sid's HP interacts.
Yeah,
like we could probably sit on the loading screen and be okay, but I sit in the menu and he ends up going bye bye.
Let's do Fish Minute first.
Let's do fish.
It's 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's basically in this part of the game, you have to, if you're playing casually, most people probably have Sid just die. You can heal him with certain fish in the game. They're the fast ones and like a certain one that spawns in the bottom of the corner. He's going to do a reset right here after he saves the game, and that's going to put the NPC value to like a known value. And knowing that, and having very specific movement in this next, in this area when he gets the fish is going to basically be a fish minute where we get good fish each time. And if it all goes well, you'll get them in I think 4 cycles.
Yeah.
There's a couple of different ways to do it. There's like a fast way and like kind of an easy way that's on like on the guide. I recently learned the quote unquote easy way, and it's not easy. I'll tell you what. It's very precise, and it's really cool though. It's very satisfying when you get it correctly.
Yeah.
So
it's very satisfying and it's very frustrating because it's 100% mechanical. Like there's no RNG in it. It's all just for about 2 minutes 4 hours into a speed run, it's all on you.
Yep.
It's rough. Like this is a rough time for something like this to pop up in the run.
And especially for me who just recently learned it, now that I have it in my PB, it's like, oh man, now I have to get it each time.
Sit timer. Thank you.
Yep. And that
was my fault for bonking against the wall. I can't even.
You bonked. Yeah.
I can't even blame that.
No. I know. So this is already technically messed up. We're gonna see.
Now it's in Kafka's hands.
Yeah.
So one of the interesting things about fish manipulation to me is that most runners have their own like preferred method of doing it. Like the way I do it is not the way that Dine does it. It's not the way that B-Dude does it. I think the way that I do it is the way that the Sabin showed like the video of originally.
Oh yeah, we talked to him like 18 times.
Yup. I liked that one, and I found that one was the most consistent for me. So that's the one I did. And yeah, you get in the bed and you talk to him like 5 times before you give him the fish. That's funny. But like, yeah, people will do this however they see fit. I know Dine and B-Dude made like a big spreadsheet with all the outcomes based on like the NPC value. It's very intensive.
The fish manip has always been one part, no matter like anyone that's tried to make their own, that has gone for consistency over speed. Losing to even 8 to 10 seconds in this over getting a consistent manip of something like you feel really good about is infinitely better than losing your run over trying to like save those 3 seconds with like, hey, I can grab this fish on like a one frame turnaround if the game lets me. And it's kind of like, don't get to that point.
Yeah. This is a really unfortunate fish minute, by the way. This is really bad.
Holy cripes.
Yeah, we want to be seeing either a really speedy fish or a fish on the bottom left of the screen. All the other fishes actually will hurt Sid.
Yeah.
I think we're around
there's
the fast one.
I think we're around
the
like
problem is
130.
they just goof around.
So some people are talking about it in chat. Yeah, this is the part of the game where if you don't save Sid, you do get the cutscene with Celis, jumping off the cliff to in a good faith moment or whatever the game tries to portray it as. But yeah, it's a very powerful scene.
Sure.
And I actually think like for the game flow, it's almost better, but it is significantly slower. So we really never do it just because the fish manipulation is very, very quick when it's done correctly. Wow. And even when it's done incorrectly, it's still typically faster.
Yeah, it's like 3 minutes and 46 seconds to for Sid to die and the cutscene to go through before you get to the raft.
And this should do it right here. This should be the end, I think.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, it's consistent. I will say that, and that's one thing that we've discussed is like when you're first learning the run, there's nothing wrong with just making it consistent, sitting and waiting, and having him die instead. At least you'll have a consistent.
Yeah,
spot
if you're not doing fish manip and you have a run where you get really lucky and get like a really quick one, it's just going to feel terrible to run against for the rest of your runs.
I highly I've been recommending, and not a lot of people take it, which it's everyone's choice, is to let Sid die for the first couple of runs. Like just walk away for 2 minutes, come back, view the cutscene, walk away for another minute, because it always fails where like the first time fish usually works out pretty good. And you're like, hey, that's not that bad. Then you go to the next run and it's like 15 cycles and you're like, I hate this.
Yep. That's where I am right now. I'm like pretty consistent with it. Like I get it most of the time, but it's that I know that I have to get it in order to not lose a bunch of time. It's just more pressure. 4 hours 4 hours into the run.
It feels rough. For 2 minutes, 4 hours in the run, it turns into Super Mario Brothers. Good luck.
Yeah.
All right. Turbo.
Nice turbo.
Turbo for the win.
All right. So just a reminder, chat. During these longer runs, we like to take breaks about every hour or so you can get up, stretch, get some water, anything you need to do. So we're back in just a few minutes with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VI, and we're in the middle of a run. I'll hand it right back over to you, Dan, whenever you're ready.
All right, beautiful. Let's get at her. So we've reached what can be considered the mainland. So there's going to be a small little town we're going to be passing. Normally, the game expects you to go and kind of like pick up Sabin and be buddy with him. But we're afraid to talk to him by ourselves, so we're just gonna leave him in that town for a little bit.
We're gonna just ignore all that. There's actually 2 towns here that we're just gonna just skip right by both of them.
I've been comatose, and I just fed my new grandpa fish. I'm good for human interaction for a little bit.
Let's just enjoy the sights and sounds of this new destroyed world. Lovely.
Thankfully, some of these encounters can be a little bit iffy. If you take the left walking path, there's a couple of different walking paths you can go through here. One of them gives you a lot kinder enemies. The enemy called the Mesosaurs, which are just little green dinosaurs that like to run away from you. None of these enemies are going to like outright kill you, but if you can take a couple of attacks, and depending on like encounter, if you get like a back attack or something like that, it can leave Celis a little worse for wear. This is definitely the saving grace chocobo. Having to do this walk would be
such a long walk, dude.
It's such a long chocobo ride.
Yeah.
You like the full loop of the song. This is the one that if you don't know about, this part can be really miserable. Because some of the enemies out on the like raised up serpent trench are actually kind of nasty. And so if you're alone, you know, no saving to help out, and you're just kind of walking through this in Celis, it's not fun. It's really not fun. Yeah, thankfully we can just bypass that and go right back to Nakia.
Yeah, you're gonna buy some stuff here, sell some stuff. You get enough gold. Needs about 2,300 to buy a couple enhancers. Maybe not a bard map at this point, I guess, but
We don't need it in this route, actually.
right. I know what I'm talking about.
This
Oh,
is
okay.
one of the minor changes from any
Yeah.
percent is
Sure.
any percent we would kind of build Edgar up to be an evasion tank.
Yes.
And this because we have so many people that can kind of deal damage. Also with just much better gear. We kind of just pepper it out, and then instead of someone having a 93% block change for the party, we're hoping the party's like 70% is going to work out. Spoilers, doesn't always work out.
Yeah, one of the things that Diane also paid attention to, I think, still is his gil, how much or gold he has. I can't remember what's called in this game. It's GP, I guess.
Yeah.
If he has to make sure it's not a multiple of 9, or so, because that's what's gonna have Dolahan does something that's mean if it is.
Yeah. So it is the concern about if Celis gets over level to 20 during the floating continent. It's just something to be mindful of that you'll have to account for, because you have things you can sell for 1 GP to move the value. But way easier to be 19 and only have to avoid 1.
Right, because it's just 9 that counts, right?
So if you're level 19, the only GP value you have to avoid is 1.
Okay.
The notes have like 0, 6, 8, 9. I'm pretty sure that's from when like different route revisions, because we're all good with our notes. So every time we do route changes, we don't delete the old route. We just kind of like glance over it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because basically what the formula is it takes the last digit of your GP, and if your level is a multiple of that, you get hit. 19 being a prime number means that only 1 can actually hurt you. So it's one thing in general. If your GP, and this is even for casual playthroughs, if your GP ends in 1 when you're going to fight Dulahan, you're going to get mashed at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. So it's definitely something to be on the lookout for.
Hello, friends. Goodbye, friends.
Yeah. This is this segment here has a couple of the scariest encounters that we can see. That one we got pretty lucky, and you got some good ATB.
Yep.
And none of them were super fast. Every enemy in this cave, except for the like Dante, so every enemy that was in that 4-pack can confuse you. All of them can.
Yeah, we learned that
And,
very recently, didn't we?
Yeah. Yeah, because the what is it, the crawler? Like, we knew that the harvester could, and we knew that the
Humpty.
the Humpties, yeah, that they could. But yeah, the crawler's got an ability that can confuse you too, turns out. So really our goal of getting out of here as soon as possible gets messed up, because if you get confused after you use the smoke bomb, it doesn't go off. If you get confused like as you're using the smoke bomb, it still goes off. It's really weird. But basically pincer attacks during this segment until we get to the boss are very, very deadly. There'll be one more here. And
Is there no encounter in the switch room?
there is not. No.
Okay. I saw you drop a couple steps there, and I was expecting an earlier encounter there, but
No. Thankfully,
that's nice to know.
Yeah.
That's a safe. Yeah, it's a safe room. do some equipment here. Very, very important for this fight, running shoes. And this is a big help casually as well. If you have running shoes on, tentacles cannot grab you because they cannot slow you. And you have to be slowed first to be seized. So it is one of the big keys to making this fight a little less painful.
The enhancers we bought in IKEA are they're going to be our forever weapons. They'll take place the elementals. Instead of giving +2 on a magic, they give +7, which is a very, very meaty bonus. And on top of it, they give us 20% magic evasion.
Yeah,
this is like the main fight that this is the main reason we want Edgar to learn Doom as well.
nice block.
Because the bottom left tentacle's not weak to ice like the other 3 of them. So we just Doom that one.
Yep, it is
Nice.
a bit able to be instant death. So
If you don't have Doom, you got to do some weird kind of backup.
Weird gravity rod stuff.
yeah, there's a gravity rod in the treasure room right before the engine room, and typically we don't get it until after because usually you'll just sell it. But if you don't have Doom, you can pick it up and you can immediately pop it on the bottom left one. It'll do like 75% damage, obviously, because that's what Quarter does. And then you can just fire to it and it'll die. So thankfully there is a workaround. There's a couple ways to approach this fight. I know a couple of the routes use either Edgar's Bioblaster or the Biospell, because most of the tentacles are, oddly enough, able to be poisoned, even though they use the same thing back on you. So definitely a few ways to handle it based on how you want to approach it.
Yeah, we're gonna be pretty much getting where this is, all character Espers, so we're gonna be getting them all. But the first guy I think we're still gonna be pretty much getting is after Edgar, obviously, is gonna be Setzer, just because he gives you access to the airship again.
Yeah.
So I think that's gonna be where we're heading next.
To be fair, the only other character we can get right now would be Sabin. So,
Oh, without the airship?
Yeah,
Okay.
yep, everybody else is blocked off.
Even Terra, like
Interesting.
you could go and start the first leg of Terra's quest,
Yes.
but the second leg doesn't come unlocked until you get the airship's the big unlock key for pretty much everything.
Sure.
Yeah, you can go to Mobley's and you can do the first Fumbaba fight with just Celis or with Celis and Sabin.
I thought casually you had to do that first, so I always made that stupidly long trek.
Yep. There's another Chocobo stable over there, by the way.
There is?
Yes, there is.
GDI.
Yeah.
Shaking my head,
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. But yeah, that fight's actually kind of nasty if you go there early. Fumbaba is not a joke.
No, yeah, Fumbaba, you need to deal like 8,000 damage to him
Yeah.
to get him to skedaddle.
Yeah, you basically need to use bio, and then whatever Sabin has that does damage. And every time, the biggest problem is that every time Fumbaba attacks, for the most part, it kills one of your party members. Because he uses, Bolt 2, Bolt 3, Blowfish, and then Solar Plex?
Yep.
And that's probably the one that someone can live. The key is that every attack Fumbaba does in that fight, and it might be every fight, but every attack Fumbaba does in that fight is single target. So you can never have both of your characters die at the same time unless you didn't revive them.
I was about to say, no, you just get stuck in a healing loop for 25 minutes.
You do get stuck in a loop, and that's the problem with the fight, is that you only get to take turns when both of your characters are alive. It's rough. It is a rough fight early. If you go there after, when you have at least 3 characters, it's not anything in comparison. Yeah, it's super gross early.
All right.
Yeah, the nice thing about World of Ruin is I think I mentioned it a while back. If you've been hanging out this whole time in the World of Ruin and the Overworld on all these walks here, there's no longer like any tiles that we're actively trying to hit or avoid in terms of like encounters. So it's kind of nice. You just can walk from point A to point B in as optimal way as you can, and just to keep the step route alive. As long as you're walking not in crazy ways, you're good.
Simply about number of steps now.
Yeah, these guys can be mean because they can like turn your characters into zombies, and you got to use some revivifies to get them back, and they can confuse you. This tomb sucks, dude.
It's also sketchy if you don't get a lot of revivify drops in the sealed cave, because you can have like one revivify and then 2 people are zombied, and you're like, well.
I have come in here with 0 before. I've had a couple of runs where I didn't get a single drop in sealed cave, so I went through the whole stock, and yeah, it's not good. It is not good at all. And pretty much every enemy in here can zombify. So yeah, it's good times. So I believe we used that warp stone, right?
Yeah.
Insane crystal mail grab right there. That was high.
So, yeah, you didn't use extra steps. Very proud.
Where do you buy
Follow
warp
me.
stones in World of Ruin? Your door?
That's a great question. I don't know if you do.
I thought
Or it's smoke bombs that you can't, maybe? Let me look, because now I'm not recalling.
mainly because I thought I bought an extra one, but I didn't.
Jador?
Albrook and Jador. That's
Okay,
correct.
beautiful. We'll
So
make a little
you just
detour.
Stop by either of those.
I was gonna say, I thought you bought 5. Maybe I guess you didn't.
I might have like fat fingered it back down to 4.
It's possible. I know you bought the extra one, or you got the extra one out of the barrel. So
Yeah.
I don't know, but yeah, there are places you can buy them. So.
Otherwise, you're gonna have to walk out of Go-Go's cave or
I'd
something.
say it might be worth just to walk out from Mog's cave.
Yeah, from Narsh. I think that's the one we usually do. Walking out of Gogo's or the Zone Eater sucks.
It's so awkward. Like, you're okay doing a dungeon like one way, but as soon as you got to do it the reverse way, you're like, everything's just falling apart, man.
Yeah.
That ceiling room is awful to do back.
Yeah.
It just feels terrible. Yeah, so less of that we see, the better. So that man-eater that we grabbed there is nice to have.
Yeah, it has some magic resist, I think, right? Or magic defense.
I think it's less important in this route than it would be in any percent, but I don't know, it's still good to have. So we'll have another boss here. We're doing a quick gear up for.
I almost forgot the end.
Good. Yep.
Yeah. Need that wall ring there.
That wall ring we talked about a little bit.
It's that whole thing. You talk about it, then you just you're like, it's input in your mind. You're like, I've done it. I'm good. And then you're like, wait a second. That didn't feel right.
Okay, so there's your level ? Pearl. If your GP ends in 1, you're just going to take 600 damage, 800 damage. I don't remember. It's a lot of damage. Phantom up. So that wall ring, because Setzer has equipped, Dullahan is scripted to use reflect ? Which gives a couple of nice statuses to anybody with the reflect status. So that's fine. Wastes a turn that it could be using like Ice 3 or something gross with. Setzer only needs his 1 turn anyway, and we use our 3 fire rods and we're out of here. So.
Yeah, Setzer uses his turn to smack himself and make him uninvisible so he can get ready to put him to sleep during Celis' grind coming up.
Yeah, he's gonna take a nap too. So, yeah, that we give him the man-eater and have him attack himself, just to put him in a low HP situation.
Springers?
Literally all it's for. Oh yeah.
That's like slow motion there. That was wild.
I was like,
I was not expecting that.
I wasn't either. I was like, oh,
yeah. If you mess up your step route, you'll get an encounter leaving the tomb to this back room. And that's how you know that you're behind and how your grind's going to be messed up. As long as you don't get that encounter leaving, you're good to go.
Yeah, and with the extra warp that he took out of Daryl's tomb, that's so much leeway that you have there.
Yeah.
Yep, it's nice. It's nice to have. So we'll have a couple extra steps that we have to burn, but again, we're just going to be going out to the world map and burning steps anyway, so it's inconsequential. Yeah. Yeah, technically it is not like optimal speed. It's not. The amount of loss is like pretty small, and it's much safer. But you know, it's technically not.
It's
optimal.
all what you want to do in an hour 5 of your,
exactly.
You know, like an hour 4.5 of your 6.5 hour run. You know, it all comes down to what you're willing to. You know, how much time you're willing to throw away if you're wanting to take the risk, you know, and runs like these, it's, you know, it's definitely worth it, I think.
I don't think the devs really planned this, but it's hard to plan like how many things you can do, especially with a leveling system like this. Like, the games didn't plan for you to power level one person under, like, one specific Esper. Like, they expected you to throw, give a character a bunch of Espers to learn all spells. They really didn't expect you to dump all your weapons and armor and relics for rods.
Yeah.
So, like, this is definitely just exploiting game mechanics.
I would say, like, casually, most people, once you get access to Espers, will like sit and power level a bunch of spells.
Yeah.
You know, once you get, you know, outside of Zozo, I know I've seen a couple people who are playing casually just sit there and grind out spells and stuff. I think that's probably what most people were doing. That's what I did when I played this game when I was younger. As soon as I got those Espers, I was like, oh, cool, I'm just going to sit here and
get some
power
spells.
my guys up and get a bunch of spells. You know, why wouldn't you? You know, it seems like very intuitive to just do that. You know.
This is, I think, one of the coolest moments in the game where you kind of have that realization that, you know, maybe we are going to have a way out of this, and you get one of the best songs, and it's just very iconic.
And then you get Doom Gaze.
And then you get Doom Gaze, and then you die. Anyway, there we burned those 6 steps. There we go.
Yeah,
react.
Ooh. Good night, Setzer.
Thanks, buddy.
Sleepy time.
Yeah, this is pretty much the only dedicated grind. I mean, there's been spots where going from one spot to another, we take the encounters, but this is probably the only spot that we're actually sitting and grinding. We're just going to grind up Celis from her level 19 all the way up to 42.
Got it.
And all while she has Zone Seek on, which is going to give her bonus magic each level. And she's just going to be huge and just do like 99999 damage to everyone.
In total, it works out to be about 26 levels under Zone Seek for an impressive 52 magic, and then 5 magic from the white dress, 5 magic from the Mega's hat, 7 magic from the enhancer. And she'll still need double earring for a lot of the bosses to hit that max damage. I think that's where like another casual thing comes into play, where casuals you're going to be fighting a lot more battles. So you're not necessarily going to have the massive like stat bonus, but you're going to make up for that with your level bonus because they both play into the damage formula. So having a casual person at level 47 or 50 over a power leveled 42 Celis, they'll still deal pretty close to comparable damage with the right equips.
This is a little side trip that we make in All Characters and Espers. We typically always come in here to buy the Tau robe from the armor shop, but in any percent, we'll just leave after that and go back to grinding. In this category, we'll come over here, talk to Lola, and get a message sent out back to her quote-unquote boyfriend in Mobliz. As was mentioned, Mobliz doesn't really exist anymore. So her boyfriend is definitely not there. And so we see the bird, the pigeon flies off to Zozo instead. We'll interact with that a little bit later, but we actually have to do that cutscene to be able to get Cyan back a little later on. So that's the best time to do it because we won't go into Miranda again otherwise.
And this grind is done in any percent or the All Characters and Espers. Edgar and Setzer. Edgar's main job in any percent is to be an evasion tank, so we'll get his magic evasion pretty close to max. Setzer's only job in any percent is to keep Mog healthy. Though that's only their two jobs.
Yep.
By power leveling Celis like this, we're also increasing the average party level quite a bit, very easily as well. So getting Celis to 42, the average party level sits around 26, 27, which after this we'll be grabbing a character Mog that joins at average party level plus 5. So Mog will join at 31, which will cause Gogo to join at 29, and Sabin at 29. So by getting levels on we're power leveling one character, but we're also getting a lot of other characters, just a bunch of free levels for just as a nice byproduct. And even though it does have a large cast, there's only a very few characters we actually care about in terms of like dealing damage. Terra, Celis, Gogo, and Mog will be a very big part of the run going forward. And if we need a character to recruit another character, you take Gogo out.
Yep. We'll have a couple bit players during certain parts as well, but that's going to form the core of our group for the rest of the game.
Also, Celis has the experience egg on that we got from the tomb. So for solo leveling, for the Mantises, she's getting 18,000 experience battle. For the Reach Frog, she's getting roughly 13. And it's the reason why this grind is so short. And then with Ice 3 being learned at 42, having just a massive spell power on top of the magic stat and everything else, she's pretty much set to deal, as Talia was saying, max damage to really anything she comes across.
Between that and the other level 2 spells and bio, we've basically filled out everything she would need to hit pretty much every boss we're going to see from here on out. A quick little swap, because we're not going to be using rods anymore, so we're just going to be using her spells. We'll take off the running shoes and use the hero ring instead for these last few fights. Just enough.
Yeah, this is the point where we're even with the hero ring, we're just comfortably overkilling by a little bit.
It's very, very particularly mathed out, which is why if your encounter string gets messed up here and you get these Mantodeas one fight early, you end up losing additional time because you can't kill them under the same circumstances that you would be able to if you're on the proper route. So it's not huge, but it is a time loss, and so for purposes of again PB attempts, it can be rough. That one will do it. We are 42.
Nice.
Goodbye.
Get out of here.
Right here.
Yeah, good call. Convenient.
But buddy, please.
Yeah, just grab one warp stone, because we will need 2. We'll need 1 to leave Narsh, and we'll need 1 to leave the Zone Eater.
And if you have an extra one, usually 1 to leave Kefka's Tower when you don't want to.
That's true. That's true. I've stopped counting how many times you've done that. It's probably for the best.
You know, one of the downsides of grabbing the extra smoke bomb for Daryl's Tomb, if you don't end up using it, you can use it. It does work as a faster smoke bomb, but just more expensive. But a lot of people will get to Kefka's Tower, go to like try to heal or use an elixir, and they'll accidentally use the warp stone and just yeet themselves out of it.
Yeah.
And it's like, well,
If you...
I tried.
It's been fun.
Yeah, if you did not use it in Daryl's Tomb, you need to use it here. Because this is like the last time that you're going to be getting random encounters until Kefka's Tower.
Whoopsie!
Yeah, you know.
My movement is spectacular right now. I'm doing
It's
great.
fine.
We're so healthy.
It's
I still got my level 19 HP going.
Yes, excellent. That's actually a good point. Oftentimes we'll elixir at some point, depending. So more of a thing in the PR though, I think, than here. Or Searchlight is dead. Crappy Searchlight.
No, where's maintenance? We
Yeah.
need maintenance.
Security system is down. Maintenance is on an extended break. Unfortunately, most of our Moogles have perished. I'm sure Maintenance Moogle was among them.
Bet you it was Kamog.
I'm sure it was Kamog. Dang it, Kamog. You had one job. So, taking our little visit down here, and we're getting one of the most important party members, for sure. Our great Moogle friend.
Good old Mo.
Mogogo.
Mogogo.
Mogogo rules.
Excellent. Mogogo.
Okay.
I love it. So the most important thing. Also, it still says Mog there. Just throwing that out there. The most important thing is that we need to grab a Moogle Charm.
The Mogogo, dude.
The Mogogo Charm. Make sure you get it. Because if you don't, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, Moogle Charm just eliminates random encounters, basically. I don't know if it does anything else.
No, that's basically it.
But
that's
its main function is to just erase random encounters from now on. It's insane. It's insane. Like, what?
Yeah, it's absolutely huge.
It's crazy.
There are some really nasty random encounters in the World of Ruin.
Yes.
Like,
Gogo's Cave has
particularly,
and the ninja archetypes that hurt
yeah,
so
Zone Eater is
hard.
awful. The Ancient Castle is awful. Cyan's Dream is awful. Like, there's a ton of things that are just gonna mess you up. All right, so we have to get Seraphim here because we did not get it in the World of Balance. It's also much cheaper in the World of Ruin. It's only 10 GP.
It's like a 300% discount.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's 10,000 if you buy it in the World of Balance, and it's just 10
Damn.
if you get it here. So make sure you're doing that because we are again getting all Espers. So we get these 2 chests, Pearl Rod and Hyper Wrist, both nice to have. Pearl Rod especially nice to have. The Hyper Wrist is just money.
We saved that for Shadow for his
Oh,
throw
we actually
damage.
do. Yes, that's right. We used that in this route. So I think we had tried to
Keep the Atlas
figure out a
armlet.
way to keep the Atlas armlet, right? Because it's just a better boost, but it's tough. Because you need the money in the World of Balance
Yeah.
so much.
Of course, you think a minor thing like the end of the world's gonna stop me?
Yeah.
Can we use that house on Kefka though? Can you rebuild it real quick?
Oh. Not today. Not today, sir. Satisfying conclusion when Sabin suplexes the house on top of Kefka. but we're just taking Saban with us this time.
So this is where the party average kind of starts taking a nosedive. Because Edgar and Setzer will be obviously lowering it because they're the lowest. We kind of want to get the important characters first. Saban we picked up because he will be dealing some damage at some point in life. Hello, Doomgaze.
Oh, nice.
Oh no!
But it's only Mo. Mo, go, get out of there.
Run! All right. Sad thing is, I'll probably find him. Oh, what?
Oh my god! You called that? Oh no,
Sir. Can I make it to the? Can I? Oh, thank you.
I cannot believe that. I'll probably find him into encounter. Okay.
that is amazing.
I was gonna say I'll probably find him faster than when I try to manip him later, but
yeah, well, that's incredible.
So that was
you could do
the
that,
double
give it a try.
doom gaze, dude. That's insane.
that hasn't happened in a long time.
No, that's a special one. That's great.
Yeah,
feel
doom
like
gaze
in,
typically is like just on a random like overworld. Like there's someone who recently in the FF6 Discord like showed every possible spot he could be.
Mm-hmm.
But there's like just certain spots that he can be, and it's completely random. Every time it like draws the world map.
Yeah.
It puts him in a different spot. So the fact that we hit him twice in a row is
That's
insane,
incredible.
dude. Like what?
That's awesome.
I was almost waiting for that third time, like right above triangle.
Oh my god. So I feel like sometimes we'd have Saban with us here. I think in any percent we just bring Saban with us when we come here, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because for Duncan, but in this, we could need to do a party formation for Mobliz.
Right.
So we'll grab Bum Rush after we grab Go-Go.
Yeah, so it's whatever. Because you have to bring Celis with you.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. I wasn't sure which way you were gonna go, but I was hoping it was that way. Oh no.
Go mo go mo.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like was mentioned, when the map gets drawn, Doomgaze's plays at like 2 spots on it out of like all the pixels on it. You can actually see that in PR because there's a visual indicator for when Doomgaze is in a certain spot, and if you go into your menu and you go back out, he'll be gone. So yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, there's 512 total possible spots that he can be in.
Yeah.
I was just looking up that post in the Discord. I was interested in it.
And we found 2 of them in the same flight.
Yeah, we found 2. There's 4,096 squares, and he can be on 512 of them. And we hit 2 of them back to back. That was insane.
Incredible. So happy that happened in this kind of setting. That's so good.
The Bum Rush is a very, very overpowered ability. It's magic, which not a lot of people... It's always fun to watch people find that out, because for the longest time I thought it was physical. And it has the spell power of a tier 3 spell, and it also ignores magic damage. Or magic defense, sorry. So pretty much Saban and now Go-Go, once we start giving him abilities, are going to be able to do some very comparable damage, once again for very little work. especially Gogo, just because he can equip. He has a better of assortment of equipment to equip, and a lot of it will have the magic stat, like the towel robe we bought back in Miranda is +5 to magic.
Equip the Magus hat.
Yeah.
So here's a side trip we do need to take. Palador is on the island here. So we just grab it, head out. We'll actually use it a couple of times. It's pretty useful. It teaches some good spells, and it has a nice effect on use that causes your whole party to jump. So we get it now because we'll actually be putting it to use in a boss fight coming up pretty soon. Mithril Rod is because it also provides a magic power boost. And then we will set up Gogo with Blitz, Magic, and Item. Blitz being, again, because of Bum Rush. Oftentimes we'll be able to mimic it, but going forward, we're actually not going to have Sabin himself very often. We're just going to have Gogo. So Gogo will need Blitz on their own to be able to use it.
One of my favorite memories of Palador is when LCC was playing Worlds Collide for like his first time, and his seed gave him 5 dragon horns, but no means to jump. So he gave everyone a dragon horn, and then summoned Palador for Goddess, and she died in like 3 drops. It was amazing. She
phenomenal.
Got nuked.
That's so good. I love interactions like that. It's one of the things I enjoy about the randomizers for this game. You can exploit some of the really fun game mechanics that don't so much have a place in the game proper.
Yep.
And utilize like certain boss weaknesses and things like that. One of the things that I think is kind of a shame about Final Fantasy VI is that once you hit a certain point in it, people will get Ultima, and then every single fight through the end of the game will be trivialized because all they'll do is use Ultima the whole way. And it's like, I get it. I get why. It definitely, makes it so you can shred things. But like, some of the really cool boss scripts and some of the really like interesting mechanics that some of these fights have, you just never get to see them. Like, so it's kind of a shame.
Yeah.
And it's one thing I really enjoy about both Worlds Collide, which we will see later on today, I believe, and Beyond Chaos, both of which are really cool for their own reasons. So it's one of the nice things about the speedrun, though, is that a category like this, we actually get to use some of that knowledge, put it to good use. 5 dragon horns and Palador is not one of those things that you can do here, but that's pretty amazing. Big fan of that.
All right, so Terra versus Rumbaba. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Crap.
No, you're gonna be good.
I got it. I got it. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Did you miss? Did you miss target?
Oh, thank God I safety saved.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, it's okay. She's just tired.
Yeah, it's fine.
Go, dude, I'm dead. It's killing me right now.
That's so good. And it's great because neither of them have like any text boxes, so it doesn't matter at all.
So we want Terra to target herself on that first fight. It ends after a certain amount of turns or when her HP reaches 0. And it's faster for the HP to reach 0.
Yeah.
You can kind of get like a little bit of a time loss there if you don't pay attention to her MP leaving the floating continent, because Terra's HP and MP stay the same. She gets 1 more HP. but her MP stays the same. So this, normally, a lot of people think you have to leave the town. You just have to step 3 tiles past that first house to re-trigger this second scene. And then taking a hard left at the door is to avoid the tutorial-friendly dog showing you the hidden staircase.
Yeah. And little optimizations that really add up. I didn't know about being able to skip the little dog cutscene for quite a while myself. So Dine showed me that. I was like, oh, okay. So you just ignore the dog?
It is like, it's a nice little small couple of seconds time saved.
Yeah, definitely.
So this fight coming up, not a lot happens, but it's one of my favorites. So Fumbaba, once 10,000 damage has been dealt to him, the battle is over, and he'll use Bubble Breath to kick 2 party members out. But if you queue up a Bum Rush during the Palador animation, Palador will drop the characters down based off their speed stat, and Sabin is just a pretty naturally fast character. So what's going to happen is he's going to drop down and instantly do Bum Rush. Just waiting to see if I didn't get incorrect blitz input.
Yeah, jeez.
So what happens?
Classic.
What happens is only Sabin is going to get blown away. So we end up fighting Fubaba with a 4-person party, where normally you're supposed to have a 3-person party. This also works out quite nice because this sets our party up for the next leg of the game we're going to be doing. So this also saves a party swap. And then since Fumbaba's weak to bio, we're just going to bio it and Bum Rush it to death.
Terra will get her revenge here.
Yeah.
Is permanent trance for this fight. And, we deal a whooping back to Fumbaba for this one.
Fubaba's skipping leg day, man.
Oh yeah, he's skipping
is.
leg day hard. He needs to talk to the Hate Gigas.
Yeah, it's very clear. Last time he skipped leg day.
All right. So blitzes, the game lies to you. The game does not, or at least in the SNES, does not understand directional movements by any means. So for Orbital, instead of doing like your Dragon Punch quarter turn, if you do down, down, left, or down, left, left, it'll always work. Same thing with Bum Rush. If you replace the directional with a cardinal, you'll have a much easier time nailing a lot of the blitzes. So like for Bum Rush, it's left, left, up, up, right, right, down, down, left. And then you hit the A button. And that advice has helped out so many people instead of trying to do like the thumb roll and hoping for the best.
Basically, the diagonal will accept either cardinal associated with it. So if you really want to get like funky, you can do something like left, up, 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 right, right, down, left, left, and that will work.
Yeah. It's not we're god at fighting games. That's Talio. It's just we make things really easy. Talio will Dragon Punch people all day.
Oh, not in the tournament I played in yesterday. When the quarter circle 4 comes out as a down sweep, ooh,
Oh no! You get full punished.
just jump in, get dunked.
Back to the lab.
That was a classic one.
Yeah.
Feels bad.
All
All right, we're good to go here.
So now it's kind of just what's close. And Cyan's right here. Mount Zozo is probably one of my favorite places in the game. Goodbye, Birdie. Just for it has so much good equipment in a very, very small area. You find 2 elemental shields. You find the red cap, which increases HP by 25%. The Aegis shield, which is just overall a very amazing shield on its own with its 25% random chance to dodge a spell or block a spell. This is one area I often joked about trying to route into any percent. It would never be worth the time sink, but
Yeah.
this one area alone gives you such a large power spike.
Yeah, it's really crazy. It's dangerous, to be
Yes.
fair. If you come here without Mog and you actually have to take the encounters. The gimmick here is that most of the enemies have an incredibly high evasion stat. They also hurt, but they have a huge evasion stat. Obviously, in this version, that doesn't matter because the evasion stat's broken. Good save. But in the updated versions of the game, it gets rough. Like, you can't hit anything, so it's all magic if you actually want to do things. So
Think we're doing another loop? Yeah.
yeah, we will.
This is first of the 8 elemental dragons we'll be, or not elemental, but first 8 seal dragons we'll be fighting. This guy hits hard, exceptionally hard.
Yeah.
Because we have so many thunder rods left over from Floating Continent, we can use these on the next couple of bosses. It saves a morph animation. It's such the tiniest of time saves.
Yeah, we've got him though. We don't really need him later.
Yeah.
So. That dragon is nasty. Like, that is a nasty beast. Everything hurts. Arrow hurts. Rage hurts. Like,
Arrow also has a stupidly high spell power, as I recently learned.
it's essentially a level 3
Yeah.
spell. Like, yeah, it's gross. So thankfully, out of there without too much pain. But yeah, that's a bad one if you come into this casually and this is the first guy you see. Like,
The game kind of leads you this way, because Parsian Miranda, the one soldier, tells you about Cyan, but it also says Mobliss, so it kind of leads you to Terra, and then you kind of just hodgepodge around a little bit.
Am I writing haikus up here? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
pretty much.
Sick.
Yeah.
So there's a little Easter egg. If you come back up here after recruiting Cyan, you get the key to open the treasure chest. And it's him getting over his fear of machinery and then some Doma version of the Karma Sutra. I think the book called Bushido in the Bedroom.
That's correct.
The items don't do anything. It's just a fun little gimmick.
Yeah.
Bushido in the bedroom, huh?
It's
Damn.
fantastic. Yeah. Oh, Cyan.
So we did get the Force Armor from Storm Dragon, which is a very powerful magical piece of gear. It has... I always forget which elements. I think it's the major 4. Fire, wind, or thunder, ice, fire, and I think wind. It also increases your magic evasion by quite a good chunk. It's a good safety equip to have. It's overall just a really good equip to have. I'm going to leave Celis with the white dress for the extra 5 magic, just for that little bit of extra damage.
It is fire, ice, lightning, wind, and earth.
Oh,
all.
Dang!
I didn't know Earth was included.
I didn't know Earth was either.
We're at about the 5-hour mark. Are we on a good place to take a break?
Let me get already halfway into Golem. Oh crap! We'll get him, and then we'll pause.
Sounds good to me.
This Golem manip always feels like it takes a lot longer than Zone Seek to get.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it just takes longer to like normalize the NPC value. Well,
There you go.
what we're looking for is down, down, right, up, or right, left, right, left. And we're guaranteed. The auction house in the World of Balance is static. That Zone Seek manip will work for everything. However, for the World of Ruin, the values change on what item you get depending if you have a 2, 3, or 4 person party. I don't know why they decided to make different tables for that, but the game did. We're good for a pause, Church.
Sounds good. So yeah, just during these longer runs, we like to take breaks so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do. So we'll be back in just a few minutes with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix. We are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VI. We are near the end of a Final Fantasy VI run. Whenever you're ready, Dime.
All right, let's do her. So we just got the second Esper from the auction house, Golem. Golem, we will be learning a few of its spells. Stop is going to be very important for one of the big boss fights near the end. On top of it, its Esper itself, Earthwall, can be very, very powerful. When you end up summoning it, it will block physical attacks for as much as the caster's max HP. It'll also block some physical instant death attacks like Calmness. Fenrir will also do the same. So for anyone that's watched a glitchless any percent run with Phantom, now we do have a couple of more safer options. Hello, Timer Chan.
I miss Timer Chan.
I miss Timer
We all
Chan.
do.
So with the Moogle Charm, a lot of it is just rushing from point A to point B. Make sure you get your character set up on the correct abilities. So like anytime Celis is casting a spell, I'll try to get Terra on the spell and then morph for the next fight coming up, just to save a little bit of input time. And then get into the battle and completely forgot I've done the setup, negating that time save.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
that's a classic.
Oh,
Oh, that's Dataface, right?
Yeah.
No, am I crazy?
Dataface is from Mega Man Legends. The
Mega Man Legends.
FF6
I thought that was all
Discord.
from this dude.
FF6, the Discord signs from Ozer.
Is oh sorry, yeah.
Okay.
So this boss fight can kind of get a little messy, depending on your knowledge of what's going on here. As it stands, the battle starts with the woman in the painting. We need to let her have a turn so she can swap out with the demon. And then we get a grand total of 4 attacks before the demon swaps back with the woman.
You're doing great, Mog.
So, yeah, he's tanking like a champ. Now, thankfully, we are pretty beefed up here, and we know that we can do the 30,000 damage we need. Oh boy. The 30,000 damage we need to in these 4 attacks. So it'll be 3 casts of Fire 2, and then Mog's physical. Oh, good block.
What a block, dude.
Clutch. And then this will kill, and that's the end of the fight.
A big point is to always ATB weight the enemy's death animation, because we really want to preserve as much of that morph gauge as we can.
Yeah. It will run if the boss is like talking as they're monologuing before they die. And every tick counts.
So here, one more Esper, one more character. We're doing great.
Absolutely. in casual play, I feel like these are both a pretty decent character and a pretty decent Esper. Starlet, aka Lakshmi, has very powerful healing magic.
Get out of here with your translated names. It's Starlet.
Yeah, it is Starlet. I'm sorry.
What's the translated name?
Lakshmi.
Lakshmi?
Lakshmi, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it comes with Cure 1, 2, 3, Life 2, and a couple other things, or something else. I don't remember. It's a very good set of abilities, though. So, head out after grabbing those. We'll come back to the Opera House. And
No, conductor's still going at it, huh?
he's always going
Dude.
ham.
Doesn't take a break.
No rest for the wicked. So we actually want to hit the switch this time. Get dropped on stage, and there's not a show happening. There's just a dragon sitting there. So
All right.
our next opponent is the Dirt Dragon. Now, Dine specifically went into the menu before coming in here, put float on everybody. It's really important because the Dirt Dragon's main source of damage is from earth-based magic. Other than Hone Tusk, which got blocked. Very good.
Nice.
It's a very strong physical, but it's just that. It's just physical. Wow. That is a pleasant
super
fight.
tame Dirt Dragon.
Well then, not even a single spell. So by floating everybody, it'll often make the dragon waste a turn using like 50 Gs and putting everybody on the ground. We didn't even get to that point. It did one counter attack or one physical attack, and that was it.
I think it might
What a
have got
great
counter
fight.
canceled with that Horn Tusk.
I think it might have had to have, because I think that's the best Dirt Dragon I've ever seen. Like, legitimately. That's another fight that can be kind of gross casually. It doesn't have that much health, ultimately, but it's pretty durable, and it hurts a lot. So, next end's Destination. We're going to swap Realm into the party because we need Realm to acquire Strago. So, come to Fanatic's Tower, get Strago. While we're here, there's a dragon about halfway up the tower that we're going to go take care of. So this party is going to be more than sufficient. Gogo is kind of strange here anyway, because you can still use magic, but like you don't have any of the other things we actually tend to use Gogo for here. So we'll just drop Gogo out, replace with Realm, and then head up and do our fight.
Yeah, I see a question in chat. Why no Vanish Doom? The community has deemed Vanish Doom a glitch. Even though it is clearly just an exploitation of game mechanics, what the community was really going for with the glitchless run is to make a run different than everything else, which has made it quite the popular run as of the last little bit. Having doing Vanish Doom, Vanish X Zone, or Joker Doom has turned a lot of people off from learning the glitched runs, where even though glitchless is several hours longer, the appease of just going through the game and using raw mechanics has its appealing to a lot of people.
Yeah. Like, if you're familiar with the Final Fantasy VII runs, kind of like slots versus no slots.
Yeah.
It lets us, do things with the system a little bit more, have a little bit more interactive fights. So I'm curious how this is going to go. White Dragon can open up with anywhere between 0 to 3 Pearl spells. Yeah. That's a pretty typical opening. At least it's just one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, good night, Realm.
Realm, you're doing great. Just join the party, just dig a little now.
She's doing her best. Depending on how this fight goes, sometimes you want to use Mog to mute the dragon, because this dragon only has one attack. Literally one attack. It can only use Pearl. But sometimes you get a scenario where it opens up, it only hits Realm, and then you get to use 2 Ice 3s on it, or 2 Ice 3s on it, and then it just dies. So
That seemed pretty okay.
It was pretty good, I would say. Like, yeah, it's not often like that.
No.
Because you'll get in this mess where a lot of times it will open and it'll double cast Pearl on Celis and she'll just die. And then you get in a fun loop of trying to get everybody up and mute the dragon. And it's annoying.
The wall ring on Mog is the, oh crap, everyone's dead. I just need someone to do something.
That's correct. That is the...
Because if he ends up nuking down everyone, then Mog just mutes and then like you kind of just go into like crisis control.
Yeah. It's the last resort, but like it can happen. It's one of the weirdly RNG heavy fights, but like when it's like that, you never even think anything of it. But I think we've seen a couple of those that have just been like, what? What? Why did this happen?
I think B-Dude got one recently, and he's like, did the game glitch out? I'm like, no, you just got really unlucky.
No. Yeah. Yeah, because technically you can get 3, and it can like kill Realm and Celis like immediately, and you're just like, what? Why?
Realm also living through that fight is kind of nice for learning fire. We'll be trying to learn, like Mog's learned it from Siren, but we do want Realm and later on Locke to learn it for the Doom fight. Just to have as many people as possible to, in case we get a status effect called Frozen. I don't think I all casted that.
It's Ralph and the Two Birds again. This is the third time.
Yeah,
just let him go home.
We're actually going to put him out of their misery this time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, poor Ralph.
Ralph is just here along for the ride, man.
He's like, why do I exist? Oh no! All right. Well, down the rabbit hole we go. So we're back on the Veldt, and we're trying to recruit Gao again. And as you may or may not know, Gao is a finicky little boy. He only shows up on normal formation fights, and his chances of showing up are about 63%. And that's pretty fortunate, because after the second fight, we start getting into a territory where we'll get side attacks, pincer attacks,
IAF attacks.
IAF will always show up. Yeah, it's dumb. You can lose a lot of time here on what seems like a really insignificant part. So, getting him to show up quick is nice.
In a no sketch run where we needed Gao in the World of Ruin, I lost 17 minutes. It was like 28th try. Now, like, in the game's defense, like, only 21 of those accounts were, like, encounters where Gao could show up. But it was, like, it was on, like, the big grind. I just got there, and it was one of those points where, like, the run's dead, but, like, you're committed to finding him at that point.
Like, no, I'm going to find this guy.
you lost 11 minutes. That's what I remember. Like, you lost legit 11 minutes trying to get Gao. And it's just like, why?
It was like, I've never seen half these encounters before.
No, I don't understand. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. So, get Gao, come in here. We're going to find that Shadow has turned up in this cave.
You just napping
Interceptor.
Okay.
Yeah, Interceptor's chilling. He's looking for help. And we have another boss. This is a behemoth. If it lives for a while, I think it can do some things that are not fun. As it stands, we're just going to nuke it down with a couple of fire 2s and call it a day. It's not really an issue at all.
And then
an ATB waiting to conserve the trance gauge.
And then, oh my god, we're getting back attacked. Don't worry, I got this.
It's another behemoth. This is an undead behemoth.
Revivify.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Come to the wrong neighborhood.
I was ready for your plans.
So he's out. Oh, you got a Thunderblade, not 2 behemoth suit. Oof.
Oh man,
that sucks.
That's it. Reset. Time to do the run over again.
Yeah, jeez. Oh god.
Yeah. I'm here for it. I'm ready.
I'm all fired
You're
up.
running it this time.
I'm ready this time. Oh god.
I'll be a coach.
Dying and Lion teach me how to run this route.
Absolutely. Senior behemoth, that's right. So the Behemoth suit is actually an incredible piece of armor. Only Realm and Strago can equip it, but it is loaded. It's got huge defense and magic defense values. It gives you plus to like all 4 main stats. It's just fantastic. Really, really great piece.
All right. So
each one of go ahead.
Even though we still do have a pretty hefty shop coming up, and we did spend quite a bit of money on Espers, but thankfully, because of all the additional drops from the bosses, like none of these bosses have been giving experience or money. They just give drops and AP points. That's about it. But thankfully, we've gotten enough drops from everyone where we can still afford the items we need to finish out the run. Because even though this is all characters and Espers, some of the strats are still just any percent.
Yeah, pearl rods are always the way for Doom. And it's funny because I feel like in every non-glitched run that exists, there's no other way that people solve this fight other than using holy rods.
Yeah.
It's just it. It's always it.
Especially because the 6 holy rods we need is 72,000.
Yeah, it's a little pricey. So if you have any extra money here, you can just use it on more recovery items, which is always nice to have. Some smoke bombs, because we will need smoke bombs for a couple of places. Kefka's Tower obviously will be split up and we won't have Mog everywhere. But we'll also be going to Phoenix Cave with split parties, and Mog can only be in one of the 2. So getting a handful of smoke bombs is good.
So now, the fun part of the Colosseum. Are we going to get runics?
Oh, God.
Yes.
Yes. Always. Always.
So Shadow dies in 1 physical attack. It's one of the reasons we give Celis the running shoes. Oh! No!
Oh, no.
So you're up to RNG. Like at this point, thank you.
There we go.
You just hope she kind of just smacks him upside the head, and away with life you go.
That's hilarious.
I like how Ultros is showing there.
Yep, that's his job now as receptionist.
I'm glad it worked out for him.
Yeah,
Him and
yeah, it's
Chupon
kind of nice.
both living the high life.
They got a cushy gig. It's good to see, honestly. Retire, do a little side job, have something to do during the day.
I haven't, thankfully. Why were you? Okay, I understand that part of it. I don't understand the Mog running slow part of it.
I don't either. Well, yeah, I don't know. All right.
I thankfully have not accidentally sold the striker. I'm very, very careful when it comes to that. Thankfully, when it comes to the weapons, you're only selling like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah. Okay. This is an unrunnable encounter. So these are the things that you don't like seeing in here, and unfortunately,
Oh
goodness, unfortunately, they're unavoidable. So. Boy. Yeah. Yep. And that's that damage threshold that we just missed. Feels bad.
man, Terra really just stays marked forever, huh?
Yeah.
As long as you ATB wait.
Yep.
So that bar has not gone down.
No.
since the beginning of this.
It's really crazy just how much you can use it if you're good at keeping it active.
Mog, because he has the Moogle charm, he can walk over the steps and the spikes and take damage, and he's in his own little world. He doesn't have to worry about getting encounters, so his HP at this point is kind of just a resource.
This we can run from.
In this area, we don't have to worry about... Celis is completely fine with the running shoes, just because a lot of these enemies don't have a very high magic defense. Even with the red dragon coming up, we'll still be hitting max damage, even though we don't have that 50% damage boost, just because his magic defense is incredibly low.
Yeah, this is probably one of the more tame dragons, ultimately. Like, the only one who's in real danger is Shadow, and that's why we have an ice shield on him at the beginning.
So Shadow does need to be alive for not all the fights, but pretty close to most of them. Him learning Stop before Poltergeist is our #1 priority with him, and even though he'll be in our team for a couple of fights, he won't necessarily have that Esper equipped, just because there are other Espers out there that'll be more beneficial to the fight at the time.
We'll also be using Golem in a couple of different places anyway, so we'll see a little bit of it as we go.
Like the red glove right there for the Necromancer. That's kind of ruled.
Yeah, some of these enemies too, they've got some nasty stuff if you let them be too long. One of the enemies in here who only shows up in a couple of the different screens, the Aquila, actually, there it is. You can steal economizers from.
Oh,
yep, it's the rare seal. Like it's really hard to get. But yeah, you can actually steal economizers from those huge birds, which is pretty wild.
We're hitting the switches now. This will allow us to fight the dragon, and then we can just instantly switch to Mog and continue on with the quest.
Yeah. But Ice Shield just caused Shadow to take 0 instead of a whole bunch. Saved him. That's fine.
We're healthy.
3. Yeah, we're good. And then this Ice 2 will end the fight. We can remove the Ice Shield now because we'll need to move it elsewhere. And do a little bit of rearranging. And that's that.
I always get it in my head where it's like, hey, I need to rearrange the elemental shields. And then it's like someone equips it, and all the time you spent trying to arrange it just goes out the window.
It's just
and you're
gone.
like, well, you know, I tried, I guess.
Yeah, it's the thought that counts. Exactly. So yeah, we switch over to Mog. Mog can go meet Locke. We can get on out of here. And we can get ready to enjoy one of the best musical tracks in the game, in my opinion. Another one of those that only really shows up in like one spot.
It's one of the perks of running this category is you get to hear the full loop of Forever Rachel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's worth it. So good.
Everyone, if you also like Final Fantasy VI runs, or really just like someone that's very, very technologically advanced, much advanced than I am, Tina Hacks, that also has her own show on the channel. Give her a check out for sure. She's had me on her show a couple of times and has been an excellent friend over the last couple of years. I'm not crying, you're crying.
You know who's not crying? Locke.
I was going to say Rachel.
Rachel. Wow. Oof. Ouch.
Too soon, man.
Well, now that she's passed on, Locke can move into his rebound phase immediately. So, good for him, I guess. Yeah, it's rough. It's a great scene.
Did my amnesiac ex-girlfriend just give me the green flag to cheat?
Oh no. We love you, Locke. I'm kidding, we don't. You're a bum.
You're a bum and a thief.
He is the target of most of our ire for failures in these runs. We just blame him. Half the time it's really his fault.
Half the time he can't steal. He can't do his primary profession.
Right.
So we're going to be doing the ancient castle next, and even though bringing Terra here does give you extra text boxes, the time you save on the fight and saving a party swap for the next section makes up for it. So there's only a couple of places left really to hit. Ancient Cave, Narsh, Doma Castle, Doomgaze, and then we're on our way to Kefka's Tower.
But we already hit Doomgaze twice.
Now we get the struggle bus of, even though if he's manipped, do I remember the appropriate tile to land on?
Oh no.
Man, if that Doomgaze encounter would have happened with like Celis, just doing a little bit of chip damage with Fire 2 would have been so nice for the nerves.
It would have been really good. Yeah. Yeah. Doomgaze is a bit of a clencher just because you're on a time limit. And if it runs away, you have to go searching. And there's no real easy way to find it if it runs away.
If you ATB weight correctly, the fight, there's no reason he shouldn't run away. You do the fight 100 times, but it's still that thought in the back of your mind as a runner during a marathon where it's like, this is the one time the game's going to show me something new.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's always that little 1% worry. It was one of the puzzles I tried to figure out for Pixel Remaster because the way we encounter Doomgaze here involves us doing a save and reset manipulation to know exactly where it's going to appear. We can't do that in PR, and so it's a matter of you have to fly around for a long time to find it, and then once you find it, you have to actually do the fight, and because of how ATB works in that version, it becomes a huge mess. The recent patch for Pixel Remaster made it so Doomgaze is shown on the world map with like this big black orb. That's a very easy visual cue. And so you no longer have the issue of having to fly around aimlessly forever to find it.
That's nice.
Even if we have that visual aid, it still won't be faster than in B-Dude's PB for...
It will not.
Man found him so quick back to back.
That fight was blessed. I was so happy. I was pleased because that was the first time that we really did it, and it meant my strat worked, which was just so good for me, for my personal like pride. Not gonna lie.
Oh, it's always nice when you've worked towards routing something and you see it like come to fruition.
Yeah, it was a very abstract way to get to the end of that fight, but it worked, and I was really happy. So, but now the stakes are not as high. So, anyway, we've grabbed Odin. We've activated a switch so we can come downstairs, and now Odin is gone. Thanks, Odin. Good seeing you, bud. Odin has turned into Raiden. Raiden is a very, very strong Esper. That has two purposes. One is that the actual cast of the Esper is an instant kill ability with a pretty high success rate. The other is that it teaches one of the most broken spells in the game in Quick. We will not be using that here, though. Preemptive. Wow.
Will Locke actually learn fire on
No.
this? No, he won't.
If he lives, yes. And I mean, I guess there's a chance. I don't think that you're going to have it work, but...
What? Oh.
Oh my god. All right. Well, that's a first.
All right.
That's incredible.
Normally, trying to get Locke taught fire it's impossible. We also don't give him any gear either, so it's kind of our fault.
No.
Like, clean sweep will, like, normally Blue Dragon will open up with clean sweep, which will deal about 2,200 damage to him.
Yeah.
Locke and Realm don't need to learn fire, but it is a very nice safety for the Doom fight to have as many people as you can to learn the spell. The only person that won't have it is Strago. Just because we don't use Strago in any battles.
Right.
Unfortunately. Well, we brought Locke to the Ancient Cave just because we need him to lockpick a couple of doors in Narsh.
Yeah. So typically we would get a couple more chances to have him learn fire from the other bosses that we're going to see coming up here when we get to Narsh.
But him learning it there just means I get to not mute Ice Dragon.
Yeah, that's awesome. How blessed. Like, I cannot believe that happened. That's so great.
Should probably find
Celis is fast enough, so goes twice.
Probably find a place
Just
to
get
use
a
that.
preemptive, man.
Yeah, easy.
We have that and the double Doom Gaze in the same run. It's just too good. Way too good.
Sadly, there's no way to get everything done in a time-efficient manner in Narsh to just make it one trip. You're always going to end up backtracking for some reason, whether it be to grab Ragnarok or to come and grab you Umaro after Mog. But before we talk to the man, we're going to steal his bed.
Still pretty cozy.
So thankfully with this, you can just hold, like, turbo the A button, because the first option is to leave it the stone.
Mm-hmm. If you turn it into a sword, your run is invalid.
Yep.
You need to restart. Good job. I don't think I've ever seen that happen, to be fair.
I feel like you'd have to go kind of out of your way to do that.
Agreed.
Now we're just heading back to the Narsh Snow Hills. There's a dragon waiting up there, and also Tritoch from way in the beginning of the game. Tritoch is the second Esper to give you +2 magic on a level up. It will also teach you all 3 tier 3 spells at ×1. So if you're only worried about stats, Zone Seek is still like the much easier choice. Oh, hello.
Wow.
Another one.
That's crazy. So, this dragon is susceptible to mute, and most of its abilities are magic. This dragon is also susceptible to sleep, which I did not know until recently. Which may actually be better, because then it just doesn't get to act, and you don't have to deal with this drama.
Oh,
it's just Locke.
Locke's a popsicle.
A loxicle.
Loxicle, yeah. No. Thank you, Cleo.
I could hear you reaching for that one, dude.
Too good. Goodness. Yeah, that was nice and drama free too, honestly. That's good.
I'm sitting here trying to learn the run and trying to see all these crazy things that I'm gonna have to deal with, and Diane's just getting preemptives on all the hard bosses.
You gonna get one here too? No, okay. No, these two fights aren't actually that hard though. Because typically you'll just mute the ice dragon and then it really won't do.
Yeah, you make it pretty tame.
Yeah, and then Tritalk.
I love this fight.
It has some spells, but you get to do something fun here, which is, I don't know, it's just enjoyable. It's a silly little thing, but you hit it with 3 fire 2s and then 4 damage physical kills. It's great.
Tritalk has 30,000 HP exact, so you can either hit for 3 or 4. So you either exact damage kill or you overkill by 1.
It's so good.
And this ends up opening the ledge where we can drop down to get our last character and another Esper.
This is a nasty little area. If you do some exploring here, or if you decide to take the random encounters, there is a monster in a box here that has a Master Tonberry in it. And the reward for defeating it is extremely good. It's another Minerva Bussier, but the Master Tonberry is a violent, lethal enemy. Anyone who's seen Tonberries in other Final Fantasies know, not a good time. We're just going to be ignoring that, though.
Yeah. So with the Umaro fight, one thing to look out for is you don't want to start casting spells on him until he's done an action. After he's got about 9,000 damage done to him, he'll use a green cherry to buff his stats, which also buffs his magic defense by quite a bit. So you won't kill with just 2 fire casts. Like Terra's Fire will deal about 3,000 less damage.
Was just corrected in chat. I appreciate it. The Tonberries down here are the 3 times normal Tonberries. There's a Master Tonberry elsewhere. They're both really nasty though, so hence my confusion.
I never found Umaro in my casual playthrough when I was younger. Mario, what? Okay.
Oh no.
Mario.
All right, so that's all characters. Now everyone's favorite part, Doma Castle.
Ah, yes.
But after this short commercial break.
So this segment's interesting because there are a couple bosses here that we have to deal with, and they both have a little bit more RNG than we've liked to deal with through most of the World of Ruin. And kind of like Gao, they're easy ways to lose a lot of time on something stupid.
That party menu is always a little bit of a trip up because it's one of the first ones where like Terra's not in slot 3 and Celis is in slot 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need to have Mog in slot 4 here. It's actually very specific. Because when this segment happens, you'll see Cyan doesn't wake up. And whoever is in your party slot 4 is the one character you're going to be left with alone for a little bit here.
Yeah, which character you get to control is dictated by where their party slot is.
Mm-hmm.
I've definitely made the mistake of putting Celis in the 4th slot, getting into a couple of counters, and just being like, this is rough.
Mm-hmm.
we're
At least it's Celis and not Gogo.
Yeah, Gogo, you're like...
Gogo there, and you're probably resetting.
I'm just going to bum rush 12 times and hope for the best.
Good luck. Yeah. Yeah. So everyone's been split up. We will navigate this little psychedelic area to get our party members back. There's a pink go-go. I always like pink go-go. And nice job on the walk, by the way.
I actually remembered the correct way.
Yeah, you did. You got it right. Well done. It's difficult to remember, honestly. If Cyan is in the 4th slot, I think you just get left with whoever's in the 3rd slot.
Are you just not going to do anything?
I guess not.
I was trying to wait out the Pearl win. I wanted to have an easy fight. Apparently, I'm not allowed.
So this fight's kind of annoying because these stooges, one of them, the top one can revive the other two. One of them gets healed by each element. One of them's got like 15,000 HP. Only one of them is immune to, or is susceptible to instant death. So the goal here is to basically kill off the top one and the right one, and then we'll use, which is good, and then we'll use Raiden with Mog to kill the left one. They have a habit of using Whirlwind, of using some other nastiness. That was actually a really good fight. That was
very tame, especially for the indecisive start of it.
If turn order gets weird and you use Raiden before the top one dies, the top one will just use life 2 to instantly revive the bottom left one. Like,
there's a nice backup with having Celis learn X-Zone.
X-Zone, yeah.
X-Zone does have a pretty crappy hit rate. It's around like 63%. So it's not like the worst, but Doom has a 70% hit rate, and we see how well that went on Tentacles.
Yeah. Yeah. We use what we have to. Like, it worked out though. Everything was good. Raiden's got a pretty high hit rate, but it has a tendency to miss the worst times. Like, we'll actually be using it again here shortly.
So all of this sequence is to get one Esper that 99% of us constantly forget about until chat starts yelling at us for it. So we're doing this whole dream sequence to get the Esper Alexander, which, amazing summon, love Alexander. A lot of us are like, all right, this is done, let's get out of here. And then we look at chat and they're like, you forgot the Esper, you forgot the Esper!
I think very famously, Huexel's GDQ run was a 99% run because I believe he forgot Alexander. Yeah. And I think most of us who have run this category have done it at least once. If not all of us. Probably all of us. It's so easy to, because you just want to leave.
I like the whole dream sequence casually because it does give Cyan like a nice closure to his character arc.
Yeah.
As a speedrunner, way too much work for a single Esper, especially after everything else we've been through. Like, Espers have pretty much been handed to us like Tic Tacs.
Yeah, if we could cut this part out, it'd be lovely. Like, we don't have to do all the Haidon drama with Strago and Realm and what's his name, Gung Ho.
Yeah,
like that part is that part's super annoying. So I'm really glad we don't have to do that. But yeah, it'd be real nice if we didn't have to do this either. Speaking of fights that are awful casually, oh boy. This is a really bad one.
All right, you go possess, buddy. We're gonna go for a ride.
Good luck. There's a nice little shortcut we can utilize here. That if we instant kill, oh my goodness! All right, if we instant kill both of these guys at the same time, or close enough to the same time, good job. Yeah, sure. Thanks, Final Fantasy VI. Close enough to the same time, the fight just ends because Rexol is not in the fight. And because of how it's coded, it sees no more enemies and it just ends the fight. That's been fixed in more recent versions where they'll just respawn.
Yeah.
And you have to kill your party off to get Rexol to come back out. And Rexel is extremely durable, super high magic defense, super high normal defense.
Yeah, he's got close to max, doesn't he?
It's like 220 MDef. It's huge.
He tanky.
Yeah, so it's a bit of an annoying fight, and the whole having to kill your party and bring them back is annoying. You can use break on them, which I think is one of the ways we usually deal with it.
Yeah.
But it's still it's very irritating. So being able to just use Raiden and set it up so you summon and then mimic it like immediately, so they just trigger back to back. Will typically work. If one of them survives that, you end up getting in a weird loop, and you kind of need both of them to come back so you can exit them both together.
Yeah, it's like you're mimicking the target for only one of them. So when the second one comes back, Raiden just doesn't acknowledge it.
It becomes single target, and that's really bizarre.
It comes single target for about 7 turns, and then it finally comes back to multi-target.
Yeah. I know B-Dude's been in a loop on that fight for like 2 minutes before, where it's like, what is happening? Well-programmed game, I swear. So you can see the Magicite actually sitting back there on the throne. As we come out of the dream, Cyan gets his sword. Is the I don't remember what it's called in this one. I know in the more recent versions it's the Masamune.
Isn't it the Zamato?
It's either the Zanmato or the Ame. No, the Ame no Murakumo is a new one too. It might be Zanmato. Yeah. And there we go.
Yay!
Alexander acquired.
Nice.
Excellent.
All right, 2 more Espers, 2 more dragons.
So it's time to actually actively go seek out our good friend Doomgaze. Now that we've got everyone and everything else together.
The triple Doomgaze appearance? Hell yeah.
It's rare, yeah. Very rare. But we have a party that can properly deal with it now.
Gogomo's got this.
Gogomo, not Mogogo. Mogogo has issues with this fight. Gogomo is good to go. Good to go. Alright, so we're going to be doing a save and reset here because we want to manipulate NPC values and be sure where Doomgaze is going to be. So Dine's clearing his threat to make sure we have 0 threat. Now we're going to save and we're going to reset. And then hopefully when we get back in the game, we're going to fly for like a second and a half to the northeast and Doomgaze is going to show up. I know we had a slight issue with this a couple days ago.
Yep. There we go.
There you go.
Nice.
No, we're not going to Iba Rock. No, nobody wants that.
Nobody has time for that.
Nobody has time for that. That is another one, though. The boss there is actually really cool, and most people don't actually see what it does because they just Ultima spam it. Big shame. So, yeah. Doomgaze is weak to fire, weak to holy. Takes a huge chunk of damage from everything we're throwing. Ultimately, we've avoided most of the bad stuff. And the second Pearl Lance throw kills? Or no, it's one more attack after. Yeah.
Goodbye, Shadow.
Yeah, that's why we want to avoid arrow until this point in the fight.
Maybe we should have given you the Thunder Shield.
I had a lot of drama trying to figure out gear for this fight.
Oh yeah, no, he's got quite the assortment ability. He's got ice, wind, instant death you have to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, level 5 death is really rough, and just the one-off death casts can be rough too, because they feel like they've got a higher hit rate with him. But anyway, that went pretty well. We're done. We don't have to go looking for him again. We got Bahamut, and we are ready to challenge the last area. Finally head off to Kefka's Tower.
With an airship full of people, and we're definitely not going to leave the 2 berserkers in charge of the precious airship.
They'll be fine, I'm sure.
I'm pretty sure Umaru is going to do a great job babysitting Gao.
Yeah. Why do you think I leave Setzer on the ship in PR? I don't trust Gao. I trust Umaru. I don't trust Gao. It's still always weird to me when we get to set up a full party and set it in here.
And there's so many characters.
Yeah, it's
I'm used to seeing
Like 6.
Like six. Yeah.
You got it. And it's always real weird. So it's a lot more gear we have to deal with, which is a little annoying. But some characters we just ignore, so it's fine. I'm excited for you to see, Talio, too, which bosses here are actually still kind of like scary. Because I bet it's not the ones that you think it's going to be.
Yeah.
Well, I know we got a couple dragons to get in here, and then
We do.
I'm sure there's the normal bosses also. I don't even know.
Are you going to try to meme on the gold dragon for me, Dine, or not?
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to. You don't have to. Okay. I appreciate it. I appreciate you.
I was going to do it with the save and equip menu.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't remember what Espers you put on at that point anyway.
I think saving it
anyway.
Starlit for healing, and that's
Yeah,
about
so
it.
I guess do that, and someone else can take. Well,
I was just going to give... I guess I can give Cyan like force armor for a little bit of protection. Like force shield.
That should be fine. Just make sure you take them off too.
Oh yeah.
It's probably not going to work anyway. But I'll explain. I'll explain in a little bit because we're going to get there pretty soon.
One kind of nice thing, especially if you're an any percent runner, I say nice, but it's also supremely frustrating. You skip a couple of these items that you're going to be grabbing. Like that lower left chest is the force armor that we normally grab, but in this we skip. And if you end up grabbing those extra chests, you end up running into some pretty nasty encounters.
Yep. One of our biggest goals here is to avoid behemoths. Behemoths are terrible. So by doing the save and reset for Doomgaze, we're on a slightly different step route than we would be normally. So we just have to assess things differently.
Sabin is well equipped as he'll ever be. He has a shield, and that's about it.
I believe in him.
That's all I need, man.
Yeah. Yes. Let's go. All right, so we're gonna try to do some funny business here. This is not the way we usually do this fight. The way we usually do this fight is probably what's gonna happen right after. Okay, sweet. Oh my god, it worked. I'm so happy.
What?
I am so happy.
So that saved about a minute and a half of bum rushing.
Yes, it did. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Now, keep in mind, you do have that crystal helmet in your inventory now.
Oh, yeah.
Put that on Cyan, actually, like legitimately, and I think you'll be good.
Oh, you can't equip it.
You can't equip it.
Actually, Edgar can. There
Edgar
we go.
can. There we go. Oh, that's so good. So that fight, it has an actual route. You just kind of bum rush spam it down. and it eventually dies. All it has is lightning magic anyway, so it's not super scary. But in PR, we were doing some research to see how we could assess that fight, because you don't have bum rush in PR, because we don't get it, because it's a big waste of time typically. And we were looking into methods to do it, and we saw that like all the dragons are susceptible to the Ragnarok Esper. Like all 8 of them can be metamorphed. The success rate got boosted up in PR. It's really low in the original version. I think it's like 12.5%. I think it's 1 out of 8 chance. But I told Dine, I was like, hey, we should try it just to see what happens. And this run is blessed and cursed beyond reason already. So it really is fitting that it worked the first try. And when it works, you save a lot of time. Yeah. Honestly, that's a huge time.
It's definitely a large dice roll.
Yeah.
I think
it's really
all dragons
really
are weak, or at least the both dragons here.
All 8 of them can be metamorphed. Yep.
So it's kind of the one thing. It's like, do we try to get Ragnarok early?
Yeah. You have more than 2 chances with Go-Go, because you can metamorph with whoever the character is that has it equipped, and then you can just keep mimicking it until it works. So I had a big long script that I figured out for Gold Dragon, and then I just threw it in the garbage, because I just was like, let's just Ragnarok. way more fun. So, all right. So Inferno is typically the first boss we would see in here in most runs. This guy is actually kind of annoying still. This is a fight that has a very specific way it works. You have to do, I want to say it's like 30,200 damage or something. So you need a few rounds on him, and all 3 of these parts independently get a lot of turns and hurt.
Pain.
Yeah. So good. Still good though. Still good.
It's fine.
This is a fight that I mean, I've seen people die on. Like even in this route, in PR all characters Espers, in this all characters Espers, it's a bloodbath. Like it's actually shocking how painful this fight can be.
At this point, we're heavily relying on our pretty high magic evasion stat to block a lot of these attacks. And that's where we can still get away with a bunch of characters having 1100 and 1200 HP. They can tank a couple of attacks, a couple elements depending on their shields, but a lot of it is just you're praying that the block chance happens when it happens.
Yeah. It usually works out pretty well. Sometimes the game is not in your favor. And unfortunately, that kind of is the story about Kefka's Tower and the end of most Final Fantasy VI glitchless runs in general. There's a bit of RNG dependency, and sometimes it just doesn't work out in your favor. Sets are taking a nap, I see.
2 in a row?
Try it.
Oh! Did that work?
Yeah, it did. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
it did. Okay. So they changed that then. So the message,
confirmation happens.
The message won't show up anymore unless it worked. So you just get an instant. Yeah, you get an instant miss message instead. So I got baited.
Yeah.
I'm sad. That was fun. That was worth a shot.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Is it just random what it like transforms
into?
It's
one of 4 items.
Yeah.
I saw we got the first dragon into a helm, and this one was trying to turn into the armor here.
Yeah, so it can be any of the 4 crystal items. It can be the crystal sword, crystal shield, the helmet, or the mail. And it's just 25% chance of each.
All right.
There's some really funny stuff that got discovered with using Ragnarok on World of Balance enemies. one of the, I think it's like a bomb or one of the, like the grenade or something, has a 25% chance of being metamorphed into a flame shield.
I remember during the no sketch grind, Eddie was trying to look for a way for us to get flame shields for floating continent.
Yup.
And it was
Exactly.
like, you do this reset, you sit on the save screen for 32 frames, hit A, get into a battle like 500 and something frames later, and then queue up Ragnarok, but don't queue it up until battle RNG is at like 236, because that'll guarantee you the flame drop. And like, I was watching the video and I was like, all right, I'm just going to hit the giant red X in the corner now.
Yeah. There's the real fun part is that there's only two ways to get Ragnarok in the World of Balance, and it's either by using the Magicite item or by rolling it on Setzer's slots when you get bar. So you have to do that, and then you have to get the 1 in 25 chance that you drew Ragnarok, and then it has to work.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Seems good, right? So funny. I like things like that. Why I love our community, though. I love
Oh,
it.
yeah.
I love just what everyone does to try to figure all this crazy stuff out.
Actually, I think
Yeah,
we're going to
well,
get triple
I guess.
Inox.
No,
Oh.
not here, right? Or when you come back in the
Yeah.
room, maybe. That's right. I mean, yeah, we need as many bodies up as possible for them. Yeah, there they are. You were right. Oh, these things are awful. Nice. Okay.
All right, so that Haste 2 spell Tara learned like an hour and a half ago, we're finally going to use. Haste 2 is super nice
there it
for
is.
the full party.
Yeah, it's actually very strong. You'll notice that Dine did not throw the Thunder Rod. Throwing the Thunder Rod is actually weaker than breaking it.
Night,
Good night,
buddy.
Setzer.
Woke him up just to sleep him again? Poor guy.
That's cruel.
He just can't catch a break.
You could have just left him on the airship.
Nah, he deserves to be a part of this.
It's true.
You can see how fast like Shadow's ATB regenerates with this too. It's so nutty.
Shadow is actually a super good character. Like, and just very fast. Throw is damage piercing and generally pretty strong. Like, you just don't get a lot of chances to use him ultimately.
Yeah.
Which is kind of unfortunate. But yeah, like he's actually pretty cool. We're gonna do one more fun thing with him here coming up too.
Some pull to action coming up. All right.
Yeah. This fight's handled a little bit differently because we can exploit a couple of different susceptibilities that he's got. Typically, we just ice 3 spam, but now we have a
Oh baby.
ooh. Good night.
Well,
Okay. Well. All right. So we need Shadow alive.
Apparently the game begs to differ.
The game does beg to differ. So typically the first step we do in this fight is we use stop on Poltergeist because he's susceptible to it.
Look, you're messing up. You're messing up my meme, Polt.
Polt had other
Thank you, Polty. Just let me do the beam, please.
I know, right? So yeah, two fun things here. One is that Polt is weak to stop. The other is that Polt is weak to poison. And so, those poison rods that we picked up way back in Narsh in the world of balance are finally getting put to use.
The poison
Get
rods
chucked to
aren't part of the
poltergeist.
run, but it's the only thing to. It's the only time poison rods actually become useful.
Yeah. And they're not bad. You throw 3 of them and you get like
and that animation's
13,000
insane.
damage.
Yeah, with the
Oh,
giant
yeah, it's cool,
stick.
too.
Yeah, dude.
And that should be death now, yeah. So yeah,
Chucking
like
darts at Bull, man. Like,
yeah, it's pretty sick.
Normally, you would just like buy our Ice 3 bio spam. Shadow would throw
Yeah.
like an
Something.
aura or something, but
Random junk.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can basically throw most of what's left in your inventory during these final segments.
just not the Magus Rod. That thing's important.
Not the Magus Rod. Do not throw that. Oh my goodness. So this will be the end of the line for Setzer. He's gonna take another nap. We'll take some gear off of this party though, because we will need to use it for the other 2 bosses that are still coming up. Mog and crew will head on over to the left here and pick a fight with Doom, as Mog always tends to do. And this fight is generally pretty much the same as any other glitchless Doom fight. We will be utilizing a couple of Espers that we've got that we usually wouldn't have to make our lives a little bit easier and also a little bit more fun. One of these things is not exactly necessary. It's just nice to be able to do because it does save us a little bit of money. And then everyone in this party except for Strago Learning Fire was designed to help out for this fight in the event that we get frozen.
In this fight, you do want to do things in a particular order.
Yes.
You want
Here we go.
nice. You want
wow.
Realm and Strago to throw the rods first, because if Doom counterattacks, Golem's Earth Wall will save them from kind of kicking off, where Mog has a high enough HP where he can take a counterattack to the face. So after you've thrown 3 rods, he changes phases around 32,000 damage. So we're just kind of hovering right before that. We're going to wait for him to do an action. Hopefully this action doesn't do anything horrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, we get to do another round then.
All right.
Now.
Repeat.
Yep. Yeah, we have to make sure everyone is active. If people get frozen, it makes this very sketchy.
All right. Potential repeat.
Yeah. We know Mog will be available.
Nope.
And the trolly part of Doom.
Oh yeah.
All right. Round 4. What do you got for me, big boy?
Yeah.
Okay, we can
Okay.
take this.
That will
Nice.
do. Yep. So the goal is to make sure the action, Doom's action, gets queued up and fires off, and then we will queue up all 4 of our characters to utilize their attacks. So it's 3 Pearl Rods and then Realm Casting Alexander. By doing it like this, we're making sure that Doom will not get another turn to be able to use Force Field or anything else. So we'll take the 3 rods because we ATB to waited correctly, and then Realm will cast, and then that should be it.
No, you can just eat for the skeets and just
That was
keep going and
very-
hope you don't get the Pearl immunity.
You might not kill with this. That Pearl Rod did not do much damage. Okay. Alexander did a ton.
Yeah, Locke's Rod is usually pretty low. Giving Realm the Magus Rod for that +7 is really key for this. Locke's magic stat, even with the massive power of Pearl, is still just ooh.
Yeah. I'm not used to seeing it only do like 7,800. That was low. But yeah, Alexander did like 6,000, which is way higher than I usually see it do. So Magus Rod is clutch. Yeah, good fight though. Again, doing it correctly like that makes so you don't have to deal with force field. Because if you get force field and it chooses Pearl immunity, you have a bad time to try to finish the fight.
You can kind of like aqua rake it for like 1,200 damage. You can do some funny stuff like Locke's Valiant Knife, but
yeah, you have to kind of think outside the box if it goes that way.
I guess I realized you don't bring Setzer to that one with these fixed dice.
no.
Right.
It's kind of the backup in any percent at least.
Yeah, you don't have that out here. So, short gear here. Sabin and Gogo need to be equipped properly. They both need Thunder Shields. Gogo needs the Magus Rod. We'll honestly handle this fight like we would in any percent. It's just those two bum rushing. Edgar and Cyan or meat shields. The way it goes.
You can use Cyan in this. It takes so long to charge up his level 7 sword tech. By the time level 7 has been charged, Gogo's already got his turn up, and his sword tech does significantly less damage than Gogo's bum rush. Goodbye, buddy.
Yeah, it's enough so that it will reduce one bum rush from being needed. Or at the very least, it will make it so damage rounding is always in your favor. But you also have to like equip him. You have to unequip him later. It's hard to justify ultimately. And because we have 2 Thunder Shields, there's really no fear in this fight. The only way, okay, well.
Oh, all right.
Oh, it was on Edgar. I can't ever tell what way she's
Yeah, I was
facing.
about to say, like, you never know in this situation. You're just like, I'm going to wait for a body to drop.
Yeah, that's good fight. Flash Rain.
Nice.
Flash Rain is still scary because Flash Rain is not lightning elemental. It's ice and water in this game. And if you get Flash Rain and Gogo is not at full health, and then you get Quasar, you actually die. And that still happens here. So.
Sorry, I almost spilled my drink.
But yeah, good fight ultimately, and that's our final boss before the final boss.
You get Rick.
One more bozo to go. Big clown
got it.
himself.
Supporting cast. That's it.
Gotta get some muscle belt hypers.
Got all the Espers, got all the characters. We saw Doomgaze 3 times.
3 times.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's kind of hype.
that's a pretty good one. Did you put Bahamut on Solus? Oh yeah.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Because that's it's a small thing, but it's massively important. Because we're not using Bum Rush very much here. We're actually dealing with Tier 3 a slightly different way. Bahamut is very, very strong and non-elemental, so it will do what we need it to in place of having to rely on Bum Rush RNG.
And more KOs, and we're good to go.
Almost there.
So many people right there.
No, it's disorienting, eh?
What the heck? Why are all these people here?
Locke just steps up and he's like, I'm the hero now. Like, okay, bud. You're lucky you're not still hanging around Phoenix Cave.
Yeah, we're not gonna get the Terra flying randomly showing up after not doing anything for the last 2 hours cutscene either.
True. It does make this cutscene prior to the fight like 30 seconds shorter.
Yeah.
Which is something I always forget about when I'm like timing it out.
Yeah, that you don't have the random Terra's was a character in this game that you forgot about for the last 2 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The girl who was the main character. That's right. Whoopsie.
Yeah, seeing this cutscene, the full cutscene with all the characters is weird for me coming from any percent. Usually you have 6 people there.
Yeah, it's always funny to see the full lineup. Except Gao and Yumaro. They're just hanging out on the ship.
Yeah, where are those boats? Oh yeah, they're on the ship still. That's
They're
right.
chilling.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
Someone's gotta
Omaro
watch the
just
ship.
rushing in?
The ship in the background just going down. We told you to watch the ship, man.
Mog would be so mad.
The worst is like the
Best
parties.
final boss in it?
Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Let's say best final boss in a video game?
Yeah.
Who knows?
It's horrible once you get to like the menu select because there's so many names and there's like 5 S's.
Oh, yeah.
The first time I was doing this run, I just wrote like SGoGo TCR, and then I looked at the list and I'm like, this does not help me at all.
Oh, you gotta do you need Go Go Mo or Mo Go Go? That's the real question.
Yes. No, you need Go Mo.
Okay, so Shadow Terex. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so this is our party. We typically like to set Realm as our 5th character. Ooh.
Okay, thank you for the
Get him, Nuggo.
thank you for the free damage.
That's always a fun sight. Yeah, we typically like setting Realm up as the 5th character in the event that something goes wrong and we lose like Terra or someone. Just so we have a little bit of additional damage.
Our polarity.
Reverse polarity still sucks. That's a miserable thing to happen. Not that one. Yeah, so I would say ultimately this fight and Inferno are really scary compared to what you think they'd be in this route.
I feel like Inferno is like very deceptively scary regardless.
Yes.
Like you can just do some weird stuff.
Completely agreed. Oh my god.
Another one?
I appreciate that he waited for you to put all your characters back in the back row.
No, get up here, guys.
I want to be friends. Be friends.
Did I have Shadow attack the head yet? I think I did.
I don't know.
Yep.
Okay.
So you definitely
Yes.
want to end phase 1 with only doing attacks from Celis, because the counterattacks will do well more than what Terra has for HP if she doesn't block it. His attacks do like 1,300, and that's a really good way to lose a very, very large chunk of your damage in a 2-second oh crap moment.
We may have had an incident a couple of days ago.
So at this point, our HP, like Gogo has 25% extra HP from the red cap. Shadow has 50% extra HP from the muscle belt, and it's still low.
Yeah. And Terra just has to deal.
Yeah.
Terra has buffed magic defense because she's tranced, which is nice.
She's just morphed this whole time. That's insane.
She is. So all that meter that we've been very careful about making sure it doesn't bleed out, this is why.
And shields are the same as rods. When you break them in battle, they cast the tier 3 spell instead of tier 2. And they still do the good old maximum damage, ignore magic defense. So Terra being completely buffed, you just do 40,000 damage in a single attack like it's nothing.
It's pretty wild. So Siren is used there the same reason that we usually use Mute. We really need Magic to be silenced because the stuff that he can do is pretty nasty if left alone.
So now,
Alright, so it's power down already. I think Tiger is down too.
yeah, I think Magic's the only one left.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, things go pretty quick in this route as far as these bosses go.
There's just so much more raw damage output.
Yeah, exactly. So that should be, yeah, that's it because the counter,
revenge,
the final counter is not silenced in this version. Even if Magic's silenced, it just pushes through it.
Yeah, it's like HP reach 0, death flag, remove status immunity, and then action. They really wanted you to make sure that you've seen them do one more action before the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Because it can counter up to 3 times on death, so it likes to do like quarter and then dispel twice. Like, why? Just because I hate you. Thanks. Cool. Alright. So this is why we needed Bahamut. Very, very important, because we don't have a ton of like good, reliable damage that can hit Lady here. Shadow can throw, obviously, and that'll be okay too. But like Bahamut does almost max damage, and then we'll just clean it up with a throw of a weaker weapon, and then that's that. So no drama there. Rest has taken 9,500 and has now taken another 6,500. So
Oh, I missed it.
16,000.
Oh, wait, I can do this.
Yeah. Yeah, and then this will push to about 26,000, and then we will be waiting for an action.
I'm charging my attack.
Oh my goodness.
Just lowering the more far. It's like barely going down anyway.
Painful.
Oh yeah, Fenrir instead of Phantom. Yeah.
Which is nice because
Yeah.
we can tank a Meteo counterattack and still have the Vanish.
Yeah. Fenrir is so good. And you got an empty counter. Okay. It's actually pretty swell for this one.
Yeah.
So the Bum Rush will kill.
So
Calmness will miss.
dying to calmness is like, so it's a 1 in 4 to select Terra, and then it's a 25% chance for Blink to break, and then it's another 25% chance for him to target Terra again, on top of the 33% chance of him doing 2 calmnesses. I don't know what that works out to, but I think it's like a 1 in like 256 or something. Like, it's something stupidly low.
Yeah, it's. I think it's like 192 or something. But yeah. it's like phenomenally low, and we've seen it happen more times than it should. Honestly.
So we'll be wrapping up in a little over a minute.
It's been a really, really good tiers, honestly. Oh, run!
The double reverse polarity, that was surprising.
Yeah, that was not great. We don't talk about that. Your 1 is a nasty thing. Yeah, all those shields that we've still got, we can just break them here. Shadow will throw a bunch of really strong stuff, whatever we've got left in the inventory.
And in this phase, if Terra loses Morph, it's not the biggest of deals. She's still going to hit max damage.
We very specifically have to ATB wait that Fire 3 because we want Celis to get another turn before Goner fires off. So if it doesn't happen, it's not the end of the world because everyone's full. You skipped Fallen 1. But yeah, and this should be it.
GG's!
Oh,
Nice.
GG's.
GG.
Yeah. I'd say that's a good run overall.
What do you think, Talio?
6:30. Ooh. I'm ready, dude. I'm booting it up right now, dude. I'm ready to run it back, dude.
Excellent.
I'm gonna run it right back.
GG, man.
It is a nice pace from like any percent. It is kind of nice just to be like stupidly overpowered, and like breaking the shields on tiers is probably my favorite part. Just to see like the mass amounts of damage.
It's just chaos.
I think my favorite part was transforming the dragon into a helmet Edgar put on.
I'm so happy about that.
I can't believe that worked first try.
I could not be happier with that just working immediately. 12%. Let's go. Too good.
We started a little late, just my fault, so we'll leave the ending short. I'm pretty sure the Worlds Collide people are ready to show off some of the wonkiness what the game can hold if it ends up just not being no hold bars. Thank you, GDQ, for asking me to do this run. Thank you very much to Lion and Talio. Be sure to follow them both. Amazing people. Big shout outs to Railcoon for doing the restreaming. They always do just a top-notch job and are very, very kind. You two have anything to...
No, I just thanks for inviting me, letting me hang out and yap at you for 6.5 hours and teach me the run.
Yeah,
I have no excuses now. We got to give it a shot, you know.
Yeah, thank you to Leo for being co-commentator. This has been awesome. It was a pleasure to do this with you. Dine, as always, thank you for inviting me. Ray, Church, and GDQ in general, thank you all for having us. This has been a blast. And yeah, we'll do it again sometime in the future. And all of you guys stick around for the randomizer so you can see some of the really wacky stuff applied in a bit of a different manner. So it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you all so much, all three of you, for being here, for showing off the game. Yeah, absolutely a pleasure to have you all on to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VI. And yeah, everybody in chat, make sure you follow these three. They're all great streamers. But with that said, yeah, we are running a little bit late, so we're going to take a quick break here while we get ready for the rando race. Worlds Collide is the FF6 rando, and we'll be back in a few minutes with it. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VI, and we are here with a Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide randomizer. We've got a lovely crew here for you. I will hand it over to the commentary, let them introduce everybody.
Hello, everybody. I am Saberwolf. I'm one of the community managers for Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide, Final Fantasy VI or 3, depending on which generation you grew up in. And my partner today will be in the booth with us, will also be Drinks Glue.
Thank you, Saberwolf. My name is Drinks Glue. And if you're wondering why Games Done Quick gave somebody named Drinks Glue a live mic, I am wondering as well. Nevertheless, we have an exciting race for you tonight. If you're not familiar with Worlds Collide, we will give you the runaround about it. We will explain what's going on. But first and foremost, Saberwolf, what type of run are we doing tonight? What do we got going on?
Well, this is, first and foremost, this is a randomizer. So basically it takes the original game, Final Fantasy VI, and we cut it down, we shrink it down to a little bit faster form, and we race it like usually in groups of like 2, 4, all the way up to like 100 people that we got signed up for an event we have starting next week. But for this one, this is what the base flag set is Ultras League. Now, Ultras League is our twice a year group kind of like racing where we divide in different groups at different levels. There's lowest beginner stage, which is like tonic, all the way up to Megalixir, which is our pro runners, I guess you could say. So we're looking for basically 6 characters and 9 Espers, but for a treat for you guys tonight here on Games Done Quick, we're also going to look for 4 dragons. And crazy enough, these 4 dragons are going to be mixed in with all the bosses that are in this world, and they are not scaled, which means they are at their full power. So when they run into a dragon, it's going to be at their full 40 or 50 level glory, I believe.
Yeah, we have some of those base flag sets built in, but we also have this is a little bit more of a challenge race for our runners, and they're going to showcase some of the various flags that we have to offer in Worlds Collide. So there's going to be some unexpected things, and we'll explain those as we go throughout the race. And speaking of the race, we are just now giving the order to our racers to go up. They were just now receiving the 10-second countdown.
All right.
Any moment now, they will be rocking and rolling, Saberwolf. 3, 2, 1,
and there we go. Off like a thundering herd of basset hounds here. We're going to starting our group. We start with 3 characters: Locke, Cyan, and Terra. Very classic start here. Nobody has Steel though, so that should be interesting because the items now. Crazy thing enough, in this particular run, all the chests are technically empty, I believe.
Yes.
So
if you are new to the Worlds Collide in the vanilla game, Locke has the Steal command. But in the spirit of a randomizer, in Worlds Collide, we can randomize just about anything. So our abilities are shuffled and dispersed throughout our party members. So in this case, we have Rage on a character that is not Gal. If that's news to you, well, it's only going to get crazier because those chests are empty. You see Hefe on your left side of your screen running past all of those chests. There's nothing in them. There could be something in them if he wanted to do so, but for the sake of this run, they are empty.
Yeah, so what these two are doing was called a barter race, where the monsters that they kill are going to drop random items. It could be any item. A monster could drop a tonic, or they could drop a big Hawken weapon like an Atma weapon or something.
Yep.
But all the items that they trade in are worth 1,000 gold. All the items they buy are 2,000 gold. So they're going to have to try to collect a bunch of items, sell them to shops, and then look in the shops to try to find what they need. We see Hefe taking a little fight here. This is a control fight. This matchup's going to be the same every time. Mind Candies and Iron Fist. Not a bad fight, actually.
No, this is one of the easier fights in the vanilla game, and in Worlds Collide, it's no different. The reason Hefe is taking this fight right away is because, as Saberwolf mentioned, all of the monsters, enemies, any encounter you can have has random encounters. So in the vanilla game, you get nothing from this fight. Maybe you get a tonic, I can't remember exactly. But in this particular flag set, there could be anything. There could be, an experience egg, there could be a potion, there could be a flame shield. Heck, there even could be some fixed dice that get dropped from this encounter. And we'll see what Hefe gets from this.
And over on the other side of the screen, we do have Jex Farrak, who does not have... Now, we do have it that all the characters, not just Mog, all the characters of the game are able to wear a Moogle Charm. Now, the Moogle Charm relic allows it so that you do not get into random combats if you want to. But these guys do want to go... Oh, that's an early wipe from Jex.
Oh, no.
Oh, my. Yeah, he was
no.
trying to run for that fight, but unfortunately couldn't get away in time. There's going to be a reset, and I don't think he saved. So I think he's going to start over from the beginning. Not a horrible loss. Like, he didn't even save. So,
oh, no.
ABS. You got to pump your ABS brakes, everybody. Always be saving, okay? But
so that
there's
is
no loss there because he didn't buy anything. So there's really no loss. So
no, his dead body gets to keep all that information he gathered from those shops, just not the items he may have bought. But he didn't go too far, fortunately. But this is what we were talking about when we said this is more of a challenge race. There are some odd wrinkles. As you can see, Hefe already, he got fixed dice from his first encounter in in the cave to the sealed gate. And he's going to milk that encounter to get some more of what he found. And Jex Rock is just going to keep chugging away until he can find something good from a fight.
Now, I did check the weapon shop there. I didn't see what the reward was, actually. It doesn't look like it was a possible dead check there.
It was... So, one of the flags that is on for this flag set is called No Free Progression.
Yeah.
No Free Lunch is another word for it. So... A lot of the checks in Worlds Collide typically revolve around a character's key moment in the story. So, for example, the one Jex Rocks just unearthed for us was we call the World of Ruin Narsh Weapon Shop check. In the vanilla game, once you get Locke, you can go into Narsh World of Ruin and you can open all of those unlocked doors. And that spot right there is where you get the Ragnarok Esper or the sword, whatever you choose. In Worlds Collide, that can be shuffled so that it can be an Esper or an item. But with the no free progression flag turned on, it is only going to be an item or an item for the choice.
Hefe showing off a little skills there, getting the underground items, which are not bound by the chest apparently.
No,
so
they are
was
not.
able to get a couple items off of that. And oh yeah, he went to the chest like, oh, I'm gonna grab this chest. Oh wait, no, it's empty. But a couple of things I want to mention is that on top of the 6 characters, 9 Espers, 4 dragons I'm looking for, there is a skip ability. Now, what that means is that the runners can go halfway into Kefka's tower if they get 9 characters or 12 Espers or 22 checks, which is in other words like any progression, character, story point like that. And going back again, all these places that our runners can be going to, these are key moments in the original story from the vanilla game, like Terra at the Welk and Narsh, and where Jex Rock is. What Hefe just did is the base near Victor going into Esper Cave, where she opens up the gate. That's a net check for Terra. We saw earlier Jex going to the weapon shop because Locke can unlock those doors to get the Esper in the weapon shop. That's a Locke thing. So everything is character gated. Now there is an option that you can make a completely open world where all the checks in the game are available to you. That is a flag, a check mark that you can check off. If you go to our website, generate your own Cs or flags, you can do that. But traditionally, most of our runs are character gated, so which means you have to have that character in order to go to those certain places.
Now, you say go to our website, Saberwolf. What is the website for Worlds Collide?
The website for Worlds Collide is ff6worldscollide.com. If you put a little /Discord on the end, you can join our Discord where we do have a seed bot that will roll the seeds for you, or you can roll and grab other people's seeds in there as well. Right now, it is, again, like I said, Ultras League season. You can sign up for that. It is season 6 in that series. You can head over there, also ultrasleague.com. You can sign up on there. There is still 1 week to go to sign up for that. We're already at our highest number of participants this year. We have over 100 participants in this event. So we are more welcome to more. Again, it's set at different levels. So if you're new to this, you'll be can put in the beginner tier and run against people at similar skill levels as you. So, oh, and we saw a fancy Y mascot there on Chevy's side.
Very nice. So if you're wondering why our characters are running around, what are they doing? Are they just trying to kill stuff just to kill stuff? Yeah, yes and no. The end game of Worlds Collide is similar to the vanilla game. Well, I say similar. It's the exact same. The point of Worlds Collide is ultimately to earn your way into Kefka's tower and defeat Final Kefka, the 4-stage boss that we just saw got taken down earlier. It's kind of look a little different than what the previous runner did because we're going to have a few different ingredients we're going to be cooking with that towards the end. But again... Ooh, looks like Jexrox found his fixed dice encounter.
So every single one, all 3 characters have fixed dice. Fixed dice was an option in the weapon shop, so of course he's going to take forced armor instead. But talk about putting rando in the rando. Fixed dice multiplies the dice together to do damage, plus also multiplies your level 2. So these guys are going to be rolling like 200 damage all the way up to quad 9 damage. So this is going to get wild.
Yeah. So just to go back to a little bit more on the requirements to unlock Final Kefka and beat the game, our runners need 6 characters. We start off with 3 of them, so we have to find 3 more around the checks we've touched on. We also need to find 9 pieces of Magicite. Doesn't matter which Magicite. We can find Golem, we can find Raiden, we can find Tritok. It doesn't matter. We just need 9 total. And in this particular flag set, just to rehash, we need to find 4 of the legendary 8 dragons. Those dragons can be shuffled into any boss spot throughout the game. There are 49 possible total locations they can be. We need to find 4 of them. 8 of them exist. We know they're out there. We just don't know where they are. So that is what our runners are searching for as they traverse the world of ruin, the world of balance at these moments. One thing I will note is that our dragons are not scaled, meaning that while the enemies right now are kind of closely scaled to what our runners' levels are, the dragons will not be. They will have their vanilla stats, so that means Ice Dragon will have around 30,000 HP, and he will hit like a truck at this point in time for our runners. So if we come across some dragon, it's going to be a very, very scary fight.
A couple of notes that they have through their flag set is that the curse shield was set to 6 to 14. It is the maximum when they looked in that weapon shop. It is the maximum of 14 fights. Now, in the game, we can manipulate the number I believe the original number is something like 250 or something like that, and you have to have equip a ribbon, which helps with
255.
that. Sorry, yeah, 255. I was
A lot of
close.
things in Worlds Collide, or a lot of things in Worlds Collide revolve around the number 255, and that's just some little bit knowledge for you, if you will.
And it's the maximum for this particular race is 14. So it's going to take a little bit. Looks like Jex Farok is going to try to unlock that onto Terra. One other thing to note is that the Y remove that we saw before. You can, since Y doesn't really do much in the game. In this particular race, Y is going to do what's called mascot. So if you walk up to NPC and hit Y, it's going to turn them into a Moogle or an Imp or a Mog riding a Kokobell. Just for a little fun and flair.
Saberwolf, what is your favorite flag to play with in Worlds Collide?
My favorite flag to play with, I would say that would be the Treasure Hunter one, where all the item shops are completely closed and all the chests are 100% randomized. So you could basically find an Illumina in a random chest, like in South Figaro. That's kind of like, that's one of my favorite ones. I actually made a flag set on there for that. There's enhancers for sale there for Jex Farok in the South Figaro World of Ruin, I believe, weapon shop there. So that's a good one to have. Moogle suits also available. That's a lot of magic power to power up the team there.
Ooh, very nice. We saw some hero rings in one of the Jadors. I think that's World of Ruin Jador for Hefe. Yeah. So with barter shops, one of the interesting things about barter shops is just if you are willing to traverse the world and visit quite a few armor and weapon shops, one of those is bound to have some of the goods. One of those is bound to have a Ragnarok, an offering, or an experience egg. They're out there somewhere. It's just how many shops do you want to visit? You know, it's kind of like a lottery ticket.
Out there.
Oh yeah, and if you can find it, Yahtzee, baby.
So the first, we're in hashing, we're kind of discussing back and forth. The first 10 minutes of a run really is all about just finding the items, finding the gear, so we get our characters ready to go. And we are finally going into our real first boss fight here on Hefe's side. It is not a character. This is the Doma Castle Siege, which is one of Cyan's checks. We're going to get another fight on the side with little soldiers there. Peepers, those are really easy fight. It's like very early game.
What boss do you think this is going to be, Saberwolf, for Hefe here?
Oh, let's go. Let's hit a home run. We're going to go for Red Dragon immediately on this. That's my guess.
Oh, that would be a shame if it's a dragon and oh no, it's a dragon. So the good news is that's one of the 4 dragons we need. The bad news is that dragon is about to make an example out of Hefe because Hefe's levels are going to be so far below that dragon that he has almost no chance to win this fight.
And this curse shield is already low on numbers there. Plus the levels are not going to be... The differentiation levels between that and the dragon that we're fighting is going to be very bad. On the other side of the screen, we have level 50 magic. That is another fight you don't want to see.
Fun fact about the Moogle suit is it does negate poison, and came in handy right there for Jex Rock because level 50 magic can do some poison attacks.
By the way, this level 50 magic is weak to Revivify. Revivify items, if you put it on an undead creature, it will immediately kill it. Unfortunately, we don't have a Revivify, so we are able to kill it immediately. We're not going to get experience from it. Level magics only give magic power, which is going to help us teach Espers, but I don't believe either of our runners have found an Esper yet, which they have not, so that was just for items there.
Nope, we are still at just the starting 3 characters, but we found a bunch of fixed dice, so we have some offense underneath our feet. We just need to not run into a dragon that immediately makes us reset, and then maybe we'll get some progression. Jex Rocks is visiting Zen. So the Zen Thief in the vanilla game, he sells you an Esper. That's 2 different prices in both worlds.
Ooh,
he does the exact same. He does the exact same thing in Worlds Collide, except it could be an Esper or a high tier item. In the World of Balance, the guy will tell you if he has a shiny stone or not. And in the World of Ruin, he tells you nothing. He just says he has something for sale. And the price can vary anywhere from 1 GP to 6,000 or 65k GP. So we'll see what it costs for Jex Rocks when he goes inside here.
And right now we're just grinding some more fights, getting those levels up. Again, the higher levels you have, the better the fixed dice are going to be for the damage output here. And the jump command on fixed dice does multiply the damage a little bit higher. So right now, we're really, actually, it would be amazing if we got offerings. I think that's what our runners are mostly kind of looking for, because offering will allow them to roll those dice 4 times. And because the damage is a multiplier damage, it's not going to be affected by the offering. I believe it's a it's a armor ignoring damage, I believe, so it's not going to reduce. And there's our first progression found on Hefe side of the screen. Strago at the Welk check in Narsh.
Yeah, so Hefe showing off an example of one of the checks being a piece of progression. Again, we are looking for 6 characters and 9 total espers. Cyan himself gives access to 3 checks, but one of those checks has multiple parts. Locke gives access to 3 checks, and Terra gives access to 5 checks. So if you're doing a little bit of math, that barely does not get us enough to get all the pieces of progression that we need. So we do need to find some more characters and then visit their checks. Strago is going to give us access to 3 checks in Worlds Collide. He's going to give us access to the Burning House. He's going to give us access to Fanatic's Tower, and he's going to give us access to Ebbett's Rock, coincidentally with hiding on screen, as we mentioned that. So we got 3 more checks that we could potentially explore on Hefe's side of the screen. And Sketch Strago, living the dream. Hefe is living too well right now. Strago doesn't have the best stats or the best equipment pool, but his magic power is typically very decent. He just has not the best speed and not the best other stuff. So Strago is not a character that makes it into a lot of party members, Worlds Collide Runners final party, but we'll see if Hefe goes another route here when he finds another character. On the other side of your screen, we got Jexrock. Jexrock is about to run into the wall called the Skull Dragon. Let's see if he quickly resets or if he gives it a go. That's an immediate reset. That's a great heads-up play. If you can't win, there's no point in dying.
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
But that's okay, because now we know they're there for later.
So Strago being added to the team does add 3 new checks. Magic Tower, I should say. Probably not going to be an option since we don't have any magic spells to really cast right now. The other 2 is Burning House, where you rescue a realm where Shadow comes in. Spoilers, but hey, if you watch the stream ahead, where's ahead of us, you already saw that probably. And the other one would be where we just saw the boss of Haydn. It's Haydn's Cave. But on the right side of the screen, on one side of the screen, we do see Jex here doing a tunnel armor check. Inferno, that's another tough boss, guys.
Yeah, Inferno is the term glass cannon kind of, there's some other glass cannons in Final Fantasy VI, but he's not very tanky, but he can do things like that, which just hurt. If you're not prepared for him, you're not prepared for him. But I think with the fixed dice, he'll be able to get through this. It's just a matter, does he get through with this with all of his characters alive?
Yeah, just saying, very low in health with Sabat coming out.
Yeah, and with these rolls, maybe I was wrong. Maybe he doesn't make it through this. Well, there's a better roll.
That's a better one. Now, the bosses are scaled part, but Cyan's going to go down off of that flare tech. Oh, Terra goes down too. Lock the only one up with a low... Oh, it gets through with that low roll.
Nice. All right, well. Hey, you take it how you can take it these days. If you can get through it, no complaints.
Hefe, by the way, same location. Ooh, ninjas. One of the rules in the Worlds Collide for going through Randomizer, if you see ninjas of any kind, you run, because those guys are a lot of damage to your party. The reward for this is going to be Raiden, a great Esper that does a auto kill across the screen. It's going to be very good for later on in the game.
Yeah, there are a handful of bosses and enemies in Worlds Collide that are weak to insta-death, and that's what Raiden does. I guess we're getting a Elite River play here from Jexrock, which is one of Terra's checks. What he's going to do, he's going to hop on his little raft, and he's going to traverse the river. He will have 4 fights, maybe more if he goes the less optimal path, but he's going to have 4 fights, 4 fixed encounters, and then he will fight a boss. The plus
bombs.
I know. The plus side to Elite River is that you get chance at 4 different encounters, so that's a chance at getting, XP 4 different times. Plus 4 different times, you get some good random items from the drops. The bad news is you have to go through 4 fights to figure out what the boss is, and if there's a dragon at the end of this, that's unfortunate. So we'll see.
Yeah, that boss at the end could be really bad, really bad, like Magi Master or one of the dragons, since they're not scaled. or it could be something easy. It could be like tunnel armor. So we can only hope, see what's at the end of this for run. But I think Jax is doing this play because of the couple of resets he's already done. So he's probably going to try to swing for the fences here on this play as Hefe takes out their Inferno. They're going to get that Raiden Esper to go back up a reward, I guess you could say.
Yep.
We got a long way to go.
Yeah, so Hefe gets his first Esper. Jex Rocks is going Rafton, and let's see where Hefe goes next.
Yep, it's good to heal off. Good to keep your HP totals high. Level 17, they're currently at, I believe, 4 rewards at ×2, so they're 8. So they're way above level scaling right now.
Yeah, so in Worlds Collide, we have a concept called scaling, and what that scaling does is that's how we determine the enemy levels, the bosses you're going to fight, the fixed encounters. What are the levels of those guys, and how can they stay relevant to your current level? So in this particular flag set, it is based off the number of characters the party or the runners have, the number of Espers the number of have, and the number of dragons the runners have defeated. So what we do is we take all of those, we add those all together, and we multiply it by 2.5. And then we add a random number between 1 and 3 to the monster's level, so that way we're not always manipulating what those levels are and maybe doing some other tactics. So that way we don't fully know, but we have a rough estimate. So right now, Hefe has 4 characters and 1 Esper. That's 5. Multiplied 5 times 2.5, and you get the 12.5. So that is the ballpark of the levels that Hefe is fighting right now for his monsters.
That is a glowing stone there on TZen 3 from the upper right hand corner in Hefe's town that you just visited. But interesting though, it's 34,000 gold, which means he has to sell 34 items to get that amount of money.
Yep.
So put that in cost. But he did have around 20,000, so he only would have had to sell about 10 or so.
Mm-hmm.
But he looks like he's going to fish some more relics. I think he's looking for earrings. I think that's the one thing both of our runners have not found yet. Does have a economizer, so he's looking to probably go for like one spellcaster in the party.
Hefe did find some hero rings, which are essentially earrings in a barter seed for all intents and purposes. So I think he's maybe making some offering, crap. At this point, that's probably what I would be highly after. Yeah, because that offering opens up so much DPS for his characters. Very nice.
That is good.
That is great.
That's our bulk factor now. Oh, the red jacket wouldn't have been bad. Oh, Straugan, he's red jacket. That's perfect.
So Jex Rocks is kind of doing the roundabout route. He is milking some of these battles, and the Wooly battle is not that bad. It's gives you a decent amount of experience. It's not the most experienced dense fight you can find, but it's decent. It's on the upper side.
Take it to the east side. Church, is with us? Got any questions, bud?
I feel like you are doing a very good job, and also I don't know enough about the game to know if I have enough questions. I'm following along well enough.
No,
Okay.
we understand wholly if you walk in and you're like, hey, why is Cyan doing Ice 3 and he's raged like I would be, and it's very confusing and it can be a little overwhelming. But the good news is that with most randomizers, if you have any type of vanilla knowledge or understanding of Final Fantasy VI, most of it applies over. About 90% of it will. There's some oddball things like the Atma weapon that are not traditionally vanilla and apply a little differently, but most of the vanilla knowledge will apply over.
Well, we like to call it quality of life improvements, I guess you'd say, to make the randomizer and runs a lot better. So, for instance, like during school said about the Atma weapon, instead of it coming online much later in the game, I believe it's level 64 or something like that when it gets when it gets online. It actually gets online around level 32-ish. It's right around where it gets online. Because it gets online sooner, because a lot of the runs... Hey, it's tunnel armor. I called it. Woo! So we got a great easy boss there at the end of the rafting, by the way.
We prayed for Magic Master. We got tunnel armor. We'll take it.
Well, you know what? I think Jex Rock was playing for the tunnel armor. But the Atma weapon being level 32 is because a lot of the runs that we do, a lot of the standardized run, again, Ultras League is what we call our quote-unquote standard flag set, seed sets. And the the reason why we do that is because around the time where you get to beat Kefka, you're going to be around level 40. So you're never going to get to the level 60s where that weapon will actually come online. So we drop it down to 32 to make it a more usable weapon because it is a very famous weapon, you could say, in the game, being a lightsaber, for crying out loud. But by the way, reward there for Jex Varrock off that fight being Odin, the former part of Raiden. So we got both auto kills. So that's going to be good for later on.
Yeah. To touch on the Atma weapon a little bit more, in the vanilla game and its damage formula, Atma weapon has a very special damage formula. And in that formula, the number it gets divided by the number 64. So, which
I don't mean to interrupt you, but that is the mother load in that relic shop. Earrings, gem block, hyperwrist, economizer, atlas armlets. Woo! That's like everything you need in one shop.
Yeah, everything but an offering, and offering is S tier with the fixed dice. Right, so we're seeing some Caso de Fuego action on Hefe's side of the screen. This is similar to the Elite River. You just fight your way through. You fight your way through the flames. Hopefully not all of them. Hopefully the RNG gods are on your side a little bit, so you can skip some of them. And then you fight a boss at the end of this.
No, this is not Dragon Force. This is not Fire and Flames. I mean... Whew. See, that's what I'm saying about these dice. Like, you can roll, for 100, or it could do, over 2,000 damage. I mean, so this is really putting the rando in rando for this run.
Yeah, for a little context, around level 30, you can expect it between 2,000 to 3,000 damage with fixed dice on average, and it will only scale as your levels progress. And that's true of everything in Final Fantasy VI. In every damage formula, your level is a big indicator or a big part of that formula. So the more levels you have, the more power you have.
For those just joining us, this is Games Done Quick. We're doing a special Final Fantasy VI 30th Anniversary Edition. Earlier tonight, we just saw a speed run, the vanilla of the game, for around 6.5 hours that took. Now you're watching a shortened randomized version being run by Hefe and Jex Varrock, part of the Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide randomizer. It is Final Fantasy VI or 3, depending on which generation you're up in.
Yeah, around 1999, he got promoted to Final Fantasy VI from Final Fantasy 3.
Well, not promoted, got corrected.
Promoted.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, PlayStation, for doing that for us.
All right, so on Jexy's side of the screen, we got the hide and fight. For his troubles, Jex Rock is going to get his own personal Strago he can put into a retirement home one day. And on Hefe's side of the screen, we are still traversing through the burning house. We are about to go into the next set of rooms. Actually, that's a great fight right there Hefe just did. That's one of the more XP dense fights in the game. It's relatively easy. That stone cast aside, and he got a cat hood from that, it looks like.
Yeah, on the other side of the screen, we do have Jex Varrock taking on the hiding that we saw earlier on. Not playing as nicely as Locke has been turned into a zombie and rolls himself.
A zombie, so fantastic thing about fixed dice, they ignore defense when you target enemies. Bad news about fixed dice, they ignore defense when you target yourself. So we need to remedy that. We need to maybe do something about that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have no control over Cyan. Cyan's still in landslide mode.
Yep.
And Terra is in the air, so we have no way of getting rid of it at this time. Oh, we get the kill.
Ooh, and Jexy dodges a bullet, or excuse me, dodges some dice, that one would say. That was very dangerous right there. And
offering! Offering was reward off that.
Oh, nice.
So
That's
there's
huge.
offering in in their inventory. I don't know if Hefe saw that.
I don't know either. I assume if he saw that, it would be equipped.
Does Cyan have it on? No. So he got offering was the reward off of... Oh, it might have been one of those Haydenites. Hefe didn't kill one of the Haydenites.
No, that's probably it, because his zombie character is the one that killed him, because Hefe just single targeted the Haydn.
Goodness.
Ooh, that's what
Jex Varrock needs, because Jex Varrock needs had a couple of resets. He's a little bit behind. He's currently sitting actually no, he's ahead. He's up 1 Esper. So yeah.
Yeah. right now, both of our runners have 4 characters. Hefe has 1 Esper. He's working towards another piece of regression possibly at the end of this. Jexrox has 2 Espers, but Hefe does have more levels than Jexrox right now, but that offering could be the great equalizer, because it's really kind of hard to tell who's ahead, because a lot of it's going to turn down to some decisions they make in their pathing. They just don't know it yet. But that offering is going to make some fights much safer and much faster, assuming he cannot let his character get zombied this time.
Odin with X Zone and Cure 3. That's going to get slapped on the Strago. Strago's going to be definitely going to be the utility caster, since the other 3 members are able to roll fixed dice, especially with one of them being able to use an offering. Jump command on Terra, so we're probably going to have to look for a dragon horn to be able to jump 2 to 4 times for the fixed dice. So, yeah, Jack Ferox's damage is going to start popping here soon.
Yep. And Jax Rocks is going to show off his newly found Strago and go take out his old nemesis, the Haydn. But obviously we know Haydn is not there. Haydn's somewhere else, and there will be another boss here. And let's pray for Magimaster. We really want to see a Magimaster at some point in this sided seed. This is not a Combinator's curse. This is just the guy in me that wants to have a fun time. We need some more Magimaster in our life.
Also, Jax Farag doing the channeling of, I'm going to go to the place where the boss fight I just did, because it's telling me to go there. That's just, intuition there from the runner.
What boss do you pray is at the end of Ebbets Rock, Saberwolf?
Let's go with Chad.
Chatternook? Okay, I'll take it.
Chatternook.
I'll take it.
Hey, I was close last time, so I'll take it. Cool thing about ending the burning house check is that you do get an automatic full heal. It's one of the few sets of checks that you actually get a full heal off of. Oh, Tritosh, but we have fixed dice, so this should be easy.
Yeah, this will be very easy. Tritosh is not a very dangerous boss, as long as you have some way to damage him. Looks like Hepe is going back for round 2 with his Skull Dragon. Wish him the best of luck. He's got a little more weight under him this time with level 22. Let's see if that's enough for him.
By the way, just a level check. Hefe before going in this fight, level 22, Jack's level 17. So Jack's about 5 levels behind right now on the scaling here, but has more rewards. So he's going to be a little bit tighter here.
So, fun fact about Tritosh. Tritosh in the middle of the game is one of the few bosses you are okay with doing 3 damage to and at one turn. Maybe you saw that in the run before this, but that is because he has 30,000 HP exactly, and he has next to no magic defense. So in a lot of 100% speed runs, you'll see a Fire 2 come out, do quad 9s. And then obviously if you have 30,000, that means you have to do 4 quad 9s. But usually you'll let your Muggle Charm wearer just do 1 swing and do 3 to 4, 5, 6 damage. And you're okay with that because it eliminates another turn you don't have to do.
Yeah, so Chrono there in the chat there. Yeah, so these guys in this particular flag set have elected to mix the dragons in with the boss fights, and the dragons are not scale, which means they're at their full power, while all the other bosses they're going to be fighting are going to be at the scaling power, which means depending how many characters, espers that you have for rewards, that's what the levels of the things you're going to be fighting is going to be. So, but dragons don't follow that model. They're going to be max power, as Jux Ferox is going to do a Colosseum play, and there is the dragon horn we were just mentioning.
Beautiful. What is the dragon horn going to do for them, Saberwolf?
Well, Dragon Horn is going to be able to allow at least Terra to be able to jump 2 to 4 times with those fixed dice, and is going to gain that extra multiplier of a quarter 0.25 damage on top of the multiplier that she's getting with the dice that are going to be calculating together. So that's going to increase their damage even higher now.
And then the touch on the Colosseum a little bit more. And Worlds Collide, you can randomize the Colosseum. You can randomize the rewards for certain items. And you can also choose how many items you want to make visible for the reward. So in this particular flag set, of all the items in the game, between 100 and 120 of them, they can see what they will get for their troubles. So that's what all those question marks are. Those question marks could be something valuable. We just don't know because the flags dictate that we don't unearth what those are for.
Hefe down to his last Phoenix down, getting locked back up again. So we cannot afford to take another death, and that Terror goes down.
Oh no.
Looks like he's going to check to see how much health he has, how much weight does he have to go. Level 62 with over 11,000 HP left.
So Skull Dragon is in the fourth quarter here. Or Hefe's in the fourth quarter. Let's see if Skull Dragon can make this 3-0 versus our runners tonight.
Yeah. Well, see, we got
about 8,000 left, but we're down to 2 characters, and we're sketching ourselves for some reason. We don't want to do that straight go.
Well, Strago is kind of sketchy. I'm just saying.
Ooh, that's clutch. We're down to the 4,000 range. One more good roll, and Hefe can get out of this. Let's see what this disaster does.
No, disaster.
Oh no!
Ooh,
What a clutch block!
Disaster.
What a clutch block! Is that going to do it?
Oh, no, Snake Eyes.
Oh no!
Snake Eyes. No.
Mission abort! Mission abort!
But thing is, you can't knock out Strago out of this thing, and here comes another fire attack. Oh, but he heals.
No.
We're okay.
Yeah, we're safe as long as Strago doesn't fix Cyan to death. Oh no! Stop is worse.
Okay,
he
well, that's
stopped
going to
himself.
stop Strago from doing anything, but and now he gets knocked out after he stops himself.
There it is. Skull Dragon now only has a 2-1 lead over our runners.
All right, so that's going to be big level boost for Cyan and Strago at least. So at least Cyan's dice are going to do a lot more damage on that multiplier.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that gives Hefe his first dragon. We need to find 3 more. And again, they can be in any boss spot or in any vanilla dragon spot as well. Dragons can't be in dragon spots.
Yeah, so that's the thing about this is that not only do they have the Ultras League 6 flag set here where they have to get 6 characters, 9 Espers, they also have to find 4 dragons in order to lock Kefka. That means the ability to actually face Kefka to end the game. These dragons, like we mentioned before, are mixed in with the bosses, so they're not at the normal positions that they would normally be in the world. For instance, like in Mount Zozo, or at the top of the mountain in Narsh. They're mixed in with all the boss locations of this. So this is what we call a dragon hunt.
Yep. And Hefe is visiting the Dome of Dream sequence, which is part of Cyan's checks. So this is actually 3 treks built into one. At the Stooges spot for Hefe's Troubles, we can get an Esper or an item. We will then traverse the rest of the dream world to the throne room where we fight Rexel in the vanilla game. We will fight another boss, and we will be rewarded with a guaranteed Esper or character. We don't know which one yet. We will hear in just a minute. And then one last time after we finish this sequence, we can go back to the throne room where we get the Alexander Esper in the vanilla game, and we can possibly get another Esper or item. So there can be 3 pieces of progression for Hefe in here. The downside to Dome of Dream is that we have to go a long, long way to get to the throne to fight the second boss. And if we get there and it's a guy like this, that's a lot of time to get to some bad news.
So Hefe on his screen, the first boss he has in the Dome of Dream, he is dreaming about doom. This is one of the 3 statue bosses you have to face before getting into Kefka in the vanilla part of the game. Also want to get to a question in the chat. Muffy asks about the spells on the Espers being randomized. Yes, and part of this randomizer, not just the items, the stuff that the characters are able to weld, these spells on the Espers are also randomized as well. However, the abilities that the Espers do, for instance, like Ramu casting the big lightning bolt, Shiva casting the big cloud of ice attack, those are the same. So the spells you learn them, and also the possible increase to stats that are on the Esper are also randomized as well.
Saberwolf, where can we go to read some of the other flags if I was personally interested in seeing everything Worlds Collide had to offer?
Well, you can check out, of course, our website at ff6worldscollide.com. There's also FF6WC. Do not go to that. That is the old site. Go to ff6worldscollide.com. Put a /Discord at the end of it. You can join us in our Discord to roll the seeds, learn about the seeds, join in the beginner section of that Discord to ask your questions. Any questions on there, we're usually answered in about 10 minutes. We have a great community, a constantly growing community. We get about 5 or 6 new people join the community every day. Plus, we have a new event coming up, starts next week, Ultras League. There's different tiers assessed. There's a beginner, novice, expert, and I guess you could say master level, which is tonic, potion, elixir, and mega elixir. You can join that. You'll be able to run against people similarly to your skill set. You can learn how to play the game. We have Welk at the end of Burning House. That's not too bad. That's like the easiest boss of the game, so long as he's not in the shell.
As long as you can target where your stuff is going, but in Locke's case, he cannot, so he's just going to throw it everywhere. Hefe is through his Doom fight. Saberwolf, let's play another fun game. What boss do you think is the end of Dome of Dream for Hefe?
Well, let's go double down on the statue bosses, which GG to Hefe getting through that statue boss. And getting a Ragnarok Esper, so another Esper in the chamber for them. Paladin Shield also unlocks, so they unlock the Curse Shield. So I believe they can learn Ultima off that.
They can. There is Ultima.
So there's Ultima. And you do have economizers, so that's something that's going to be probably learned very quickly. As for the chain of that, let's go with Spicy Chicken at the end of this, which is Poltergeist. And the other question, no, FF6 WC is not the up-to-date site. FF6 Worlds Collide is the most up-to-date site.
Yeah, FF6 WC is no longer officially maintained. So FF6 Worlds Collide is the correct website you want to use. Just to go on a little bit more about for some new players, we do have a mentor program with our community. If you join our Discord, you can find all the official information about that pinned at our beginner's house, which is the channel you land in the Worlds Collide server. You can get some one-on-one mentor action from one of our more seasoned player. Plus, we do pod reviews. Once you get up and playing, you can submit your playthroughs and get some feedback on what you're doing, what you could have done from a more seasoned player. So lots of great avenues for new players to get acquainted with the game.
Don't hit the shell. Do not hit the shell. Oh, we got him anyways. We're good.
Bencho, if you know where Atmatech is, please let us know. We assume he's living in a forest somewhere in the World of Ruin. We just can't find that exact forest yet in his house. And you have to climb. I think once you get there, he teaches you some mythical commands. But nevertheless, if you know where he's at, let us know, and we'll fly the airship to him ASAP.
Yes, we would love to have Atmatech back as soon as possible to help us out with their... Okay, thank you. So another thing I also want to mention is that we don't... if you do go on some of our website browsers and stuff like that, there are paid sales on there. We don't keep that. That money goes directly back into the community, back into fundraisers that we also take part in. For instance, we just helped out with Random
Medios Randothons.
Yes, where we help donate $800 to their cause there. So we do a lot of help with fundraisers like that. So any money that we do from the ad sales on YouTube, Twitch, wherever, that money goes back in the community, back into fundraising to help out. So we don't keep that.
Yeah, if you
everything
work,
we do is all volunteer.
Yeah, so if you work for a big company and you were seeing this, just know that we don't make any money. It all goes back to the community. Any proceeds that come in through our official Twitch channel and whatnot, we donate.
Jax Rock getting his crack at the Dragon of Darkness, the Scully. Meanwhile, Hefe is going into his boss fight. It's White Dargan. It's Dragon number 2.
That's kind of what
we have. Mute.
Yeah, we have mute. That's huge. Most of the dragons have a status element that you can utilize against them, and White Dragons is mute. You just got to survive this opening barrage of pearls.
Yeah, so White Dragon does have an opening barrage of about 2 to 3 pearls, and also I think it's like Search Blight or something like that. I can't remember what it's called.
Pearl Dragon has in his script, he can up with anywhere from 0 to 3 attacks, and then obviously Pearl and his AoE attack, and they all just hurt, especially when he is unscaled, and he is his vanilla level. So he is a tough cookie.
Oh, reset number 3 for Jexy.
That is unfortunate.
And White Dragon, that's Dragon number 2 for Hefe. He's up 2 dragons to 0. In this race right now.
Yeah, Hefe is cooking while Jexrox is going back for round 3 with his Skull Dragon.
And also Hefe could get an Esper after this because or could get 2 Espers off this. That's 2 Espers in the Dome of Dream. We'll see if he does a trifecta here. And also, if you do Dream, you're also able to get 8 Sword Techs. We're probably not going to see that with all the fixed dice rolling we're doing today. Plus, we already have Odin and Raiden. And that is a triple Esper for Hefe. He has taken a big lead now.
Yeah, he is at 4 characters, 6 Espers. He still needs to find 2 more characters, and there are a lot more Espers out there than characters, so the character struggle can be real. But he does have his 2 dragons under his belt, so we just need 2 more. They're out there somewhere. We just got to find them.
And that is Life 3 Flare. Some of these, so Life 3, that is our Calmness Protection for Tier 3 of Kefka. That's going to be unlocked for our runner, for Hefe. So he is definitely on his way to getting closer to Final Kefka here.
So we do have another concept in Worlds Collide called the Kefka Tower Skip. What that is basically rather than traverse Kefka's Tower, the final dungeon, from the normal entry-level spots, we are able to warp ahead to the switch spot where your party kind of converses all in one, and they step on some switches and push some weights down and begin their statue fights. There is a skip available in this fight set. It requires 9 characters, either 12 Espers, 9 characters, or 22 checks. And checks consist of the various checks we mentioned that revolve around the characters, and also dragons can be checked. So the vanilla dragon spots, as what Hefe is about to walk past, the Pearl Dragon, the Phoenix Tower, that will also count as a check towards that skip.
So climbing the tower here, we'll not be able to use those fixed dice, but have learned all those other spells. So should be able to get through this fight as Jexrock finally gets through Scully, picking up their Seraphim Esper.
And so Fanatic's Tower is similar to the vanilla game. You only have access to magic, so you can't attack. But if you have Berserk, you can Berserk your characters and have them attack, or just by default. So
yeah,
let's
as
see
long
what
as they don't
Hefe's
have the
game plan.
ability to block the Berserk when you cast it on them. God.
Well, he does have the Paladin shield, so he could block it. Ragnarok is what's on top of the Fanatic's Tower. That counts as a check plus a high tier item for Hefe. So that's fantastic. He has a couple characters that can utilize that Ragnarok. Or he can just use it as a stat stick, because it does give great stats.
Now, I believe climbing the tower here, I don't know if Hefe is going to do the dragon check on this one, but this is, I believe, it's 3 checks reward that you get for it. One for getting to the top, one doing the dragon, and one for the top going the fight, one getting the chest at the top, and the dragon, I think, right? I think it's 3 checks, I believe.
Yeah, there is 3 total checks per next tower, although you can only get 1 piece of progression as far as characters or espers.
Yeah.
Luckily, the
I don't have a
boss
tracker on
isn't.
the checks, though, unfortunately. So we'll have to double check on that later.
So just Leader at the top of this. Leader is pretty fortunate to see because he is not a scary boss whatsoever.
Dragon cult. No, apparently it's a leader cult. He's the leader of this cult, and this is the easiest boss to fight.
Yeah, this Ultima should do it. He won't have much HP
Oh.
at this level, or really any level. And bad news for Jaxrox. Jaxrox is traversing his Doma Dream, and little does he know there's a Pearl Dragon that may not be so kind to him at the end of this. So let's.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he has mute, I hope.
He might.
But that would be dragon number 2 for him, so he would back-to-back dragons to catch up, so he's not far behind. Plus, don't forget, he's also the one that has offering, so his damage output's going to be a little bit higher than Hefe's is.
Yeah, and remember too, there's 6 more dragons that exist. Those dragons can be anywhere. There is a boss spot in the vanilla game, so they could potentially be inside Kefka Towers itself. And oh no, that's Goddess. That is
Yeah.
we're going to see a lot of Ultima this fight.
Yeah, so that is the second of the 3 statues. We see Doom on one side of the screen, Goddess on the other side of the screen. Goddess is by far, I feel, the hardest boss to fight in the game. There's a reason why the party is split side to side, because she has abilities that can basically turn them into zombies and do lots of AoE spell attack damage as well. So you never want to see her like in Search the Skies like that, where your entire party's on one side of the screen. So we do get lucky in this fight being in a standard pincer setup.
Fun fact about Goddess Saberwolf, the Goddess fight, you see her arm that's pointing up in the air?
Yep.
That is always her backside, so it will switch from time to time depending on which side she targets. The other side, if they do a physical attack, they can utilize the fact that they're basically hitting her, doing a back attack to her, and do some extra damage with physical attack.
Yeah, so you want to look at the golden ball that's in her hand right there. Whatever direction that's pointing in, that's the direction she's facing.
What do you think that is, that golden ball? Do you think it's like a Stitch from Harry Potter? What do you think's going on with that?
I don't know. All I know is Goddess went down. That's a good thing. Not going to get any reward off of this. I think it's going to be like a random item reward, I believe.
Yeah, so in our high tier item pool, we have things like Ragnaroks, we have Illuminas, we have experience eggs, offerings, lots of different things we can get from defeating a dragon, or the dragon spot. Ooh, it's a Thunder Shield. Very nice.
Okay, that's not bad.
Not bad at all.
That's a break later on break. That's better than Buckler that was unlocked. So.
And so simultaneously, we are done with both of our statue fights. Poltergeist is still out there, alive and well, I hope. Maybe he's not alive and well so much later on if he shows up on Hefe's side of the screen, because Hefe is cooking.
I did actually, funny enough, if we do find spicy chicken, I did have South chicken for dinner tonight, so maybe I already ate them.
Did you make it yourself? Did you order it? What's going on with that?
I ordered it because, so my kitchen is gone right now because my lovely mother, thank you, Mom, bought me 2 giant cabinets to put our food in because my dogs like to eat it on us. And they're currently covering my entire kitchen right now. So I do not have a kitchen right now. So I had to order out for dinner, as we do get another party member in Shadow joining the party now. Depends on what his abilities are. Although Strago, I think, already possibly learned Ultima, so I don't think he's going to be joining too quickly here. Oh, does have Sword Tech, which is Sword Tech 8.
Yeah, we do have all the Sword Techs unlocked, so
possible, but doubt it.
We may want to ask him about that. Maybe Hefe is a little fonder of the senior citizens than some of us.
Hey, now.
So we're heading to World of Ruin Jador here from Hefe. I think he's going back to get some more hero rings, because hero rings are what he found here earlier. And let's see.
Yeah. Feeling very heroic right now.
Yep. Yahtzee.
Yep. And we do know that there is an Esper on Tizen Thief as well. Mm-hmm. So we can save a little bit of money to grab that later on.
Yeah. So Jex Rocks is rounding up the end of his Dome of Dream sequence. This is a real pivotal moment in the seed, because Jex Rocks had to spend a lot of time to get to this white dragon he's about to fight, and it would be absolutely backbreaking if he has to take yet another reset and cannot get past this, walk all the way out of Dome of Dream, go on about his business and lick his wounds. So let's see if he can get through this, because if not, that's going to set him back even farther behind Hefe.
Hefe with the fadeaway mascot switch there. We'll see if this is any cheaper. No, it's double the amount that was in World of Balance. But looks like he's going to try to... No, he was just checking there. So obviously we're going to go back to World of Balance to go buy that version of this Esper. Now, it's the same reward. It's just the amounts are just different from one place to the other. Mega Elixirs and Warp Stones in this shop. That is huge.
That's humongous.
Yes, it is. That's gigantos.
All right, so bad news for Jex Rocks. He's fighting his white dragon. Let's see if he can champion on through this.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he only got only 1 or 2 fixed dice, so he's still doing Loridian, which is a great rage because that gives you landslide, does a lot of damage. Mm-hmm. But the fixed dice are obviously going to be better as 2 of the party members go down to the early Pearl Barrage.
Oh no.
And it looks like Hefe is going for this check. I believe he checked the girl beforehand, so this will be a character or an Esper. I'm sorry. We know it's not a character because that was an NPC, so this looks like it's going to be another Esper.
Oh, so Jex Rocks does have mute. That's huge for this fight, because now White Dragon won't be able to do any of his magic attacks. He'll just do physical attacks, which are not the imposing part of White Dragon at all.
Now, for this fight that we see in... the World of Ruin here. Now, the first half of the fight is Boom Bubba. They will sneeze 2 members of the party away like they do in the vanilla version of the game. However, the second portion of the fight will be a random boss or dragon, since they're also mixed in. So the second half of this fight will be completely randomized. So 2 characters will stay. We would get a 3rd character, but it's not a character check. It's not a character reward. It's a Pulse Esper reward. So we're only going to do is 2 characters, but we don't have to worry about it. It is Ultra's number 3 for this fight, so it should be pretty easy.
Yeah, Ultros is the comedic relief of Final Fantasy VI, and he is also the comedic relief of Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide. Nothing has changed. We try to stay true to the vanilla game as much as possible. So, fortunately for Jex Rocks, he can go back out into the world with his freshly found 3 new Espers, and we'll see where he goes next. Because he has a way to go. He is at 4 characters, 8 Espers, but he needs to find 2 more dragons, 1 more Esper, and 2 more characters. Hefe is sitting at his 5 characters, 6 Espers. He's about to get another piece of progression for his troubles here. But Hefe has far more levels, so Hefe will be clearing bosses and monsters and fights a lot faster than Jex Rocks going forward. Just a matter of some pathing here. who finds the last 2 dragons first, because that's going to be one of the hardest things, the longest undertakings. We take the rest of the seed.
Definitely going to do a little bit of reset here as our 2 runners are resetting, trying to figure out where they're going to go next. You're watching Hotfix on Games Done Quick. This is the Final Fantasy VI 30th anniversary party. Shout out to Church Sarge for inviting us to stream this for you all. Our 2 runners, Hefe and Jex Rock, are doing a modified Ultras League. Ultras League starting next week, Season 6. Be sure to go on there, ultrasleague.com, to join in on the fun there. We have over 100 people registered. That is our highest number of runners to join in any of our events across the spectrum. So thank you for that. We would love to have more of you join in. This is Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide, one of the randomizers for Final Fantasy VI or 3, depending on which generation you grew up in. I'm Saberwolf. I'm joining the booth with Drinks Glue, and in the background, we haven't mentioned him. It is Knuckly Kong who's doing the tracking there in the middle of the screen. Thank you for hanging out with us too, Knuckly.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry, go ahead, Knuckly. I didn't mean to cut you off. Or go ahead, Church.
I was just going to say, I really appreciate y'all being here today. Y'all are doing a great job. Y'all are knocking it out of the park, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was going to say, I thought that was Knuckly. I was going to say, Knuckly, why are you talking, Knuckly? We know we don't let you talk. No, I'm just kidding. Knuckly is great. Knuckly is fantastic. He has not set up the comms, though. He has set up the track for us, so we don't have an audio feed for him. But if he could, he would tell you he's very appreciative of being here and joining us, as am I. And I'm going to answer a question from chat from Saban4. Is fixed status to give me in every run a random? That's a little more of an advanced level question or answer, because typically in the Worlds Collide, what I personally like to do is I just need to find offense. I don't care what that offense is. Any offense is good offense. And once you find your fixed dice, that's S-tier offense. There's maybe more preferred offense. Like maybe you rather have an Illumina, but Illuminas are so far and few between that you're not going to go traverse the whole world looking for an Illumina that might not exist. So just the fact that they both happen to found fixed dice and hey, thumbs up, I can cook now. Let me get in the kitchen and start prepping my ingredients. It just happened that this was the way that seed played out. If that fixed dice did not exist, they probably would have visited some more shops, because we probably haven't seen half of the shops unearthed or what's in their content. So we would have found some other offense some way, somehow, if those fixed dice did not exist.
Over on, by the way, Jex Ferox's side, he did the dragon fight, which ended up being train. No blitz, so we could not suplex the train. Sorry, guys. Sorry to let you down on that one. Does get rewarded with a Genji glove, so he could do Genji glove offering double fixed dice if he wanted to on lock here. And it looks like he's resetting.
Oh, so that that's an experience thing. That's great. That's just what
really
Hefe needed was more levels.
Kind of late,
but a little late, but better late than never. That experience thing is fantastic because it can go on a fixed dice user, because a fixed dice user is not dependent upon their relic, so it really does make no difference for him.
Yeah, so not sure why Jet spec'd out of there.
We can ask him.
We'll ask him after that. Why he
we'll
backed out of that fight.
Oh, it's a Thunder Shield. That's
Shield,
why
so...
he didn't. Okay.
Well, no, he was in the top of the mountain in Narsh, fighting Narappa the Rappa. So
maybe he realized he doesn't need. So he does need one more Esper, but 2 more characters. And there's no point. And really, you're probably going to stumble across another Esper just on accident, doing another check. So there's no point in wasting your time. Yeah. And Thunder Shield hunting, apparently.
Hefe's rolling down the river. Unfortunately, this will be an Esper reward, I believe.
So Hefe is at 5 characters, 6 Espers. He'll be at 7 Espers after he defeats his tunnel armor. Jaxrox has more Espers but less characters. Same number of dragons. Again, we need 4 dragons, 9 Espers, 6 characters. We found 2 dragons. And we're just looking for characters and dragons now. Espers we'll find, just because there's so many of them out there, we'll stumble across some Espers.
Yeah, we're getting that portion of the race where it's like we only want to find dragon boss fights. And unfortunately, part of that might be having to go down a rabbit hole back to back characters to unlock more checks to try to find where those dragons are located. So,
and just to follow up,
backing out of that one, so because it's not a dragon. So Jex is really dragon hunting right now.
Just to follow up on the conversation happening in the chat, when you say flags in the randomizer, you're basically just saying settings. It's another way for saying settings. So here's one of my settings: is what character do I want to start with? Do I want to start with random characters? Do I maybe want to start with the greatest character in all of video games, Yamaro? It's really whatever you want to build yourself. You can put the characters to random. You can give yourself a cheat code in Yamaro. You can give yourself a lock or a shadow if you're a Cyan fan. The one Cyan fan out there. You can give yourself a cyan. So flags is just another word for settings.
Yeah, so it's how you want your settings in your game to be able to play. Do you want to make it easy? Do you want to make it hard? Do we have a standardized set? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's all about really a degree of difficulty and enjoyment. A lot of people run this randomizer just to make it a puzzle. This can be a puzzle game if you wanted to. You don't have to make it a speed running, I got to get this done in like 90 minutes. A lot of people on our sites and doing the flags and like that really do it just to make it a puzzle game, because Final Fantasy VI is one of the best games ever created in all of gaming. It's one of the top 100 games of all time. And just having and making it, being able to replay, creating a new replayability to the game and turning it into that puzzle feat, a lot of people enjoy that. So don't think that this is just a speed run thing. You can also make it in a personal, just puzzle game as well. And that's a lot of Moogles, by the way, for Jexy's side.
Yeah, utilizing the Moogle suit. Moogle suit is an A-tier defensive item. Yeah. Air Force is the official term glass cannon. He is dangerous, but at the same time, he's not dangerous. He's only dangerous when you don't expect him to be, because he has some fractional HP damage attacks that he can follow up with an AoE attack, but if you handle him fast, he is of no harm. So, Hefe is still traversing the Elite River. Jex Rocks will unearth some new information from us. We don't know what's at the top of this tower yet. It could be a character, it could be an Esper, it could be another high-tier item. We'll see here in just a moment.
The thing about Fixed Dice, though, with Offering and Dragonhorn is you're able to break that Quad 9 barrier. Quad 9 is the maximum amount of damage you can do in a single attack. But being able to do that across like multiple attacks, 2, 3, even 4 hits for Offering and Dragonhorns, that is just next level on being able to damage output that you can do. So we didn't mention Archipelago. You talk about Archipelago.
You talk about Archipelago.
Okay, well,
I will talk more about Yamaro.
Okay, all right. I'll talk about Archipelago. So Archipelago, so Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide is one of the Archipelago randomizers that you can do. What that means is that you have it spits out basically 2 sets of, there's one seed, it spits out 2 versions of it. One goes to your friend, one goes to you. It can also cross different games. So one player can be playing Link to the Past, Zelda, and the other one can be playing Final Fantasy VI. Thing is, the rewards you can get for one game might be in the other person's game. So while you try to find the Master Sword, and but you need the Master Sword and for Link to the Past, well, the Master Sword actually might be in the Final Fantasy VI game behind, say, White Dragon as a partial reward, and it gets sent to your partner's side. And the goal is for both of you to complete your games, whatever the end boss result is to finish your game. Link to the Past obviously is to fight. I forgot his name now.
Ganon?
Ganon, thank you. I know Matt Mercer's doing the voice this time around, but Ganon for Link to the Past, and you have Kafka on Worlds Collide. So,
So Archipelago for Worlds Collide is in development. In our wiki, we have a weekly community run where you can set up your Archipelago across the various games that is currently supported. Disclaimer note, Archipelago for Worlds Collide does run off an older version of Worlds Collide. Some small changes that you may run across, but in development, and we do have a weekly run. So just to reemphasize, you can play this with some Super Mario World, and your requirements for Final Kefka could be at Yoshi's Island, and vice versa.
Yep, and so that's just adds another flavor that you can do. You can do it by yourself. You can do it with a friend. We've done events where we had 2 people side by side. I think Jexy was one of them. Was doing the Worlds Collide side of it. That the players are running side by side playing the games together. So It's a lot of fun. It brings a lot of nostalgia going across multiple games. You can be able to show off your skills for playing multiple games, for that matter.
So it is within our Discord because, again, we are in development for the actual archipelago. There are some bugs that we kind of discover every couple of weeks. So there is a setup guide in our Discord to get Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide added to Archipelago. If you're playing Archipelago with other worlds, it is not by default in the package. You need to follow our setup guides to get up and running. But again, FF6 Worlds Collide is our official website. A link to our Discord is on there. And then the Archipelago set of threads is where you can find that information.
And we have other things also in development, y'all. We have other people working on, I think Mark in particular, he's working on a bingo version of the game where you have to, in order to unlock Kefka, you have to do a random set of things in the game to unlock Kefka by creating a cross, up, down, diagonal kind of bingo card thing. That's currently in development for you all as well. So please hang out, check it out. Become a tester. We are also looking for beta testers. No, help check it out. And that is Doomgaze. Here comes the math check over here for Hefe's side. And we don't have
he passes. Good for Hefe. 20% chance that goes sideways for him on some of his characters. So,
meanwhile, Jex Rock is at the top of the tower.
This was leader, right?
Leader of the cult, literally.
Yeah, the leader of the cult. So no threat there. Hefe is doing one of Shadow's checks, which is the floating continent. In the floating continent, it is similar to Doma Dream in that there's 3 possible pieces of progression. We will get one when we land on the actual continent. It can be a guaranteed character or Esper. We will get one at the Atma Weapon boss fight spot. That can be an Esper or a Hater item. Cannot be a character. And then we will get another piece of progression at the Floating Continent Escape where we conclude our tour of the giant thing in the sky. That will be a guaranteed Esper or character.
Ooh, Dragon number 3, it's Goldie.
Dragon number 3, but we are our offense is so diverse right now and so well developed that this is not the exciting thing it was 40 minutes ago. This is a cakewalk.
No, so pretty much
this
at this point, with this much power, the dragons are pretty much just regular bosses now. Their levels are higher than the bosses they would normally fight, though, but again, our damage is so high. We can even have Cyan casting Ultima for crying out loud.
A useful Cyan. You see something new every day.
But the interesting thing about Floating Continent is we're looking for dragons as well. This will give us 4 opportunities in one location to try to find a dragon. Again, the dragons are mixed in with the bosses, so this will give us multiple opportunities to try to find a dragon while also trying to get progression. Hefe, 5 characters, 7 Espers. Jexrock, 4 characters, 9 Espers. Jexrock has yet to find, I believe it's...
He's going to get his shadow when he gets to the bottom of this tower. His shadow will come out of his trance and join him.
Here, yes. So he'll actually be 1 character off from, well, not a character, not unlocked because he still leaves 2 dragons. But will at least complete his character necessity to get the unlock.
And remember, there can be characters in Kefka's Tower. There are 7 boss fights within Kefka's Tower. We have 2 dragon spots. We have 3 statue spots. The guardian spot, the inferno spot, and the toilet atma spot that hangs out in the prison cell. That doesn't flush. There can be a dragon in one of those 7 spots as well. So that's a spot I think we'll see some of our runners go to here very shortly.
Jexrock also passing on the sword tech using Shadow. I'm going to assume that's because it takes a long time to wind up to the 7th sword tech. Plus, we already have Odin, we already have Raiden for the mass auto kill feature that we're going to need for K1 and K2. We'll explain how to do the Kefka's fights here when we get there with one of our runners. So we already has some of the other tools, as you could say, that he needs to go through these various fights. So sword tech, not quite a necessity here. Not with
so you say some of the tools for K1 and K2. What are you talking about there?
So the layers of Kefka, Final Kefka is in 4 stages. In each portion of these fights, there's multiple heads, multiple targets you have to do, which are pretty much... Oh, that's Marshall and some Barbies. This is going to be interesting. But anyways, what I was saying is that there's various levels of Kefka that have weaknesses. What you're looking for is Fire 3, Ice 3, Exxon Doom or Raiden Odin would be nice, or Sword Tech 8 also works for auto kills. Break and shout is nice for on the first tier. You're also looking for mute or siren, and that's pretty much it. I believe that covers all of them. There is other options to stop. Kind of helps with Bluey. We'll get there later on that one. Also looking for physical damage to get rid of one of the heads on tier 3. But we'll break it down for you guys when we get there. So just to make it easier, because we'll have it on screen for you, so we better tell you how that works.
Now, I have one more question for you, Saberwolf. The final fight, the final Kefka fight and its various tiers, are those unchanged with the vanilla game, or will those also revolve around the runner's character's levels?
I believe that's fixed, if not mistaken.
Yep, so in most flags, that's in this particular one, it is unscaled, meaning they will have all of the vanilla HP totals, vanilla battle scripts, vanilla levels, and it makes for a thrilling conclusion to a Worlds Collide race because Final Kefka is a gauntlet, if you will. It is the toughest boss, the toughest thing you come across in the game. And that typically remains unchanged so that there is a thrilling conclusion to these races.
Yeah, if we made it scaled, I believe Keska's level, is at 70?
Yeah, his levels are in the 70s at his various tiers. So if you scale it...
If we made it scaled, it would lock him down to like 46, like in the mid 40s, which makes it quite easier to do, believe it or not. And by the way, Jex for Rock making a... Oh, it's a dive into Phoenix Cave. Okay, I thought it was diving into Kefka's Tower to try to check the bosses and dragons in there for a dragon down there. But no, he's going into Phoenix Cave. There is a dragon in here. It's pretty much just a run through. So I believe he's just looking for a character and seeing what's in the dragon slot.
Yeah, he desperately needs dragons and characters because he's finding Espers left and right. He's passed on, he has 9 Espers, but he's passed on 11 now. He could be at 11 if his heart desired them, but he doesn't need them. His levels are up there. He has everything he needs. He just needs to find that last character and 2 more dragons.
So I believe he went through all the shadow checks because, in natural progression, when you think, the character I get here while I'm progressing through the game should yield another character later on. There's a higher possibility of that happening. I believe he already checked all of Shadow's locations that he could get a character at, and neither of them had it. So now he has to go back to his original characters they start with. Locke, okay, we haven't done Phoenix Cave yet. Phoenix Cave is a possible character spot, so now we're going to go to this spot. So,
well, he does have Floating Continent, and to be honest, either the character is about to show up on Hefe's screen or it's about to show up on Jexrock's screen, or both. But I think we're guaranteed to get a character here out of one of these 2 checks.
That's right, because he hasn't done the other shadow check, which is Floating Continent, which is what Hefe is doing now. He just fought, I believe this is boss number, is it boss 2, 3 or 4?
That's the end
4.
of it.
So this will be a character.
That's a Mog. Well, that gives Hefe 6 characters. We just need 1 more dragon for Hefe, and
yeah, just need a Dargon.
Yeah, it could be anywhere.
Would you do the dive?
I fully would.
You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 8 opportunities of being a dragon in there.
Yeah. So here's the thing with dragon hunts, and a strategy that is highly recommended is that when you have your 6th character, go ahead and do Kefka's Tower, because you're doing 2 things at the same time. You're doing one, you have to clear the tower anyways because you have to get through all the fights to get to Final Kefka, and 2, you're also telling yourself, hey, how long do I have to run around the 2 worlds, the World of Balance, the World of Ruin, looking for dragons when there's already maybe some dragons in Kefka's Tower? Because let's say there's 1 dragon in Kefka's Tower. That means you only have to find 3 in the outside world. So you can only go around the outside world just looking for your 3 rather than looking for 4 because you knew 1 was in the tower, and vice versa. So you're doing 2 birds with 1 stone, if you will. Storm Dragon for Jexrock's in the red dragon spot. That's great news. We know there's a 4th dragon on Floating Continent, and this isn't a character. That's where Jexrock's is going to have to go, is to Floating Continent. So he'll, by default, end up with his 4th dragon.
By the way, flip side, I'm not sure if the little lady in the shoe with his children were living in that when the guy ate it, but okay. Stormy. We got Storm Dragon.
Yeah, Storm Dragon is going to go down here, and he is down. He is down. Again, our offense is very well developed. We are cooking on all cylinders. Our dinner is in the oven. We're just waiting to pull it out and feast.
Yum yum.
You said you had General Tso's chicken? That sounds good.
Yeah, I do it with white rice because I like to mix it together.
So Hefe is done with his Cave on the Belt check. That is one of Shadow's checks. That is the vanilla spot where you either find Shadow or Realm, depending on if somebody survived a certain sequence of events that we will not spoil or discuss. Anyways, he's going to get an Esper and he's going to wake up in the Masa.
So KT skip complete for Hefe.
Yep.
So that helps him. So he's able to be skip into halfway through Kefka's fight. So he's going to get what we call the statue switches. So it's the 3 statues plus the Guardian slot. It's not going to be directly to Kefka himself. No, we don't skip into that far. We do skip the run up in through the entire tower to get there, though.
Yep. And I think Jexy's got to go to Floating Continent here.
So Floating Continent does have one of the dragons let me say this. Floating Continent is a location that we know one of the dragons is located at.
Yes.
He doesn't have to do it, but that is a location we know a dragon's at. He doesn't know that, Hefe and we know that.
Well, more importantly, there's a character there. So I misspoke earlier. We haven't seen Kefka at Narsh, which is not a character-gated spot. Anybody can go do it. You climb World of Balance Narsh, and you can trigger the Kefka at Narsh sequence. I really think if he goes to Floating Continent, that's a huge boon because that puts him on his requirements and that gives him a chance to catch up to Hefe because Hefe is going to be going to the tower here shortly.
I would be honest. If I was at 3 dragons right now, I would go into Kefka's tower. Like I just said, you have 8 opportunities to try to find a dragon while you're in Kefka's tower, and you're already in Kefka's tower where you want to be to begin with. Mm-hmm. And now that you have skip, if you get the dragon on the earlier spots, just warp out, go back in, go to the switches. You can skip the other searching the fights in the run up. Mm-hmm. So I would go to Atma, Toilet Atma spot, which is the Atma weapon inside the jail cell. We call him Toilet Atma because it's next to a toilet, affectionately. Try the Inferno spot on the run up. The 2 regular dragon spots is 2 more that you can do, or it could be in one of the final statue parts, I believe, too. You could check those as well. So,
where do you think there's a? Looks like that's what Hefe's doing. He's going to the tower. He's dividing his characters. And what is he doing? Is he doing okay, I see what he's doing here. He's doing 2 out of the 3 lanes. He's going to leave Mog alone on the Doom side of Kefka's tower. Mm-hmm. So Mog has a safe passage through this side. He won't encounter any encounters. But the other 2 sides will. And I think he's going to just go through, see all of his bosses, and see what's cooking, and then warp out if he needs to and adjust his party when he gets towards the end.
So this is what we call, so he's basically doing a 0-2-2 setup. So the left lane, again, like Blue just said, there are no bosses, there's no fights on that side lane. The other 2 lanes, however, do have multiple bosses, and I believe both have dragons. Oh, actually, no, left lane has a dragon. But the left lane can cross over to the first lane and go reverse sweep to find the other dragon if you want to. Ifrit here, this is not a dragon. We're just going to try to get rid of him as quick as possible and move on. But you can reverse sweep across the staircase at the end and go backwards in to try to clear that dragon slot to try to check it out. So,
I think Jex Rocks is just headstrong, determined not to go to Floating Continent. He is it owes him money. Like he owes Floating Continent money, and he doesn't want to see him. And he has to go. That's it. We know there's no character at Kefka at Narsh. He's got to go up to Floating Continent. Yeah, bad news for Jex Rocks. The good news is he'll get his dragons and he'll get his character that he needs.
And Hefe, after buying multiple dragon horns, gets rewarded a dragon horn off the Toilet Atma fight. And there's that Floating Continent play that Jexy vehemently tried to deny him to do. He is now doing it.
There was nowhere left to go but up.
Nowhere to go but up.
So we know what's here. Jex Ross going to have no problem with it. Let's see if Hefe can find a dragon. And speak of the devil, Red Dragon, that is dragon number 4 for Hefe. He has everything he needs to beat the game. He just needs to go beat the game now.
Yep. So the question is, will he teleport out to go back in? Probably. It will save a little bit of time doing that.
Oh yeah,
so,
100%.
So he will probably just get rid of this dragon as those are some low rolls quickly as possible. I was about to say, but those are some low rolls. There we go. Terror with at least one roll is better. 2 roll better. I guess the good thing about this is that everybody's jumping. I guess we got the house jumping now. Is that we don't take any damage while we're in the air. So this is fun.
Now that's one of the great things about jump is you can actually you can time your jumps over some of the nastier bosses' attacks via knowledge of their battle script, and you can just jump up in the air while some of those attacks come out.
So, by the way, Jack's only looking for a character for the dragon here. I believe Goldie is one of these first 2 fights. So, the only problem with that, though, is he'll have to run at least halfway across the map to jump back on the airship halfway through to get off the island.
No, he has to go all the way through to the end because he needs the Mog at the end because he only has 5 characters.
Oh, he needs the Mog. That's right. I know the character's up. So, yeah, he's got to do this whole thing.
Yep, and Mog is the only thing he hasn't... Floating continent is the only piece he hasn't gone yet.
There's the reset we were just mentioning before. We have Terra. Now, whoever's over in the middle is going to have to fight 2 bosses, not 1. So you generally like to have 2 of your fighters in the middle because you want to make sure you have 2 boss fights to get through. You usually stick 1 of your good guys in the left and the right lane. Math check here for Jexy's side does pass the test. Here's why we say math test when you have Doomgaze. Doomgaze casts level 5 Doom. So if your levels are any multiple of 5, which means ends in 0 or 5, math, yo, they will automatically die. If you don't end in the multiple of 5, you're fine, you're safe. So,
fun fact, fun little insider information about Worlds Collide is that there's actually a flag to randomize the level spells. So, for example, that level 5 Doom can turn into level 4 Doom. It can turn to level 3 Doom. It cannot turn into level 1 Doom. That's very unfortunate. That's a change I have campaigned very hard behind the scenes to get implemented. But nevertheless, you can randomize even the level spells within Worlds Collide.
Oh my goodness, Goddard on screen there for Hefe's side. Atma Weapon really trying to take it to his team. Of course, this is Atma Weapon, not Atma, so his skill's not quite as high as his counterpart. As he does go down.
At 2 birds, 1 stone for Jex Rocks. He's finding his gold dragon, but he's got to go a little bit further to find the last thing he needs to catch up to Hefe.
Yeah, he's got to find the real Mog. He has a couple of imposters in the party with Terror and Locke, but he's got to find the real Mog here at the end of the island. By the way, level 57 and level 50 for Hefe's side. He is now over the threshold of levels that these bosses are going to be at.
Yeah, max scaling in this particular flag set was level 50, so that's the highest they can go up to, say for the final boss, which again will be in the 70s at its various tiers.
And it's Magimaster Jr., number 24.
We still have two more fights where hopefully we can see the good guy.
We still got Magimaster. We still have Spicy Chicken, who apparently is always in the right lane statue for me lately. So, yeah.
So Jex Rocks will be landing. He'll be touching ground. He has solid earth underneath his feet again. He gets his Esper. Bad news is that he has to go a little bit farther to get his Mog.
Does Jex have skip?
I think he will at the end of this because he has 11 Espers. He's done a lot of dragon spots. The Fanatics Tower. He'll end up with skip.
Okay.
Bless you.
Yeah, no, I do have a cough button. By the way, since we're finishing up, this Hefe is finishing up the run here, I want to remind everybody thank you for joining us on Hotfix on Games Done Quick. Thank you to our hosts, Church and Sarge. Sarge? Yeah, Sarge. For hosting us tonight to part of the Final Fantasy VI 30th anniversary party. This is the Worlds Collide randomizer version of Final Fantasy VI or 3, again, depending on which world or year you grew up in. This is, like I said, a randomized version of the game, so it's a little bit faster. You can speedrun it, you can make it into a puzzle, make it anywhere you want it. You just head over to ff6worldscollide.com, put a /Discord at the end to join us in Discord, ask us questions in the beginner lounge. By the way, in case you want to try this out for the first time, we do have a particular seed that you could download. It's called Moogle's First Seed, and we do have a video that accompanies that, so you can run alongside one of our expert runners in our community to learn how to play the game. So go ahead and check that out on our website and on our wiki. By the way, French Vanilla Guardian here.
I wanted to touch on something you mentioned, Saberwolf. Church and Sarge, that's the same person, correct? That's not like a Tom and Nick Mysterio type situation. That's all one person.
Yes.
Okay. Church and Sarge. I just wanted to clarify. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Church and Sarge.
We will find a way to include you in this conversation, Church.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, we want to thank our gracious host here. Also joining us in the booth in the background is Nuckley Kong. He's doing all that tracking for you in the middle of the screen to keep us honest and aware of what the heck's going on here as we do follow our two runners, Hefe and Jex for Rock. Now, I will mention that these two are our chaos runners in our community. They throw out a lot of weird flags, a lot of weird skill sets. They'll go head-to-head early in the mornings. Look for their Twitch channels on there. They like to run head-to-head early in the morning, throwing out some draft seeds. Now, that's another thing. We haven't mentioned that. We do have drafting rooms where you can go, you and a couple of your friends can pick flags as you go in our Discord, and it will roll the seed of those flags that you choose. We had a tournament a while ago. It was called the Blackjack Battle Royale, where we had a tournament, knockout tournament, where people got three different flags or options to choose from, and you get to pick one of those options. Then it will be added into your seed that you roll at the end. And all of you together had to collectively create this flag and try to, I guess you could say, mess with the other player in your group if they know they don't like fighting dragons and stuff. And you'll be able to roll that together. So a lot of more randomization, a lot more group building, as you could say, that we have options for you out there.
And a new feature we do have recently added to our drafting bot is that we have added artificial intelligence. So we do have some auto drafter bots that can accompany you in your drafts if you don't have anyone on standby to play with you. And each one of those pieces of artificial intelligence can revolve around one of the vanilla characters from Final Fantasy VI, and those drafters will kick cards that play to that character's strength. For example, you can have a Realm who by default has the highest magic power in Final Fantasy VI. She will draft magic-based cards that are presented to her, and same thing with your physical attackers and whatnot. So Flame Eater is the last boss for Hefe. Flame Eater is going to give Hefe no problems whatsoever.
Disappointing.
He has just a few steps ahead of him to step on one last switch, and he will be teleported up by the Light of Judgment to Final Kefka himself.
Oh, and Lunar actually popped one out. We also have a weekly living seed, which is a constantly morphing seed that changes slightly each and every single week. Now, once it gets a little out of control, we do hit the reset button. Well, sometimes we'll get to the point where it's like, okay, this is unbeatable. We can't do this anymore. So we do hit the reset button once in a while, but there's a living seed that grows and morphs and changes from week to week to week to week. And that's another thing you can also take part in each week. We also have Ultras League Underground, which we take a Ultras League flag set, and everybody in the community can play that one single seed. So you see how you stack up to the best runners, the beginner runners, and try to walk through. And people go into the lounge at the end to talk about what they did, what they experienced like that. So you can learn from those experiences. As Hefe does hit the switches for Final Kefka, we are hitting the switches at the 1 hour 27 minute mark. This is actually this is faster time than what we've had with experimentation here before going into this event. So
yeah, this is a very, very impressive time here from Hefe. A fun thing we like to play in Worlds Collide is we like to estimate how long this Kefka fight will take for Hefe. We play this under the Price is Right rules. So as long as you don't go over, your time is valid, and the closest to that time will be the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, you have until the end of Tier 1 to get your guesses in the chat. For reference, if you were making your first guess ever in our little game, a good estimate would be anywhere between 8 to 12 minutes, 12 on the longer side, 8 on the shorter side. With that in mind, get your guesses away. Saberwolf, what are you guessing?
Well, I I don't know what I'm going to say right now, but I do want to get into the fact that we are in Tier 1 already. Tier 1 is actually 3-portion fight boss. We have a long arm, which is that kind of open hand closest to us. We have head that Terra is jumping on right now, and then we have fist, which is short arm on the back side there. Long arm is automatically can be killed by insta-kill or by break or shout. It will instantly kill that. Then we want to go for the head, which is weak to fire damage. And last but not least is fist, which is actually weak to water, though we really don't see that often. The reason why you would do it that way is because if you leave head up last, it will cause a quake attack, which will be a very high damaging attack. It could wipe out your entire party. So if you have a lot of AoE attacks like jumping or offering or Ultima like this, you do sometimes want to cast float on your entire party, which will allow them to escape that counterattack quake damage. So again, you want to insta-kill long arm, then go for head, and then go for short arm, but it looks like we're just going to go straight for damage today.
Saberwolf, did you notice what I noticed earlier?
What did you notice earlier?
Hefe put the Crusader Esper on a character that has been doing a lot of... Do you think he's going to do what I think he's going to do?
Oh, he's going to go out in the blaze of glory?
I think he's going to kill Kefka and himself at the same time to wrap this up. So we'll see. Interesting development here, ladies and gentlemen. First time ever on a restream, we can see a suicide play. Crusader will kill, attack your own partner, and at this level, he will probably kill his own team. But at the same time, he'll do quad 9s in attack. And Worlds Collide, you just have to defeat Final Kefka. You don't have to have all your party members alive for the 4th tier. You just got to get the crack power, and it's GG's, my friend. So that's something to keep an eye out for as the tiers progress.
And as we progress, we're going to progress with Tier 2. Now, Tier 2 is a 4-headed beast. Now, on the backside there, facing away from us, the kind of Kefka-looking guy, that's what we call magic. Now, they're actually weak to mute, which is going to be coming out here in just a second. That basically makes them ineffective for the remainder of the fight. In the middle of the screen there, the kind of feminine figure next to the eye kind of machine thing, that is called Tools. Now, Tools is weak to insta-kill. That's Odin, Raiden, Doom, X-Zone. Not weak to break. Break does not work on this one. Just the insta-kills. Also weak to lightning if you don't have any of that. But that is a very dangerous target. You need to take that out early. We're going to skip down to the bottom right portion up there. That's kind of the feline-looking head. That's called Tiger. They're actually weak to Ice 3. They cause a lot of they can cause zombie conditions, a lot of big AoE attacks like that. We want to take that out immediately too. And then Bluey, the blue guy sitting on top, that's what's also called Hits. They just do melee attacks. Once you kill them, they do 10 attacks. They are probably the weakest of the 3 heads here. Once again, we just had Odin and Raiden just come out there, instant kill Tools. You want to mute magic. Then you want to take down Tiger with the ice attacks. Go back to magic again to finish them off, and then leave hits up last and make sure you have some sort of blocking or like that, or just be in the back row because the hits are not very high.
Pop quiz, Saberwolf. How much total HP does Magic have when he's unskilled?
I do not do math, y'all. I just go by the feel, all right? You ask me to memorize health totals, I am not the right guy for it. I just go by the feel. I use the Force, Luke, okay?
That's all right. As long as you know there's 4 parts of this tier, that's the most important thing to know.
Yeah. I go, I need to kill this guy now. Keep going. Okay, it's dead. Now move to next one. That's how I play, okay?
Hefe is showing off that Crusader. I think we're in the store for a first time ever. I think he's going to do it. This is no mistake. This is no mistake. This is huge. This is a huge developing story. We need Moogles on the ground to cover this story ASAP.
I also want to mention also that Jex usually gets the better of Hefe in these head-to-head races, and now Hefe is leading, so this could be also interesting.
Speaking of Jexwax, he is tackling his statues one by one, but he still has a way to go. He's going to need Hefe to stumble, which is entirely possible. Hefe just ate the quarter, which is part of a death counter from the Magic tier. I think he has pretty good Merton protection with his Paladin shield and his Thunder shield and whatnot. So Merton on this tier is no danger to him. But tier 3 is always lingering. He is always dangerous.
Now tier 3, this is the danger tier. Now this is only a 2-headed beast here. We have 2 things. One is that floating feminine head. We call them Girl. They have, now this HP I do know, 9,999 damage because that's the Whirlwind they use. And they actually absorb all the elements of the rainbow. So you have to use Flare, you have to use physical attacks, or have to hope that something like Illumina doesn't proc. In front of them, laying there, back there, kind of like, which is looking like Kefka there after they changed the entire world. It's kind of a biblical reference, y'all. This is Sleep. The more damage you do it, the more agitated he gets because you're trying to wake him up. So the higher and higher damage attacks they will do. Once you get to a certain point, they'll actually cast a meteor on the entire party and try to take you down. If you outright kill them, they'll use a calmness attack, which will insta-kill our target. Now, there's a physical damage, so stuff like Golem and Fenrir are always used here. We do not have either of those options. All we do have is Life 3. So we have to try to cast Life 3 on our party here. It doesn't look like we're going to go for it. We're just going to swing for the fences here. But generally, you want to cast Life 3 in your party, so once Calmness does take out that person, it does bring them back up to life.
And so Sleep does have 40,000 HP. We are quickly whittling him down to 0. And again, Calmness can come out anywhere from 1 to 2 times. It is a single target physical attack that does 0 damage, but does inflict the wound status, which is essentially instant death in Final Fantasy VI. So something to look out for here. We don't have some of the common ways to avoid it, but nevertheless, if we lose a character or 2 here, I think we have more than enough damage to get through the rest of this fight.
Well, Hefe is getting a little lucky here with the counters Trine coming out. Trine, it's technically called Trine. Thanks for the translation issue there.
Drops of Jupiter, if you ask me, but nevertheless.
Now, Trine does cause blindness and mute status on the entire party. Calmness does come out. That's a double calmness.
Oh, no. Block. Clutch.
Struggle with a block. So we do lose Science. We do lose one of our 3 primary characters. We'll get replaced in the stack, but...
Oh, no. Saberwolf, that was the Crusader wheel. That was the Crusader holder.
No.
Oh, no. He's got to reset. He has to reset. He has to.
So what we're going to do? Validate the run? We're going to validate the run if he doesn't do the Crusader? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you followed Hefe, go unfollow him because we need him to reset.
No.
We need him to reset.
Look, we didn't have the blitz to go get Phantom Train. Although I will say nobody pet the dog though. I don't think anybody pet the dog.
Hefe pet the dog. Okay, go refollow Hefe. He did pet the dog.
So it cancels out.
That's important.
Pet the dog, it cancels out. Okay. By the way, Locke coming down with some big boy damage there. On to Kefka. Terra doing the same as well. That's actually going to take Kefka down to low range. Now, Kefka is a 3-stage fight here. Early on, you try to do a little bit of damage to him. If you don't do enough damage, he will cast Fallen One. Fallen One takes your target party down to 1 HP. You usually counter that with Mega Elixir. If you're able to do enough damage to get past that point, he actually might go straight into a Garner charge up, or he might counter with just some basic random attacks. If like Hyperdrive. So we did skip the Fallen One stage. We go right straight into the counter damaging stage, like Hyperdrive and Havoc Wing. Then there's the 3rd stage. Once he gets down to a certain point, he's going to cast a charge up, which is called Garner. That's a big area of effect damaging attack. But when he's in that charge up stage, that's when you want to dump all your damage. You want to break your shields, etc., and get him down. But if you get him down
Speaking of that phase,
this is where we're good now. But there is a certain stage when he gets too low on HP. I forget what the number is. He will counter with the Ultima himself. You could cast Ultima entire party as a counter damage if it gets too low. But I think that's going to be Crack Pow!
GG's.
Hefe wins the head-to-head here on Hotfix on Games Done Quick. And we'll bring Hefe here in just a little bit. I'm sure he's going to celebrate here and run around the room for a couple seconds.
Yeah, give us a second. We'll get the audio sorted out, and we'll get him on in here. Yeah. So meanwhile, Jexrox is wrapping up his statues. Let's see if Jexrox will play nicely with us. He has one more statue fight to get through before he can take on Smell Kefka. He has the requisite piece of equipment needed to do what Hefe was going to do before Calmness came out. Let's see if Jexrox is thinking on the same level. Speaking of Hefe, can you hear us?
I can indeed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. All
GG's, my friend. We saw what you were trying to do. I was probably too excited.
You smelled what I was cooking there, huh?
Yeah, we saw you put it on. We saw you flash it on Tier 1. Then we saw you flash it over and over again to show off. But unfortunately, Tier 3 would not comply.
Yeah.
Now, granted, you did have Life 3 to prevent that from happening, okay?
I know, and I actually planned on casting it on tier 4 and going with the Crusader kill, but yeah, it didn't work out for me.
So
That's good, but
overall,
hey, you won the head though, so that's good.
Yep.
overall, what are your thoughts on the seeds and the particular flag sets? We kind of discussed on the Dragon Hunt and the challenges you presented with the empty chest and the barter shops. What are your thoughts on this particular flag set and what makes it fun for you?
I enjoy it. I mean, you know, there is a lot of RNG in a randomizer, and that kind of makes it a little tougher whenever you have too much rando in your randomizer, which is kind of ironic because that's why we all love randomizers. But I like the flags. I mean, it's more of a challenge flag set, like you mentioned off the top. You know, it's not a standard, but I prefer more challenge seeds than standard seeds anyway. So I enjoy it.
Hey, variety is the spice of life. Now, I know you guys were trying to look for those dang offerings throughout the entire run. Funny enough, the offerings were actually located on the Haydenites, of all places.
Oh, wow.
Which also randomly, Jex did fine only because one of his characters was muddled or zombied, I think it was, to get that. So, but yeah, so going through the seed, trying to get the dragons and like that, how much of a twist is it to do the dragon hunt and try to work that into the flow of your gameplay?
Well, I mean, it's a big deal, really, because a lot of these checks I would just straight turn away from. Like I did, if you notice, whenever I went to Mobla's World of Ruin, I didn't even check what the reward was because I was more looking for the dragon. And at that point, I could take a character or an Esper, and it happened to be dead, which didn't help me out at all. And there was no dragon, so that was really just a waste of time. But, you know, like normally I would check that check, go, oh, it's a Thunder Shield, I don't need it, go on about my day. But, you know, needing dragons and not knowing if they're there or where they are, it just made sense for me to go on ahead and do the check.
What was your strategy for the early game? Because we saw you come across the fixed dice almost immediately. What was your plan to get some offense, get underneath your feet, and get yourself going a little bit?
Especially with Scully, by the way.
Yeah, looking for horns or looking for dragon horns or looking for offerings. And I found neither until I was literally going into the tower. And I wasn't even going to check that last shot, but I was like, you know what? I've looked everywhere else at this point. I'm going into the tower, and if they're there, it will actually save me time to walk over there and get them. And I ended up finding them. And then, of course, the next two bosses I killed both dropped dragon horns, just kind of an extra kick in the pants, you know?
Yeah, we saw that.
The rando has some irony built into it, apparently.
So on screen, Jex Rocks is beginning his tier 1. He won't counter the exact same script that Hefe countered because, again, the final Kefka fight is unscaled. Nothing has changed from the vanilla game, so it is the same for everybody, barring a few script executions. So, Hefe, at what point in the seed did you get that dog in you? At one point in time were you so overpowered that it didn't matter what you found, what you came across, that you were going to smash it, you're going to just straight topple it? When do you feel that you came about that certain point in time?
I mean, right after I killed the Dome of Dragon, you know, I saw it at the beginning. I was like, a couple lucky rolls, I could get through this, but then I was like, no, I'm going to wait. I'm going to come back. I know it's here. I kind of wanted to be a little stronger before I went back because everybody was around 800 HP, but I had good defensive gear, and I thought I could just kind of, you know, push through. But I lost 3 people, and I planned on losing 1, maybe 2. I didn't want to lose all 3, but, you know. But yeah, shortly after that, you know, you get some levels underneath you. You're not real worried about what you come across until Doomgaze pops up on the screen, and I had no clue what level I was on. That was pretty terrifying.
Yeah, we did find Doomgaze. Unfortunately, you went about just about everywhere you could, so Magimaster was nowhere to be found before you found all the dragons and requisite pieces of equipment you needed. But other than that, Hefe, is there anything you want to plug? You want to talk about our community that you wanted to mention, that you want to highlight while we got you?
Well, I mean, I just want to say thank you guys for putting this on. Thanks y'all for commentating and tracking and everything. I really do appreciate it, giving us a platform to do what we love to do, which is race. this community is amazing. Everybody's willing to help. Everybody, if this is a race and Jex Farrak comes to me afterwards and says, "Hey, where did I go wrong?" I'll sit there and go over it with him, same as he would with me. So it's a wonderful community in that regard. And just check it out if you like Final Fantasy VI, which is, I assume, why you're here. You should probably check it out. And if it's for you, cool. And if it's not, then find something else. I would like to give a quick shout out to my family for giving me time to practice this week, because I was really looking forward to this race. So thanks to my family, they're awesome.
And to our hometowns too, of course.
Of course, yes.
Yes. That is unfortunately the only part of the Imperial Banquet I can remember, is the to our hometowns part.
Right.
Nevertheless, Hefe, that's twitch.tv/Hefe01 if you want to check out some more of Hefe. Hefe, we appreciate you for running. GG's again. Thank you for developing this amazing flag set and showing off some of the various parts of Worlds Collide that we can show off to our new viewers. Hefe01, thank you again.
Absolutely. Thank y'all for having me.
To touch base back with Jexrock, he is wrapping up his tier. He is beginning his tier 2. He does have one character frozen. That is one of the annoying parts of tier 2, is that some of the various things he can throw at you, some status ailments, some crippling attacks like that.
Hey, Church, do you mind if we plug one of our next fundraising events?
Yeah, go for it.
So our community is actually, like I mentioned before, the money that we get from our ad sales from YouTube, Twitch, like that, we do appreciate the follows, likes, subscribes, also donations through there. The money that we get from there goes right back in the community, right back into fundraising. The next event that we're actually going to be doing is going to be on Monday, May 20th from 1:30 to 3:30. That's going to be RPG Limit Break. RPG Limit Break's doing their annual fundraising for that from May 19th to May 25th. They actually do NAMI, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to building better lives for the millions of Americans affected by mental illness. NAMI advocates for access to services, treatment, and sports and research, and it's steadfast in its commitment to raise awareness and build a community for hope for all those in need. And we'll be helping them out. Again, that's going to be on Monday, May 20th from 1:30 to 3:30. Gar, One Free Fits, PB&J, and you, Drinks Glue, will actually be there for that event. So make sure you check that out then.
I will actually not be there. It turns out we can only have... We put 4 runners in our submission, but they only accept 3 on site. So I am the alternate. I may be there, I may not, if something happens to the other 3 guys. So maybe.
Well, the effort's there at least.
Yeah, I will be there in spirit, and that's what's most important.
But like I said, all the income that we get from ad sales like that goes right in the community. We just did an event the other day where we actually got $800 raised for that fundraiser. Last year, we did a fundraiser event to help out with Fastest Furs. That fundraiser, we actually raised over $1,100. And that fundraiser for them last year, we are planning on doing it, helping with that event in 2025. We do have a position locked for that, so thank you for that. So we do help out the community. We do put the money back into the community like that, because I've been doing online video games since the beginning of 2005. So I've been doing this for almost 20 years. Worlds Collide has by far the best community I've ever been a part of. We have thousands and thousands of people that are part of our Discord, part of our websites like that. And it's a great community to be a part of, great game to try to learn from one of the best games ever created. So please join it, check us out, ff6worldscollide.com/Discord to join the community on there. And we also want to thank Games Done Quick for allowing us the opportunity to celebrate this 30th anniversary for Final Fantasy VI, this great game. So thank you, Church, for inviting us here.
I think Tier 3 really hates Cyan today, because the second time
I think so too.
He calmed this only Cyan. He did try to calm this Astrago earlier, but nevertheless, he really had it out for Cyan today. I guess he hates Cyan just as much as I do.
Just a little bit.
I guess you can just find just about anybody with the same interest on you on the internet these days.
So we are now at the final stage of Kefka. We're at the top of the pile here, descending from the heavens, and we are randoing the rando with our multiple dice rolls. I believe we have Genji Glove double fixed dice offering here on
Very
lock.
nice. All right, one last pop quiz,
dice.
Saberwolf. One last pop quiz. How much HP does Tier 4 Final Kefka have? 62k. 62k
right,
is the magic number. 62k. I'll reveal that one for you. So 62k damage is our end roll. But with how well Jexrox is doing and how much offense he has cooking for him, this will be no trouble whatsoever. It's a formality at this point. His seat is over. He just needs to press some buttons. And I am 100% definitely trying to reverse jinx him. No, I think that's going to be tough to do because, as you can see, he has a plethora of mega elixirs. He is breaking the damage limit with his character turns. Goner is charging up, so there is no risk of a counterattack during this phase. We can crack some shields.
I thought it was about to put Mega Elixir onto Kefka there. That
cool
was weird.
It'd be cool if you could. Talk about a challenge run.
Yeah, let's kill Kefka twice here. But again, this is the charge up stage we're just talking about. You want to break the shield, take them off. You do quad 9 damage because when you break items on your targets, that does negate the magic resistance. But that's going to be the crap pow. GXE finishes their run. We'll talk to them here in a little bit. Talk about their run. I believe it was around 140.
149.19. Or excuse me, 145.27 is what I'm going to say. Officially, unofficial is the only thing I will guarantee on that. But nevertheless, Jexrox is finished, and he'll be joining us in just a moment.
Yepper. Didn't get the Crusader, though.
No, we didn't see the Crusaders. We didn't know how close to history we were tonight. We were thinking we were just going to see a standard Kefka fight, but we were flirting with a breaking story, a first time ever in the history of Worlds Collide. We were on the doorstep of greatness. We just couldn't get to see it.
GG's.
GG's, my friend. There he is. Jexrox, GG's. Talk to us a little bit about your experience throughout the seed. What do you think well for you? What do you think of that skull dragon you came across one time very early, and the various happenings to you throughout the seed?
Well, I kept to my plan. I provided a dumpster fire's worth of entertainment.
That's all we could ask for.
Like right out of the gate, not safety saving and eating to death to Fortis Dweller. Fireball, just complete party wipe right out of the gate, and having to reset from the beginning. That was annoying.
Yeah.
Finding Skull Dragon.
But you didn't really lose much, though. You
kept
just
the
really got
information. Yeah,
I mean, really.
you knew where the door and Fortis were, so you knew not to go back to them.
True. In regards to Skull Dragon being where it was, I'm like, okay, cool. Hit the reset button. We'll come back later. Because Skull Dragon, it's usually not a very difficult dragon to beat, and it was a fantastic piece of information early on to, just tuck it away, get back to it when I feel like I'm ready to kill a dragon, which, I did it somewhere around a level 20. Aside from that, this seed kept throwing zingers at me. I was not expecting to die to Flame Eater, of all things.
A lot of zingers, and you didn't even find Rexol.
I'm glad I didn't find him.
Well, one thing I guess you were fighting not to do Floating Continent, right?
Yeah, you refused to go to Floating Continent. What was your mindset about that? Did you owe Floating Continent some money and you didn't want to see them at this point in time? What was your thought process on that?
I had a sneaky suspicion I had to go there, but I wanted to exhaust my options because I only needed, at that point in time, I just needed one character. And I had a pile of, character checks that I could go, take a look at. And none of them obviously were a character. So last location by last character. I kind of figured, if this seed is going to make me hate something, it's going to go to Phoenix Cave. So I went to Phoenix Cave.
Oh, yeah. So you did get a dragon there. Unfortunately, you ended up with 5 dragons when you just needed 4.
Yep. But did I end up with 5?
Oh no, because you already had the 4. You didn't get the red dragon, who was at one of the dragon spots, I think.
Ah, okay.
My mistake. My mistake.
Yeah, red dragon was
There was a dragon in
vanilla
Kepis
dragon
Tower.
slots.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, that was a bonus. I didn't have to go searching for dragons. So that.
Yeah, the dragon searched you sometimes.
Yep. But well, floating continent required, and having Doomgaze be the first fight, I'm like, really, guys, really? You're doing this to us?
We just wanted to showcase all of the amazing things about Final Fantasy 6, and one of those is level 5 Doom, mind you. So,
Which will pass the math test. Nobody died, so.
And I did not level check before I went there, and I don't.
and you're fine. You're fine 80% of the time. That's close to 100.
But overall, I did have fun with the seed. I do like this flag set. Yeah. So it's definitely a good flag set to just have fun with. Between the random enemy loot drops, forcing you to grind fights right in the beginning, and you can find anything. My first grind fight gave me 2 stunners and 2 fixed dice.
Yep, and
which set the pace for me.
Now, let's say you didn't get those fixed dice from that encounter. What would your move have been to find maybe some offense somewhere else? Would you have kept grinding? What would you have done?
I probably would have done a few more grind fights and a bit more shopping. For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, because the entire party could use fixed dice, apparently.
Yeah, when I went and grabbed the right after I died the first time to Dweller Fortis, and I went and got the first set of fixed dice, I'm like, wait a minute, I saw economizers in the Narsh Relic shop and earrings. We're going Ultima strats. So all I had to do from there is, find a peace ring, which I did, and then, that was that.
Well, actually, one relic shop had economizers, gem boxes, earrings, Atlas armlets, and Hyperis, all in one shop.
That was Narsh.
Yep.
That was an amazing relic shop.
Yeah, and then what was the other? Oh, the other thing that kept me pushing hard was when I got the offering from Hidden, because I killed a bunch of his minions. That was that was awesome.
Well, you say you killed him, but I think the zombie Cyan took it on his own to maybe not take that out for you.
That was kind of terrifying when that happened. I'm just glad it was not I'm just glad I didn't have an offering at that time on that character, because that would have been really bad. And I think I did eat a fixed dice offering Muddle Death. I just forget where.
Strago was muddled. He rolled a fixed dice, but I think he rolled it on himself.
Yeah, if he rolls on himself first, he kills himself essentially. So you can.
But he was already a zombie, so.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
No, it was later on.
It was Cyan.
Later on,
later?
someone
Okay, I
hit
might
me.
not seen that one.
And I know I had another close call with Magi Master Mini with the overflow.
Yeah, that gets me every time. That and Stone.
I was hoping I had the imp spell just sitting on the back burner on someone, just so I could imp him.
For those of you who don't know, imp does work on Magimaster Jr. Also, funny enough, Maneater actually works on Kefka, because he is technically a human instance for a monster.
He started out human. At this point in time, he's developed, he's evolved with all the Espers he has consumed. So tough to say exactly what he has become, but he's a human at some point in time in there. And Jex Rocks, GG's again. Thank you for racing for us on screen. Thank you
Absolutely.
for developing this interesting flag set, this challenge race, and showing off the different aspects of Worlds Collide. While we got you, one last question: is there anything you want to plug? You want to talk about before we let you go?
Yes, I will do my ending usual plug. Anybody here that is interested in learning Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide, please come join us. There's a link to our Discord in ff6worldscollide.com. We got quite the wonderful community. We got tons of people that are willing to teach you, race with you, however you want to do it. Or, just play at your own pace and, learn things on your own, however you want to do it. Also, please give our runners and our Restream team a follow. GG's. Thanks for tuning in. Glad you guys joined us for celebrating Final Fantasy VI's 30th year.
Anniversary.
Yes, anniversary, birthday.
Both of those. Now, that is Twitch TV/HefAO1, Twitch TV/JexRocks, JEXB as in Voyage, ROK. Saberwolf, I know your Twitch name has a little more characters in it. I'll let you spell that out.
Saberwolf Gaming, 2 M's in gaming for that. Also, I'm on YouTube as well, Saberwolf18. I do stream on both of those locations, actually.
And twitch.tv/KnucklyKong, just as it was in the chat, KNUCKLEY, Knuckly Kong, Legendary Tracker. One more plug for Knuckly Kong. Knuckly Kong, to his credit, is also probably the only man that loves Yamaro more than I do. And that is saying something, because I love me some Yamaro.
Oh, Salica in the chat. She's a Legendary Tracker too, actually.
Lots of Legendary Trackers here tonight. I want to personally give a special shout out to Church and Stars for putting up with our nonsense for this past week and our group chat organizing this. We are an interesting group, and I know how we can come across, but we thank you for allowing us to do this. We thank you for putting up with us.
Yeah,
and we thank everybody involved.
I super appreciate y'all being on here and showing off this wonderful rendo and celebrating the 30th anniversary with us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. And Sable, if there's anything you want to talk about, mention, give a shout out to before we go.
I just want to mention one more time, Ultras League, that starts next week. It's a week from today. Is to finish up signups. Head over to ultrasleague.com for that. It is an 8-week process. One thing we did forget to mention is that the top 6 finishes that you do in a week is what counts. So if you go on a family vacation or something, you missed a week, that's okay. Only the 6 of those 8 weeks actually count to your finishing total. And once again, if you're just starting out, you will be paired with other beginner, newer people to this randomizer. So you will have a little bit of fun with like-minded people. Or level people. We're all like-minded. We're all a great community. So please check that out.
Yeah, and I get the final word. Is that what you're giving me, Saberwolf? That is very dangerous.
I had the first word. You get the last word.
That is incredibly dangerous. Okay, I don't know what to do with this power. I guess what I'll say is, if you catch us plugging our community a bunch of times, that's because it's truly a fantastic community. Great game, but even better community. If you had any interest whatsoever in what you saw on screen and were interested in learning it, FF6 Worlds Collide is our website. Our Discord, you can link on there and join. We have various resources to get you going on the website. We have the wiki, but it is basically just a bunch of guides. So if that's not your cup of tea, we do have a mentor program, which is in our Discord. It is pinned as a message in our beginner's house, which is also the landing spot within our Discord. There you can get some one-on-one sessions with people just like myself. I am one of the many mentors within our community. You sign up for a session and we'll reach out to you and get you going, whatever your goal is. Do you just want to maybe learn how you can rest like Hefe and Jexrox were on screen? Do you just want to maybe learn what some of the different flags do and how you can experiment and expand your Final Fantasy VI experience? We will happily set you up that way. Whatever your cup of tea is, we will help you drink it. And with that, I guess I will pass off the Church and Stars so he can sign us off.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, thank you all so much. Be sure to check out everybody involved, runners, commentary, all of them fantastic runners and very helpful with their community. I know you said it, y'all can be difficult to work with, but it's been a pleasure working with all of you and getting this set up. So thank you so much. Thank you for being so easy to work with and welcoming. And just honestly, the passion y'all have is amazing. So thank you all so much.
I don't know. Again, thank you guys. And one more time, just to clarify, Church and Sarge, the same person.
Yes, one person.
Okay, beautiful. All
One.
right, thank you.
That is all the show we have for you tonight, folks. We will be back tomorrow. We've got some Yakuza Samurai games. Just a quick reminder before we end the show for tonight. We will be live for SGDQ Summer Games Done Quick. That is going to be June 30th through July 6th. And you can find out more information about it at gamesdonequick.com. And we will be having our first ever Asian American and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month celebration on the 18th and 19th of May. 2 full days of showcases, speedruns, and celebrating AAPI heritage. Submissions are open until the 21st of April, and the schedule will be live on the 29th of April. You can use !AAPI in chat for more information. And with that, have a great night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow for Yakuza. Happy 30th Final Fantasy 6/3.